era of football est video is purement para entretenimiento y no infringe derechos de autor en les. Los derechos de la novela y la imagen son del autor original, no reclamamos propiedad. No te gusta esperar y quieres escuchar este fanfic completo ahora? Suscríbete a nuestro Patreon, donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 551. Complete loss. Compared with the goal scored by Leuven team, the goal scored by Borwan team was not so complicated, but simpler, yet more beautiful. Zheng Qi broke through 4 players in the middle of the road, showing an excellent level, but the perfect pass at the end made those who know the business savor it. We have to be careful of Yuan Thong, he is not only good at passing the ball. Mengzhen in the stands said seriously. Yes, not only is he good at organization, but also at breakthroughs. We should be careful of such a guy. She nodded repeatedly. Fortunately, Leuven team is not bad, and they forced him to show this point. Otherwise, we will face Borwan tomorrow. Bai Fei said with some relief. The 3 giants of Zheng Qi were happy at the same time. The players of Qinglun team looked at their leader Iwei with admiration. In the last game, he said that the most important person for Borwan team was Yuan Thong in the midfield, and this game has proved his unique vision. The third to last round is against Borwan. If we win against them, we will face Iwei head-on. If we can beat Iwei this time, we can make a push for the championship. Iwei ignored his teammates, but thought to himself that he was very proud of his team's strength. From the perspective of personnel composition, they were similar to Leuven team, but whether it was the overall or core strength, Qinglun team was much better. Only their Qinglun team was the best candidate to make a push for Iwei's position. On the court, when Borwan team equalized the score, the pressure on Leuven team became very great. For Leuven team, they didn't expect Borwan team to bring them such great pressure. Although they scored the first goal and it was only a draw now, the pressure brought by Borwan team seemed to be greater than that of Iwei team. Against Iwei team, they lost inexplicably, didn't know anything, and then lost, but now. Against Borwan team, they really felt the pressure. Under such pressure, the Leuven team launched an attack, but when the Overlord team began to pay attention to their offensive and defensive focus, the Leuven team's attack became a little difficult. Yingbu and Jibu began to take turns to help defend on the left side. With their support, Zhong was not as embarrassed as before. The captain of the Leuven team attacked this side several times, but he could no longer get a good chance. He could only barely pass the ball into the penalty area. Such a cross was naturally easily resolved by Wanshu and Xiang Zhuang. Their core is the attack launched by the right back. Of course, they are not incapable of other offensive methods. However, they used their strongest attack at the beginning. Although they scored a goal, they also let the Overlord team players understand their upper limit. Originally, the Overlord team's players were a little worried about whether the opponent had a better attack, but this wave of attack proved that the opponent was just at this level. Seeing a coward, you can't suppress your anger. This is not a good thing, but on the court, it means that the players will no longer be afraid of their opponents. So they quickly launched a counter-attack. Stop their attack, defend, and prepare to counter-attack. The captain of the Leuven team shouted in the team channel. They began to closely guard Ba Wang. The previous goal made them feel that the opponent's Ba Wang was indeed the best one. In this regard, it was enough to prove that their vision was not as good as that of the captain of the Qinglun team, and not as good as the 3 giants of Jinfen the 11th U. Zheng Qi continued to organize in the midfield. He no longer had the sharp breakthroughs before, but kept passing the ball to dispatch his teammates. Is that kind of breakthrough because he can't use it often? In this case, we can lower the importance of him, Bai Fei said. Don't think like that. No one can always rely on their own breakthroughs to complete the attack. Just like nuclear weapons, deterrence is the greatest role. Ordinary attacks that can work are always the best. Mengzhen said after shaking his head. Bai Fei and Wang Shi nodded at the same time. The captain was right about this. Even if the opponent's Yuan Thong can't always attack, this aspect must be considered. Otherwise, the pressure on the entire team will appear equally huge. A time bomb that could explode at any time is much more threatening than a bomb that is exploded. Iwei of the Qinglun team shook his head slightly. Would you rather trust your teammates? But this approach shows a lack of trust in your own offensive capabilities. The 2 different attitudes prove the different mentalities of the 2 sides. Iwei believed in himself more, while the 3 giants of Jinfen the 11th U were more concerned about the overall situation. It's just that someone saw things higher than them. Did Yuan Thong see anything? In a corner of the stands, Guojia, the offensive core of the colorway team, smiled and asked a young player next to him. The young player had a pair of narrow eyes. What Senior Guo saw, you don't have to ask me. Wei, the captain of the colorway team, said in a deep voice. Zhongde, just say whatever you want to say. Yes, Captain. Zhongde replied very respectfully, and then said to Guojia. Looking at the way he broke through before, he was very comfortable. It's not that he can't break through, but he probably doesn't want to. Why? Maokai asked curiously. If he always relies on his own ability to win, his teammates can't help him at the critical moment. Zhongde replied, and then added. Just like the idiot on February 2, he thinks he is very strong, but in fact he doesn't know what can make himself and his teammates strong. That's right. Guojia nodded, and then stopped talking. On the court, Zheng Qi continued to pass the ball, accurately sent the ball to his teammates, and then accurately ran to respond. Under his passing and organization, the Overlord team continued to launch attacks, wave after wave. In such a wave-like attack, the Overlord team's offensive momentum not only did not slow down, but also hit stronger pressure. The players of the Liufen team resisted very hard. Although they had been defending tenaciously, the Overlord team had a threatening shot every few seconds, which kept their nerves under high pressure. Zhongde's judgment was very correct to some extent. The reason why Zheng Qi used more passing to organize the attack was to make his teammates more familiar with his passing rhythm, so that their overall offensive rhythm would become faster and more powerful. A faster tempo means better offensive and defensive, of course, without making mistakes. On this basis, the faster you can play, the greater the threat. Because the player's speed and reaction have reached a limit, it is not impossible to change the rhythm to make the opponent unable to react, but it requires the whole team to reach an extremely high level, and the Overlord team does not have such strength. So on this basis, improving the overall offensive rhythm and making the offensive rhythm faster is the only way to improve the overall strength. However, Zhongde could not see the other meaning of Zheng Qi's doing this. That is, in the game, use a faster rhythm to exercise your overall view. The faster the rhythm, the shorter the time to observe the flaws of the opponent's defense line. In this case, if you want to maintain the effect of observing the overall changes of the opponent, you have to better improve your attention and ability to observe details. This is training teammates and also training yourself. The greater the improvement of teammates, the better the effect of their own training. This is Zheng Qi's real purpose. Under the continuous suppression of the Overlord team, the defense line of the Liufen team finally couldn't hold on. However, it was not an oppressive attack that broke through their gate, but a counter-attack. Zheng Qi, who was returning to defense, stole the ball from the opponent's feet, and then turned around and sent a precise long pass without looking back. The ball flew accurately to the top of Ba Wang's head. Ba Wang jumped high and felt more relaxed when meeting the ball. Long Qi, who was running diagonally at high speed, left the Liufen team's defenders who hurriedly returned to defense behind him, and after breaking into the penalty area, he made a precise push shot and overtook the score. Let's go, there's nothing to watch. Ouyue stood up. In this game, Liufen team has no hope, their level is just so-so. Ouyue's behavior was very pretentious, but what he said was quite right. Although in the following games of the first half, Liufen team still resisted the powerful offensive of Ba Wang team and did not allow Ba Wang team to continue to expand the score, their fighting spirit and courage were already at the end of their strength. There was no other reason, it was because their captain, the soul of the team, did nothing after the opponent strengthened the defense on the left side, and posed no threat to Ba Wang team's defense line. The score was only one goal behind, but when your attack can't create any threat at all, is there still hope for this game? After the start of the second half, the Liufen team suffered the final blow. When their captain broke through, Zheng used a beautiful tackle to cut off the ball. After the tackle, he immediately passed the ball and then inserted it himself. Zheng Qi received the ball twice in the midfield and sent the ball to the front court, then raised his foot and stuck the ball directly to the front of the penalty area. The Overlord controlled the ball under his feet, and Zheng Qi, who was running horizontally, attracted the attention of the opponent's defender. However, the Overlord did not pass the ball to Zheng Qi, but turned around and passed the ball diagonally into the penalty area. Zheng, who was inserting forward to assist, took the ball forward and shot the ball into the near corner of the goal before the captain of the Liufen team cut off the ball. Between the attack and defense, Zheng completely defeated the opponent. This attack dealt the biggest blow to the Liufen team. Their strongest point, facing an ordinary fullback of the Overlord team, couldn't gain the upper hand. The gap between them and the strong teams is so big. Even if they were young, would they be able to catch up with the gap? This almost impossible task made them lose their fighting spirit completely. Chapter 552. Doglegs. When a person's extremely firm belief is shattered, the ability he can exert may only be 10% or 20%. Zheng Qi's goal made the players of the Liufen team clearly realize the gap, and also almost shattered their fantasy of the future. Of course, they may regain their confidence and embark on the journey again at some point in the future, but at this moment, they will no longer have any fighting spirit. When they have fighting spirit, they can barely cope with it. Without fighting spirit, how can they stop the fierce players of the Overlord team? In the first half, they were only behind by 1-2, and after the game, the score was 1-7. In the second half, the Overlord team beat the Liufen team into a sit, and like other strong teams, they maintained 2 consecutive victories in this group. The fans of the Overlord team in the stands kept cheering. As they continued to win, the number of their fans began to increase. This situation is also unique to the classical football game. Every year, the team that performs well in the qualifiers will gain a larger number of fans. After greeting the fans in the stands with satisfaction, the players of the Overlord team came to the stands. The last game of the day had not yet been played, and the Carloway team had not yet appeared. Then they watched the 90-minute game in the stands. The Carloway team won easily. They didn't seem to use much effort on the court, but after the game, it was 4-0. Is this the style of a king? They won easily without using much effort. The more they play lightly, the greater the pressure on us. Zheng Qi sighed. It's okay, anyway, we will play them in the last round. Overlord comforted him. I think I just said that. Zheng Qi looked at Overlord and said. Overlord laughed. Really? All the wise men in the world think the same. Then he changed the subject. Tomorrow we will play Golden Wind and Drizzle. Is there anything to be careful of? Nothing to be careful of. After today's game, even a fool knows that they should focus on me. You just need to run more and play in the usual way. I will control the rhythm. I will speed up the rhythm of attack and defense a little. I believe you can do it. Zheng Qi said. They focus on you. Can you still do it? Overlord asked curiously. What do you think? Zheng Qi laughed. Of course you can do it. Who is Abyon's Thong? The best organizer in the world. Overlord flattered shamelessly. Even the other players of Overlord team couldn't stand him like this, but Overlord didn't feel anything strange. It's not that he was shameless, but he felt more and more that with Yuan's Thong in their team, they could really impact the World Cup. Yuan's Thong, who could lead them to such a miracle, flattering him, what's the big deal? For this point, Overlord was quite clear. You have to support me, too. I can't win against 3 people alone. Zheng Qi shouted. The other members of the Overlord team laughed, which was of course necessary. In this group, if the Carloway team wants to appear, it is a mountain that they can't climb. However, even if they can't climb it, they have to try to climb it. Otherwise, they can't enter the top 32. For that current Overlord team, the Carloway team is of course an unreachable mountain, but they have made a lot of progress recently. This is something they can feel, which also makes them feel greatly encouraged. On this day, they all slept peacefully. They had some insomnia yesterday because Zheng Qi said that the Liufen team was good, which brought them pressure, but today Zheng Qi didn't say that the Zheng Qi team was good, so they didn't have much pressure. Unknowingly, Zheng Qi's attitude can create a huge impact on them. Only with the benefit of Long Quan can we talk about decision-making. The strength shown by Zheng Qi is enough for them to respect, and his opinions can be taken seriously. Of course, they all knew that in terms of fame and strength, the Zheng Qi team was definitely better than the Liufen team. However, they had nothing to fear now. No matter how strong they were, could they be stronger than Carloway? They even had to fight against Carloway. Zheng Qi did not go to rest directly after he went offline, but trained again for an hour or 2 before falling asleep peacefully. He also knew what he was going to do next. At noon today, he received a piece of information. Detailed information about the Carloway team. This was the information that the tactics department of the Fifth Club had compiled over the past few days. It included the characteristics of each player of the Carloway team, and the information inferred from all their games this year. Zheng Qi knew that this information might not be very detailed. After all, the Carloway team had some changes in personnel this year. The young player named Thongday was able to play as a main player in the Carloway team, but his strength was somewhat unfathomable. Although the other players of the Callaway team are old players, the Callaway team obviously reserved their strength in the game this year. Although it could be collected from last year's game information, in a hurry, the tactics department of the FIFA club could only look for it from this year's game. Of course, even if it is just the tip of the iceberg, it is of sufficient value and significance. Zheng Qi did not share this information with his teammates. It is not tomorrow's game, so there is no need to distract them. If they make up for it temporarily, it will be effective. Moreover, as the opponents become stronger and stronger, the Callaway team cannot always preserve their strength well. There is always a chance to know their true strength. The more you know about the opponent, the greater the winning rate will be. During this period of time, Zheng Qi has become more familiar with the strength of the Overlord team. These players have their own characteristics and cooperate with each other very well. Ordinary teams cannot be their opponents. However, the strength shown by the Overlord team now is not something they can easily defeat. Of course, if they perform well, cooperate well, and are in good condition, they are not completely without chance. However, is the strength shown by Callaway now their true strength? If they still hide something, then when they meet the Callaway team, the possibility of the Overlord team's victory is really very small. But for Zheng Qi, he has never been a person who doesn't do it because he is afraid that the opponent is too good. There are indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the world of classical football, but it is nothing more than the green forest rivers and lakes in ancient times. People with real great abilities are basically those who have learned literary and martial arts, and they are in the imperial family. The best players are still in professional competitions. Maybe there are classical football players with talents that can be compared with Lu Xiaoshan, Li Qing's and those god-level players, but they will be a very small number after all, and it will not be the norm. Compared with the top teams in the league such as Zheng Qi and Henan State, such pressure is not enough to make Zheng Qi feel scared. In fact, he has never known what fear is. Or rather, he has never known what fear is in the game. Last year, the gap between FIFA and Zheng Qi was even bigger. Was he afraid? No. In the end, he led the team to overturn the arrogant Zheng Qi and won the crucial final. Even if the Callaway team is strong, he will lead the team to fight. Now the Overlord team has been completely convinced by him and gradually adapted to his game rhythm. At the time, they will naturally have the strength to fight. The next game is a process of sharpening the knife. The Overlord team is not old as a whole, and they still have potential that has not been stimulated. In the next period of time, they will also have the opportunity to improve. The Golden Wind and Rain team and the Blue Dragon team are all strong teams. They were among the top 32 last year. Although the Overlord team's performance is better than theirs, the teams that can enter the top 32 are all strong teams. Except for a few particularly outstanding teams, the other teams are at the same level. The Overlord can enter the quarterfinals because they have better luck. In such a game, let the Overlord team quickly improve some of its strength and finally form a decisive battle with the Callaway team. Then he must control his own strength in the game and make the game more difficult. In that case, he can better stimulate the potential of his teammates. Almost subconsciously, Zheng Qi chose Meng Fan's way of honing the entire FIFA club. He had not discussed this with Meng Fan, and he did not know that Meng Fan had such an idea. However, he and Meng Fan were very similar in one aspect, that is, when he felt that normal means of competition had no effect, he would decisively use the most risky means. Because this was the only means. Meng Fan did not know this, and Zheng Qi did not know it either. Of course, even if they knew each other's deepest character, they would not care. That night, Zheng Qi practiced until 10 o'clock in the evening, and then left the holographic cabin, and then went to bed and slept soundly, preparing for the next day's game. The match between Overlord and Zheng Qi was the second match of the third round, and the first match was between King Long and Liu Feng. Of course, the players of the Overlord team could wait until 11 o'clock to play, but early the next morning, they appeared in the stands, waiting to watch the match between King Long and Liu Feng. King Long is also the opponent of Bo Wang. Although Bo Wang's ultimate goal is Callaway, since Callaway is the opponent in the last round, just like dealing with some elite monsters before fighting the big boss, before that, Bo Wang team must deal with other strong teams first before dealing with Callaway team. Zheng Xiu team is an elite monster, and King Long team is also an elite monster. Although Liu Feng lost to Bo Wang, their strength is indeed good. It is necessary to use Liu Feng to measure the strength of King Long team. Do you think Liu Feng can beat King Long? Bo Wang asked Zheng Qi. It's difficult. Of course, if Liu Feng can beat King Long, then we may have an easier time against them next time, but before that, we have to deal with Zheng Xiu team first. That makes sense. Bowan nodded. The other players of Bowan team continued to complain, it does make sense, but such nonsense, what's the use of making sense? Chapter 553. What is a fallen chain? The Liufen team actually has little fighting spirit now. The young men who just came down from the mountain after learning and thought they were invincible, and who are fearless like newborn calves, would basically have no courage if they lost the first battle and the second battle. Because they had never experienced setbacks before, although they had the spirit, it was difficult to keep it up. The current Liufen team is like this. They were killed by two teams one after another. How much fighting spirit can they retain? It is really not worth being optimistic. And what about the Qinglong team? Although they only defeated two weak teams in the first two games, they won easily in those two games. If you use a knife to describe it, it means that they have lost some of their spirit, but because they are stained with blood, they look more fierce. Oyuwa showed their level on the court to the fullest, and he never concealed this point. This is his team, he is the leader of this team, so all the glory is of course on him. In this respect, the Liufen team is very similar to the Qinglong team, but their overall level is a bit lower than that of the Qinglong team, and the level of their core is also a bit lower than that of Oyuwa. Their core is in a corner, while Oyuwa is in the midfield, covering a much larger area. Therefore, after the Qinglong team launched the attack, it quickly suppressed the opponent on the field. After such suppression was formed, it was difficult for the Liufen team to struggle and have any effect. After all, in the midfield, they were completely out of power. Oyuwa controlled the whole field in the midfield. His characteristics were different from Zheng Qi. Although he was also constantly distributing the ball, he kept running back and forth, and had very eye-catching performances on both offensive and defensive. He returned to the penalty area to help defend, and he also rushed to the opponent's penalty area to grab points. In this case, his teammates also actively cooperated, and the cooperation with him was quite tacit. In the first half, Oyuwa scored 2 goals with his head and feet. He was not the only one attacking, his passing was also helping his teammates to attack. In the first half, the Qinglong team scored 5 goals, making the Liufen team look pale. Why do I feel that he is more popular than you? B.A. Wang said to Zheng Qi. Really? I don't think he is better than me. Zheng Qi replied. What do you think? B.A. Wang turned to ask others. I think that Yuan's Thong is similar to him in terms of passing and organization, but he seems to be better in forward attack and defense or in the penalty area on both sides. Long Qi said after thinking for a while. Yes, he is very versatile, but the more versatile, the easier it is to deal with. Zheng Qi smiled. The other players of the Qinglong team are not bad either. They may be a little worse than us, but we don't have an overwhelming advantage. Yingbu said honestly. It's different. Zheng Qi smiled and shook his head. He did not explain what was different. The others looked at each other and stopped talking. They were worried that if they continued to talk, Zheng Qi would lose face. They still did not know Zheng Qi very well. Although Zheng Qi often talked nonsense, he never lied about the game. If he said it was different, it was different. After the second half of the game started, the Qinglong team's defense did not relax at all. In the game, there is no such thing as saving physical strength, and there is no need to give the opponent any face. This is not a league, but a knockout match. If you win the opponent will have no chance to move forward. Even if you let the opponent will not show mercy or let you go in the next game because of this favor, so, hit as many as you can. However, although the Qinglong team's defense is still fierce, their probability of scoring is lower. Oyuwa started to attack more individually and tried more long shots outside the penalty area. He is also practicing spin balls. B.A. Wang said in surprise. It's normal. For a player of this status, it would be a waste if he doesn't practice spin balls. But whether he can practice it or not is another matter. Zheng Qi shrugged his shoulders. Before he finished speaking, Oyuwa hit a beautiful long shot from 30 meters away from the goal. The football drew a beautiful arc in the air, bypassed the goalkeeper's outstretched hand, and went straight into the blind spot. Look, he scored a spinning ball. B.A. Wang couldn't help but exclaimed. From any angle, this was a wonderful spinning ball, and it was the most authentic one. When an all-around midfielder masters this kind of shot, what kind of threat can he bring? For a moment, the hearts of all the members of the B.A. Wang team were as heavy as if there was a big stone. In a few rounds, we will meet this opponent. However, after scoring the goal, Oyuwa didn't care about anything else, but rushed directly to a certain stand and made a provocative gesture. That stand is the stand where the Kalaway team is. He is challenging the Callaway team. Long Qi was sharp-eyed and exclaimed. In a corner of the stands, the members of the Callaway team looked at Zheng Qi without changing their expressions. Some of them even showed a mocking expression in their eyes. They looked at Ouyue as if they were looking at a fool. Ouyue, however, had no awareness of being a fool. After provoking, Ouyue returned to his teammates and accepted their cheers. This guy has a problem with his IQ. Zheng Qi couldn't help but say. Who? Ba Wang asked sharply. It's the pretender on the court. Zheng Qi pointed at the court. Ba Wang couldn't help but laugh. You can't say that. Although he is quite that, he is really good. He even hit a spinning ball just now. Yeah, it's good, but he went to provoke the Callaway team like this. Does this guy have a problem with his IQ? Zheng Qi said. What's the problem with this? Jibu asked curiously. In the second half, the whole team helped him pass the ball, and he finally got one in. It was as if he could have more confidence. He was provoking the Callaway team with this level. You are thinking too much. Zheng Qi said. A midfielder who can shoot a spinning ball is qualified to challenge the Callaway team, right? Long Qi couldn't help but say. If he changes can shoot are good at shooting, he is still qualified. Zheng Qi said. You mean? Yuji said thoughtfully. I believe there are not too few players in the Callaway team who can occasionally kick a spinning ball. Zheng Qi replied. The others thought about it and found that it was really the case. Apart from other things, in various competitions, the players of the Callaway team who played a spinning ball with good speed, angle and power include their captain Wei, the core player Guo Jie, the backbone Zun Lingjun, and the two forwards Miakai and Zheng Wenyuan. It is really a bit stupid to provoke the Callaway team with this. No matter how stupid they are still obstacles in front of us. Yingbu sighed. That's right, but if we can't even beat them, how can we talk about dealing with Callaway? Okay, brothers, we have to wait for the stage. Zheng Qi clapped his hands and said. I just think that my captain's armband should be given to you. Ba Wang stood up and said with a sigh. Everyone knows the characteristics of the golden-winged and grizzled team, right? Zheng Qi asked when entering the locker room to make final preparations. Not too clear. The players of the Ba Wang team looked at each other and said in unison. What? Then we are doomed to lose this game. Zheng Qi was shocked. The players of the Ba Wang team burst into laughter at the same time. It was really rare to see Zheng Qi's shocked look. Although it was not very clear under the cover of the system's expression, the players of the Ba Wang team just imagined his expression at the moment, which was enough to make them laugh. You guys are really naughty. Zheng Qi was relieved. The other players of the Ba Wang team knew more about the situation of the golden-winged and grizzled team than Zheng Qi. After all, they were more familiar with the strong teams of classical football. The three core players of the golden-winged and grizzled team were their three midfield giants, Mingxian, Baifei and Wang Shi, and the front court is their three-no striker line. Wang Shi is a free man in the front court, with a wide range of activities, including the entire front court. He can play well on the wing and the middle. Wang is their two forwards, who cooperate well with each other, can score and pass the ball, and a forward who can do everything. The back line is composed of Guo Dongdao, Nanzhu Xi and Mo Biwei. These four people are not very outstanding individually, but they cooperate well, and they are a very solid defense line that does not make many forward assists and defenses. Together with the stable goalkeeper Shangan's Thong, they form their back line. Compared with the Liufen team, the golden-winged and grizzled team is naturally much stronger. Probably only the fledgling Liufen team players who don't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth feel that they can compete with the Callaway team. The best thing about the golden-winged and grizzled team is their midfield, but the strength of their forwards and back lines is definitely not weak. The teams that have the ability to impact the top 32 will not be too bad. After 2 rounds of matches, the strengths of both sides have been almost revealed. Under such circumstances, this match will definitely be a tough battle for the Overlord team. I am fighting against them in the midfield. Everyone is running actively and ready to receive my pass at any time. Zheng Qi said nonsense again. Their strongest point is the midfield. Can you hold on? Overlord asked with concern. We have to hold on even if we can't. It is precisely because their strongest point is the midfield that we must not give in this link. Zheng Qi replied. We can avoid the real and attack the fake. Long Qi said. If the opponent's strongest point is not the midfield, we can avoid the real and attack the fake. If it is the midfield, then it won't work. Zheng Qi replied with a smile. Why? Overlord was a little puzzled. because we have me in the midfield of our team, and our midfield is also the strongest. We can give in other links, but we can't give in this link." Zheng Qi raised his arms and shouted. Overlord was full of black lines again. Okay, you are so good that you can say anything, but don't let down on the court." Overlord could only say helplessly in the end. "What do you mean by letting down?" Zheng Qi asked back seemingly innocently. Chapter 554. Taking the lead. They finally noticed me. After shaking hands with the players of the Golden Wind and Drizzle team, Zheng Qi sighed in his heart. These strong teams really have good vision. In the last game, he just helped his teammates to equalize the score with a breakthrough when he was behind at the beginning. He was also very low-key afterwards, but he still attracted attention. When shaking hands just now, the opposing players paid a lot of attention to him. It seems that they already know that his level is more than what he showed. This may cause some trouble. However, trouble is trouble, he does not feel any fear. He hides his strength out of habit, not because he is afraid of his opponent. However, what Zheng Qi did not know is that when he appeared, the players of the Colorway team in the stands all became a little serious. It's just that I can't see Yuan's Thong clearly. The Golden Wind and Drizzle team is not a weak team. Let's see if they can force Yuan's Thong to show his true strength. Yuo Jie said in a low voice. The other players of the Colorway team nodded. If we really talk about overall strength, they may not be the best in the entire Chinese region. Xu Han, Dongwu, Tang, Ming, Song, and Qin are all not inferior to them. However, they are the most serious in preparation. Although the opponents in this group may not all be their opponents, they still pay close attention to the opponent's status in every game, so as to make the best arrangements. No matter how weak the opponent is, they will save their strength in the game and maintain their status, but they will not relax their observation of the opponent's strength. Therefore, in the past few years, the Colorway team has won the Chinese Qualifier Championship the most times, twice, and the Dongwu and Shuhan teams that are tied with them have only won once. In fact, they are very familiar with all the teams in this group. They can't see any changes in the opponent from the previous games. Only Yuan's Thong of the Overlord team makes them feel a little bit unclear, so when the Overlord team appears, they will watch more carefully. However, in the first two games, Yuan's Thong's performance made them unable to see too much depth, but they were a little uneasy. It is precisely because of this that they hope that the Zheng Qi team can be more powerful in this game and try to force out Yuan's Thong's true strength. Of course, whether they can force it out or not, they will have a re-evaluation of Zheng Qi's level. If the Zheng Qi team cannot make Zheng Qi show his true strength, then the vigilance against this person will be raised to an extremely high level. On the field, the players of both sides have been scattered on the field, and the game is about to begin. The first to kick off was the Overlord team. After receiving the return pass from Overlord, Zheng Qi stopped the ball at his feet for a while, and saw that the two forwards of the opponent, Wuqiu, rushed up, and then he turned around and passed the ball back. He didn't pass it back, Meng Xin thought to himself. When Wuqiu pressed forward, she hid behind them, because after the start of the game, Zheng Qi always passed the ball horizontally. It was precisely for this reason that she was ready to rush up to steal the ball, but Zheng Qi was different from the previous two games and passed the ball back. Have you noticed that Wuxi will steal the ball? Meng Xin continued to think in his heart, and his vigilance against Zheng Qi was raised to a higher level. After passing the ball, Zheng Qi began to run to respond. He retreated to a deeper position. After receiving Yinggu's pass, he quickly passed the ball to the wing and handed it to Yuziki, who was advancing to assist. The three forwards of the opponent were all concentrated in the middle, so the defense on the wing was naturally weaker. Yuziki dribbled the ball forward. There was a relatively wide sprint distance in front of him, so he could naturally move forward better. However, just as he dribbled the ball through the midfield, Bai Fei rushed over from the side and blocked him. Yuziki did not rush to break through, but raised his foot and passed the ball to Long Qi in front. The opponent's heavy troops are concentrated in the midfield, so of course there are more opportunities on the wing. Although launching an attack on the wing will prevent Yuan's Thong, the core of the Overlord, from directly participating in the attack, they are not vegetarians. Long Qi turned around as soon as he received the ball. Facing Zhu the 11th, who came up to defend, Long Qi quickly stepped on two bicycles, then decisively began to accelerate and force a breakthrough. Although he is better at attacking after cutting inside, his cross after breaking through the wing is not bad either. This is also that characteristic of classical football players. They may not be too outstanding, but they will not have any defects in technology. After not having to worry about dying for physical reasons, the players who were now interested in playing football are much better than the players in the past in terms of technical awareness and psychological training. Although Zheng the 11th reacted quickly, he was also shaken by his fake moves, allowing Long Qi to take the lead and break through. Although Zheng the 11th turned quickly and firmly blocked Long Qi's route to cut inside, he could not stop his cross from the bottom. Long Qi rushed to the opponent's baseline in one breath, then raised his foot while running and passed the ball. When passing the ball, he did not observe the position of the overlord, he only needed to pass the ball in the most comfortable way. The speed of the cross should be fast and the arc should be high. After trying to let teammates get the ball, even if the opponent's defender interferes, just lightly touch the ball, and the speed and power of the header must be guaranteed. Facing the current goalkeeper, without speed and power, no matter how tricky the angle is, they can react in time. Wang and Zheng competed for position in the penalty area. The opponent was also tall and good at confrontation. However, after colliding with Zheng twice, Wang flashed past him like a swimming fish, then rushed to the front point and jumped high to meet the ball. This guy's running and getting rid of ability have improved a lot. Zheng Yuan in the stands stared. Being seized by Wang in an advantageous position, Zheng still interfered by his side, while Dong, who was lagging behind, jumped up diagonally to block the angle of Wang's shot. Of course, she couldn't completely block all of Wang's shooting angles, but as long as the angle of Wang's shooting was controlled in a narrow area, goalkeeper Zheng Qi would be able to make the best save. Wang was in the air, but his mind was extremely clear. After noticing Dong's action, he immediately knew that even if he shot first, he would not get any benefits. So what he had to do now was, Wang gathered his strength between his waist and abdomen in the air, shook his head abruptly, and then turned his head to head the ball out of the penalty area. If he couldn't shoot, he would vary. Now the attention of the opponent's two central defenders was attracted by him. If someone could receive the ball outside the penalty area, Zheng Qi had been sprinting. After passing the ball, he kept sprinting forward. During this process, Mengxin and Wang Shi had been following him. However, Zheng Qi threw Wang Shi away by pretending to receive the ball, but now, there was still Mengxin beside him. He rushed towards the fallen ball, and swung his right foot while running, as if he was ready to shoot directly in the air. Mengxin tensed his body and prepared to fly to block it. Zheng Qi swung his foot, and Mengxin flew to shovel it. However, Zheng Qi's foot passed over the top of the football, and then quickly recovered, knocked the ball backwards, and then turned around. This time, the football was firmly under his feet. This caught Mengxin off guard, but he was not in a hurry. Although he shoveled in the air, his center of gravity did not shift. Mengxin's right hand pushed hard on the ground, and with the help of this force, he slowed down the speed of his flying shovel, and then stood up quickly. As long as he blocked Zheng Qi in front of him, Zheng Qi would not be able to break through his defenser. Although he had just stood up and his center of gravity was unstable, Zheng Qi did not turn around completely, and only turned halfway. The next moment, Mengxin saw a football flying out from Zheng Qi's feet, a little far away from him. With an unstable center of gravity, he could not interfere with the football at all. He also saw that Wang Shi had already caught up from behind. If Zheng Qi stayed a little longer, he would be double-teamed by him and Wang Shi. Zheng the 11th had already run forward after seeing Long Qi pass the ball. This was a normal reaction of a fullback, who could leave his opponent on the offside line while defending others. However, he saw the football running towards the place where he had run before, which made his brain blank for a moment. After a moment of blankness, he immediately remembered, where is Long Qi? He turned around after a start, but it was too late. Long Qi received the pass from Zheng Qi behind him and easily adjusted his forward angle. Zheng the 11th wanted to shout offside, but he knew in his heart that the system would never make a mistake whether it was offside or not. In fact, Long Qi was not offside. He was also running back after passing the ball, and he was very good at putting himself on the same line with the two central defenders of the opponent. Now he received the pass from Zheng Qi and faced the goalkeeper. The two central defenders of the opponent were blocked by the thief of the overlord. Long Qi dribbled the ball and shot. The shot was clean and neat, without any delay. Zheng Qi fell to the ground a step too late, and the ball rolled into the goal from under his armpit. 1-0, less than 2 minutes after the start, the Overlord team scored the first goal through an attack. When the cheers of the Overlord team fans rang out in the stands, Guojie and Wei looked at each other. Very wonderful pass, Guojie said. Not only his kick, but the level shown by the Overlord team in the entire attack can be said to be quite outstanding. Wei nodded and said in a deep voice. But he still only showed what he showed before. Zheng added a sentence beside him. The game has just started, don't rush. Wei laughed. This game still has a long time. The Golden Wind and Rain team will not let the Overlord team win easily. Their strength is not bad at all. That's right, don't underestimate the top 32 teams. Yuojia agreed with Wei's statement. Chapter 555. Fight and return in triumph for the Golden Wind and Drizzle team. The goal scored by the Overlord team at the beginning was undoubtedly a blow to them. They already valued the Overlord team very much, but they still seemed to have no resistance, and the opponent scored a goal at the beginning. Of course, the Golden Wind and Drizzle team was not a team composed of newcomers like the Liufen team. Although their average age was not very old, they were all good players in their prime, experienced, and had encountered various bad situations. Therefore, even though the Overlord scored a goal at the beginning, they were not affected too much. Launch a counterattack. It's normal to lose the ball. Just chase it back. Mengzhen said in the team channel. These people are really useless. They can't even control Yuan Zheng well, let him pass the ball continuously. The Golden Wind and Drizzle team is at this level. Oh, you were in the stand sneered. Captain, if it were you, Yuan Zheng would probably not be so arrogant. Someone next to him said. Of course, although he is also very good, he is still a long way behind me. My real goal is Yuojia. Only by competing with the core midfielder of this level can I prove my level and inspire my fighting spirit. Oyuwa said proudly. The three midfielders of the Golden Wind and Drizzle team are of course very proud players. Although their pride is not shown on their faces like Oyuwa, they will never allow themselves to be defeated by a goal. When you are in the rivers and lakes, you will be stabbed. No matter how strong the team is, there will be times when they lose the ball. As long as they can keep winning, that's enough. The Golden Wind and Drizzle team quickly launched a counterattack. Their three midfielders are indeed very good. The three of them cooperate well and have comprehensive skills. They can't be stopped by staring at someone. So the Overlord adopts regional defensa, arranging their own defensive areas in the midfield, and then reducing the opponent's offensive threats through pressure and confrontation. However, the three forwards of the Golden Wind and Drizzle team are also very erratic in their running positions. Although this task is mostly completed by Zheng Qi, the two forwards are not traditional forwards, and their range of activities is also very large. When the Zheng Qi team attacks, it is often seen that three midfielders go up to participate in the attack, and three forwards retreat to help organize. Although it is a March 4, 2003 formation, the positions of the six front court players are not fixed, which can cause great trouble in defensa. Of course, the biggest threat is still their three midfield giants. So the Overlord team adopts a zone defensa that stands in a good position and counters the opponent's moves, at least making your attack less smooth. The overall defensa of the Overlord team seems to have improved a bit. Compared with last year, their overall strength is increased a lot. Wei muttered to himself. Yes, this is obvious, but compared with us, there is still a certain gap. In this group, Overlord should be our biggest opponent. Yuojia nodded and agreed. In the opponent's back-and-forth attack, the Overlord team adopted a familiar method, which really worked well, but the biggest problem with this zone defensive method is that when the opponent concentrates on attacking a certain area, the response of other people will be a little untimely. So Mengzhen began to attack the place guarded by Zhuang. Zhuang was a little overwhelmed. Wanshu immediately went to support him, and Zheng also came to fill Wanshu's position. During this transition, a gap appeared in the Overlord's defense line, and Mengzhen accurately seized this opportunity. He quickly passed the ball back, and then Wang Shi, who received it, passed it diagonally at the first time. Wangshi's running interfered with Zheng return defensa. Bai Fei quickly inserted, took advantage of the falling football, and entered the penalty area, and then shot hard before Wanshu returned to defend and intercepted it. The ball flew to the near corner of the goal like a cannonball. Although Fanzing made a timely save and blocked the football with one hand, he still couldn't change the direction of the football's flight. The football flew quickly into the Overlord team's goal, causing the net to tremble violently. The fans of the Zheng Qi team in the stands began to cheer. Bai Fei and his teammates hugged each other and celebrated wildly like a demonstration. They were a little lucky with this ball. We're ahead again, Zheng Qi said lightly. What he didn't know was that Wei and others in the stands had the same attitude. Although it was the same goal, the Overlord's chance was much better. The Golden Wind and Drizzle team hit some luck in this goal. If they are not so lucky next time, it will be difficult for them to compete with the Overlord. Wei's vision has always been very good. Wei knows people, Zhao Lai knows the situation, and Thongmo understands reason. This is the evaluation of the captains of the three major teams by the classical football China region. Of course, such comments are a bit far-fetched, but they are enough to prove the level of these people. The attack of the Overlord team was completed by completely tearing through the defense of the Golden-Winged and Grizzled team, while the attack of the Golden-Winged and Grizzled team this time had some risky factors in it, but they took the risk and succeeded. With such a comparison, it is naturally clear who is better. The other people on the Overlord team may not have noticed this, because to be honest, many goals are indeed very lucky, but Zheng Qi knows the difference between the two. So he quickly led the team to launch an attack and was not affected at all. As the core of the Overlord team on the field, his performance was not affected, and neither were the others. After the attack again, the Zheng Qi team did not blindly press Zheng Qi. Instead, after Zheng Qi received the ball in the midfield, Meng Xin and Wang Shi pressed forward at the same time. Bai Fei was ready to respond at any time in that back, and the three forwards also retreated, not wanting to give the Overlord much space to attack. However, under such a defense, Zheng Qi still relied on running to run out of opportunities to receive the ball in the midfield. As long as he wanted to receive the ball, he could always receive it. With such a large space in the midfield, no matter how large the opponent's coverage area was, it was impossible for him to have no chance to receive the ball. However, such opportunities are often very short, and it is easy to be double-teamed after receiving the ball. Once the rhythm of taking the ball is broken, it will become very difficult to organize an attack. Under the double-teaming and sweep of the three giants of the Zheng Qi team, there are actually not many midfielders who can successfully organize an attack. Unfortunately, Zheng Qi is one of them. Every time he receives the ball, he will pass the ball out as soon as possible, and the teammates who receive the ball can always receive the ball comfortably, and then find that they can immediately launch an attack even if the attack fails. It doesn't matter, just continue to find Zheng Qi and let him organize the attack. The more they played, the more frightened the three giants in the midfield of the Golden-Winged and Grizzled team became. Their defense against Zheng Qi was almost useless. Although Zheng Qi hit the ball less often than before, it gave other teammates more space. This seemingly inexpensive approach put a lot of pressure on the Golden-Winged and Grizzled team. Zheng Qi was the core of the midfield, so it was understandable to use two people to control him. However, the current situation on the field was that the control effect of such defense was not very good. At the same time, they were at a disadvantage after being somewhat weak in other positions. This disadvantage could hardly be reversed by performance. Although Zheng Qi was now the well-deserved core of the midfield of the Overlord team, the Overlord team would not be able to play football without him. No matter how good Zheng Qi was, he had only been with the Overlord team for more than 10 days and had played more than 10 games together, which was not enough for the entire Overlord team to rely on him. After a fierce attack, the Overlord team took the lead again. This goal had little to do with Zheng Qi. After Zheng Qi passed the ball in the midfield, the Overlord team launched an oppressive attack. After continuous passes to the front court, the Overlord retreated to get the ball, then passed it to the wing, and then ran forward. Zhong Lima, who received the ball, passed it to Yuji again. Yuji sent an accurate cross from the wing. The Overlord once again rushed forward to grab the ball, and headed for the goal. The ball went into the net near the goal post. Shangan's Thong almost threw himself onto the goal post, but he was still a step slower. After the Overlord landed, he waved his fist domineeringly. He was still the most indestructible arrow of the Overlord team. Zheng Qi also waved his fist, and then ran over to celebrate. Although this goal had little to do with him, he still celebrated happily. Good personal performance. That's worth celebrating. Better team performance. That's even more worth celebrating. Zheng Qi wants a group of outstanding teammates, not a burden that is only led forward by himself. If he joined the team just to take one step at a time and hone his overall view, then now, he has a great interest in any honor. The Chinese qualifiers champion, the World Cup champion, there is no benefit in getting these championships, but for Zheng Qi, the first need for everything he does is not for profit. It is to satisfy himself. In the process of impact, he can constantly satisfy himself, and after the real impact to the peak, the sense of satisfaction is the most indescribable and the most satisfying. Zheng Qi is very sure of this. Because before entering the football era, in those derived games, he constantly enjoyed this process. From being completely unfamiliar, to gradually understanding, to impacting the peak, in this process, he will constantly gain satisfaction, and when he impacts the peak, the benefits will come naturally. God rewards hard work, nothing more than this. To struggle and then triumph is the ultimate goal of all competitive games, whether it is those derived games, the football era, or the current classical football. What you gain in this process means everything you can gain. Zheng Qi may not understand this idea, but it does not stop him from doing so. He is a man born to fight, and his life is a journey of fighting. Such a life is interesting enough. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en sinisfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontras la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 556. Crazy Attack. The players of the Golden Wind and Drizzle team also wanted to fight and triumph. However, in such a competition, only one team is destined to make it to the end. No one will let go of such a competition. They will only continue to compete until one side falls. The Golden Wind and Drizzle team, which fell behind again, launched a counter-attack without retreat. Their defensive effect was not good, but poor defensive effect did not mean that the offensive effect was also bad. Football games will not be hung on a tree. If the defensor cannot be defended, then it will rely on offenser to make up for it. If the offenser cannot be handled, then it can only rely on luck. The Golden Wind and Drizzle team is still very confident in their own offenser. Their 6 players in the front court cooperate with each other tacitly and run erratically. Even if the opponent's regional defensor is not led by them, they can continue to form a number advantage in a local area, and then attack to achieve results. They can maintain enough fame in that Chinese qualifiers because they are flexible and changeable in the front court offenser, and can often play a very smooth offenser. After their offenser is played, ordinary teams can't resist them. After the two sides attacked back and forth for a while, the Zheng Qi team finally equalized the score before the end of the first half. After a series of dazzling passes, Zheng found an opportunity in the penalty area and shot decisively, equalizing the score again. The fans of the Zheng Qi team in the stand cheered loudly. The game so far made them feel very distressed. Fortunately, their team withstood the pressure and equalized the score. If they continue to play like this, there'll still be a turnaround in the second half. It is impossible for the turnaround to happen. They have already consumed a lot of energy in the first half. We will definitely be able to take the advantage in the second half. Zheng Qi said in the locker room. We are also very tired. It is not an easy thing to fight with these guys. Jibu said. The others nodded. After the Overlord scored the second goal, the Golden Wind and Drizzle team did not focus on Zheng Qi in the midfield. Only Zheng continued to follow him, and Wang Xi also joined the confrontation in other positions. This allowed the Golden Wind and Drizzle team to reverse the overall disadvantage and also brought considerable pressure to the Overlord team's players. The reason for this situation is mainly because of Zheng Qi's silence in the midfield. Before, he was marked by 2 people, and silence was normal, but when only Zheng was left to mark him, his performance did not improve, and it was about the same as before. Of course, he was still qualified in the midfield, running, catching the ball, and organizing the offense, but it always seemed to be missing something. Your performance is not good, boss. Overlord said to Zheng Qi. Actually, I am considering you and adding burdens to you, because I think even if I play normally, we can win the game. Why do I have to play to my full strength to win? Zheng Qi asked. The Overlord team's players looked at each other. They didn't doubt Zheng Qi's words. Zheng Qi's performance today was indeed worse than usual. There was nothing wrong with his condition. Maybe he was really testing them. Then let's do this. See how we beat the Golden Wind and Drizzle team. B.A. Wang waved his fist and said. That's right. They were only in the top 32 last year, and we're in the top 8. In terms of strength, we are much better than them. The players of the B.A. Wang team waved their fists. Great, I believe you will do it. Zheng Qi shouted. But even so, it is not an easy thing to beat the Golden Wind and Drizzle team. Although Zheng Qi's passing and running in the midfield still strongly supported the attack of the B.A. Wang team, when he almost stopped advancing, the defense of the Golden Wind and Drizzle team could focus more on other players of the B.A. Wang team. In this way, the attack of the B.A. Wang team seemed a little strenuous. The overall level of the Golden Wind and Drizzle team is beyond doubt. Although their best players are in the midfield, both Mengxian Baifei and Wang Xi have performed extremely well when they participate in defense. Coupled with the well-coordinated and stable back line, it is actually quite difficult to break through their goal. The Overlord team often needs to use strong attacks to face the opponent's solid defense line. This kind of attack efficiency is a bit low, and their defense line always has to face the opponent's counterattack. In this case, the two sides fell into a stalemate. The Overlord team took the initiative on the field, but was somewhat weak in scoring, while the Golden Wind and Drizzle team's counterattacks continued to threaten their goal. Yuan Thong's performance is a bit silent. Yuo Jie said. If this continues, the situation of the Overlord team may not be good. Wei Wu nodded. Their judgment was indeed very accurate. After 20 minutes of attacking without scoring a goal, the Overlord team took a risky attack and suffered a bitter fruit. Zheng Qi cross was blocked by the opponent's Donan. Meng Xin retreated to get the ball and handed it to Zheng Qi, who sent a beautiful long pass. The forwards of the Golden Wind and Drizzle team in their front court fired 3 arrows at the same time and began to counterattack. Wu rushed to head the ball in front of Zheng Qi, and Wu started to insert at high speed after receiving the ball. Xiang Zhuang, who was desperately returning to defense, finally caught up with Wu in the penalty area, but Wu passed the ball horizontally in time. Wu Qi, who followed up, directly faced the goalkeeper and shot into the far corner. Fan Xing fell to the ground a step slower, and the ball went into the net. 3-2. After falling behind twice, the Golden Wind and Drizzle team equalized twice and then completed the reversal. There were only more than 20 minutes left before the end of the game, and the Overlord team was in an extremely dangerous situation. If they could still be optimistic about their performance in the previous stalemate, then now, they are really in a very dangerous situation. Do you need me to help? Zheng Qi asked in the team channel. No. Overlord refused. The others were still a little hesitant, but soon, they all nodded at the same time. That's right, no. We can solve them with our own strength. If we have to rely on you in such a situation, then what future do we have for this team? This is the voice of all the players of the Overlord team. They are now really forced into a desperate situation, but it is precisely because of this desperate situation that their courage and fighting spirit have been completely aroused. Although they know that if Zheng Qi plays normally, they may be able to win the game soon, but the Golden Wind and Drizzle team is just an ordinary strong team after all. If they can't rely on their own strength to move forward, then when they encounter a really strong team, even if Zheng Qi performs well, can they really keep up with that level of confrontation? They know that Zheng Qi is indeed very good, so good that he can lead them to defeat the Western Han team, but there are still many teams stronger than the Western Han team. If they want to go further with Zheng Qi, they need to pay more and perform better. This is related to the most basic things for them as a player. If they can't bear it under such circumstances, then they don't deserve to move forward. Instead of forcing themselves to move forward and being eliminated by a strong team like the Callaway team, it is better to gamble now and see what they can do. When their emotions began to unify, the next thing seemed easier to deal with. After the restart, the Overlord team launched a more fierce and desperate attack than before. The Zheng team, who was ready for battle, launched an even better defensive than before. In the game of classical football, no one would give up easily, so they didn't expect the Overlord team to be demoralized by this ball. They were fully prepared mentally. What's more, looking at the momentum of the Overlord team, their attack was like a desperate battle. If they could hold on for a while, and then wait for an opportunity to counterattack once or twice, and seize 1 or 2 opportunities, they could win the game. Under this mentality, they also played quite well in defense. The Overlord team used up all their offensive methods. Crosses from both wings, penetration in the middle, short passes in the front court, long passes from the back court to the front court. The Overlord team is a team that is good at attacking, and they have many offensive means. However, under such an attack, the defense line of the Golden Wind and Drizzle team is still as solid as a rock. In the face of such a defense, many people are easily frustrated, but the Overlord team is not frustrated. If 1 attack doesn't work, then 2, if 2 attacks don't work, then 3. Whatever is blocking in front of them, whether it is a mountain or a stream, they will cut it off. When they have such a spirit, the failure of 1 or 2 attacks will never make them waver. Not only the attackers in the front court, but also that 2 fullbacks began to make continuous forward assists. Zheng Qi is good at cutting inside, and Yu Ziki is good at overlapping. And when they attack, they don't just use what they are good at. Zheng Qi will also cross directly from the bottom, and Yu Ziki will also change direction to cut into the penalty area. All the offensive means at the bottom of the box were taken out. In the face of such a powerful attack, the defense line of the Golden Wind and Drizzle team finally began to shake. Pressure, continuous pressure, pressure that lasts until you can't bear it anymore. Of course, you can suppress the opponent rhythmically in an attack, but it's also okay to suppress the opponent so unreasonably and forcefully, as long as you can suppress the opponent all the time and make the opponent unable to bear it first. The defense of the golden-winged and grizzled team collapsed under such pressure. Zheng received the return pass from Yuji, and then quickly adjusted the direction and sprinted into the penalty area. Someone immediately blocked him in front of him. Zheng made an emergency stop and then sent the ball out with his heel. Yuji received the ball and passed it directly to the middle without stopping. The Overlord jumped high in the penalty area, attracting the attention of the opponent's two central defenders, but the football flew over his head and then quickly flew to the back point. Zheng Qi jumped up at the back point, and he didn't shoot, but headed the ball out. The one who inserted into the penalty area was the defensive midfielder Jibu. Jibu, who was unguarded, met the ball and volleyed it directly. The ball whizzed into the goal of the golden-winged and grizzled team, and the force seemed to break the net. Chapter 557. We are all so powerful. Zheng Qi didn't celebrate after scoring the goal, but rushed directly into the goal, picked up the ball and ran back. In a game where the kickoff can be controlled by the system, this approach is undoubtedly a gesture. A draw is not enough, we have to win. There are still 5 minutes left in the game, and we don't want to draw. The momentum of the Overlord team has risen. They are not a new army, but an elite team that has experienced hundreds of battles. Although there was some confusion before, now they have come together and are striding towards victory. The foundation of the Overlord team is still good. Zheng couldn't help but say. It's different to have made it to the quarterfinals. After the crawl test of the knockout stage, even if they don't have any advantage in strength, this experience can bring them huge benefits. Wei said thoughtfully. In this regard, the Kingdom team can't compare with the Overlord team. Our biggest opponent should still be the Overlord team. Yuji nodded. It's a pity that we didn't meet them earlier. If we met them in the last round, they might grow up quickly. It would be the easiest thing to kill them in that bud. Wei sighed. The other players of the Callaway team laughed. They knew that the captain was not afraid, but that they could win the game in a simple way without making it so complicated. Moreover, the Callaway team will have many powerful opponents in the future, and they can't waste too much energy on the Overlord. Of course, since it has come to this, the Callaway team will not be afraid at all. On the court, the golden-winged and grizzled team launched a counter-attack. They were also forced into a dead end at this moment. In such a competition system, a draw is better than a loss, but it is not much better. A draw only has 1 point. When only one team in a group can qualify, a draw means a huge disadvantage. They were able to score a goal just now, and they can score a goal now. With such strong confidence, the golden-winged and grizzled team launched an attack. Their defense still performed very well, with continuous short passes and penetration, and there was no problem with their cooperation. The short passes and penetration combined with interspersed running often broke the opponent's defense into pieces. The Overlord team's defense was also a bit unbearable before, but this time, each of their defensive players seemed to have taken medicine, and they also strengthened their running, and then followed the offensive players of Zheng Qi closely, constantly pressing them and depressing their passing space. The two fullbacks and the defensive midfielder were constantly pressing, while the two central defenders stood in the penalty area, not worrying about the most important position revealing flaws. This is their way of dealing with it. Such pressing cannot be used frequently throughout the game. After all, it will bring huge pressure and chaos to the team's defense line, but there is no problem in using it for a short time. Zheng Qi's defense was strongly opposed. Seeing that the front could not be scored, and there was even the possibility of being intercepted, Zheng Qi immediately chose to pass back, and then launched an attack after wearing down the opponent's spirit. This is also the essence of the short pass penetration ball control offense. If you can play, play. If you can't play, slow down. Adjust the rhythm of both sides and create opportunities through the change of rhythm. However, when he passed back, Zheng Qi suddenly appeared on his passing route. This surprised Zheng Qi. He didn't pass back in a hurry, but after observing it. It was obviously difficult for Zheng Qi to intercept the ball in the middle. Why did he appear there? The Callaway team players in the stands saw it clearly. Before Zheng Qi passed back, Zheng Qi had already moved a distance silently and judged his passing route in advance. When Zheng Qi passed the ball back, he suddenly accelerated. This time, he almost touched the football, and the football changed its line and fell to Yuji's feet. Yuji took the ball and broke through. Mobia, who was originally preparing to respond, went up to block Yuji, but Yuji flexibly changed direction twice in a row, dodged a gap, and then quickly passed the ball to the baseline and broke through by force. In this series of actions, Yuji's flexible characteristics were fully demonstrated. Although Mobia turned around in time, he was already ahead of Yuji. Counterattack. Overlord roared, and began to sprint forward in the middle to respond. The players of the Golden Wind and Drizzle team began to quickly return to defensa, and the players of the Overlord team also rushed up. However, everyone knew that no matter how fast the others ran, it would be difficult for them to play any role in this attack and defensa. The only ones who could really fight were the 3 forwards of the Overlord team and the 4 defenders of the Golden Wind and Drizzle team. Yuji had left Mobia behind, and Guodong focused his attention on her to prevent Yuji from cutting into the penalty area. Donan followed closely beside Overlord, and Yu the 11th defended Zheng Qi at the back point. On the surface, it was 4 against 3, but in fact it was 3 against 3. The defending side did not suffer, but for Overlord and others, they were not afraid at all. Although the defenders of the Golden Wind and Drizzle team were also excellent, compared with them, they were a little worse in fame and performance. If they couldn't even deal with this group of people, what were they going to challenge Kawaii? Yuji rushed to a place parallel to the penalty area line with the ball, then quickly raised her foot and passed the ball. This was an inward arc ball. The ball spun directly and flew to the back point. Zheng Qi sprinted, and Yu the 11th also sprinted. The speed of the 2 sides sprinted was similar, but in the confrontation of strength, Zheng Qi had the upper hand. Under Yushi's entanglement, he still seized a favorable position, jumped high at the back point, and then ferried the ball to the middle of the penalty area. Ba Wang used his body to hold Donan, jumped up in the air facing the ball, and was about to volley sideways. Guodong returned to defense in time. He blocked Ba Wang in front of him and blocked Ba Wang's shooting angle with his body. The 2 central defenders of the opponent blocked all of Ba Wang's shooting routes, and at this time, even if he passed the ball back, no one would respond. At this moment, Ba Wang showed an extremely good state and judgment ability. On the surface, Guodong blocked him in front of him, leaving him no shooting angle, but was there really no shooting angle? In order to better block more angles, Guodong flew over, with his legs spread out. There was a big gap below, shoot there. Overlord roared in his heart, and his body, which was almost horizontal, was bent downward at an angle. He swung his right foot and met the flying football. After accurately hooking it, he smashed the ball downward with force. The football whizzed downward, just flying between Guodong's legs, hitting the grass heavily, and then quickly bounced upward and flew to the back of the goal. When the football flew out from under Guodong, Shangan's Thong, whose vision was blocked, reacted. Obviously, in such a close distance, no matter how good the goalkeeper is, it is difficult to react. When Shangan's Thong jumped up, the ball had already whizzed past his fingertips, 4-3. After the Zheng Qi team took the lead, the Overlord team also took the lead through continuous attacks and a lightning-fast counter-attack. It's just that their comeback happened at the last moment of the game. This time, the players of the Overlord team began to celebrate wildly. Such a reversal is great. And in this process, it was basically all their performance, and it had little to do with Zheng Qi, although the last ball was only possible because of Zheng Qi's timely interception. This made them feel the pleasure of last year and have a firmer confidence in themselves. They are also very strong. Looking at the celebrating players of the Overlord team, the players of the Golden Wind and Rain team looked a little lost. They had performed well enough in this game and almost forced the Overlord team into a dead end, but they were still successfully reversed by the Overlord team. The strength of the 2 sides is actually not much different, but after the test of the quarterfinals last year, the Overlord team is better than them in mentality and performance. They still have a long way to go. We lost this game, but we must remember this defeat. It is a precious treasure. Look at the performance of the Overlord team. What they showed is worth learning from. After a moment of silence, Mengxin said in the team channel. Shortly after the restart, the game was over. The Overlord team won the 3rd game and took a solid step towards the final battle. The players from both sides shook hands on the court. I originally thought that Yuan's Thong was the key to your performance, but it turns out that we were wrong. Mengxin sighed and said to Overlord. Every one of us is excellent. Overlord replied proudly. Yes, he still would not underestimate Zheng Qi's performance in the team, but he and his teammates began to believe in themselves more. They are a strong team with excellent strength. If Zheng Qi is with them, they will be stronger, but even if Zheng Qi does not perform well, they will not be affected too much. Such strength is the real strength. This game, there is nothing much to say, but the overall performance of the Overlord team is really good. Compared with last year, they have made obvious progress. Although this game seems to be very difficult, in fact, if Yuan's Thong performs better, their overall level will be even better. We now need to observe their performance better. Wei said to others. But this Yuan's Thong has not shown his true strength, which is a bit troublesome. Thong Day sighed. It doesn't matter. Now we can at least be sure of one thing. It is necessary to increase the importance we attach to him. Yuo smiled. Others nodded. It was indeed true. As long as they paid more attention to him, when they really met the Overlord team, the Wei team would not suffer any loss. This was enough. As long as they were not affected by some extra things, the strength of the Wei team would be smooth sailing in this group. This was the confidence and strength of the Wei team. Chapter 558. Can't relax. There were not many surprises in this round of competition. It was not a big surprise that Boang defeated Jinfeng and King Lun defeated Liu easily. Cowie defeated Kisha without much effort, and Hengyong and Luoxia, two weak teams, fought each other, but neither of them could win the first game, and the two sides ended up in a miserable draw. How pitiful. Zheng Qi sighed. The other players of Boang team did not care about sympathizing with others. They were used to such situations. If they were not strong enough, no matter how much sympathy others had, it would be useless. Tomorrow's game, we can relax and sit on the mountain to watch the tigers fight. Oh yeah. Long Qi was very happy. In the fourth round of tomorrow's game, Bo Wang's opponent is the weak team Luoxia. This team lost to Jinfeng and Cowie in a row, and then tied with Hengyong. With such performance, there is no way they can be competitive. Jinfeng and King Lun will fight against each other. Jinfeng has already lost to Bo Wang. If they can defeat King Lun, then Bo Wang's advantage will be great. Wei's opponent is Hengyong. Their schedule is very interesting. The first 4 games are against weak teams, and the last 3 rounds are against Jinfeng, King Lun and Bo Wang. If they were not under too much pressure before, they might be affected by the 3 strong teams. But what is the reality? Before they met them, these opponents of the Wei team had already fought each other. Will the team that can stand in front of them be a team that maintains a winning streak? If not, then when facing the Wei team, they will naturally be a little weaker. Of course, if a team wins in a row and stands in front of the Wei team, then they must be like a team that has fought thousands of miles and 100 battles, and they will be able to burst out in the best state. So the schedule has good and bad effects, but what can really affect the game is still their own strength. But I still hope that Jinfeng can beat King Lun. Yinbu said with some longing. Let's win easily first, and then watch them fight. Isn't it wonderful? Facts have proved that imagination can be very beautiful, but reality, in the 4th round of the game, the Overlord team was once again stubbornly blocked by the opponent. Luoxia is indeed average in strength, but they know that their strength is average, so in this group, they are placed very low. Even if they have only got 1 point so far, they will try their best to play every game. The attack of the Overlord team was stubbornly resisted, and Zheng Qi seemed to be lazier in this game. He kept passing the ball in the back and did not participate in the attack at all, but completely handed the attack to other players of the Overlord team. The Overlord team bombarded the first half of the game, but failed to score any goals. Although their defense was not affected, the fact that they did not score in the first half was enough to make them feel embarrassed. What's going on? The Overlord was very depressed. Although their results are not good, their defense is very good. They only lost 2 points to Jinfeng and 2 points to Cowie. In the last game, they played 0-0. They didn't make much progress in offense, but they were always tenacious in defense. Your offense is a bit casual. You can't break any team with your casual attack. Zheng Qi said with a smile. The players of the Overlord team looked at each other and found that their mentality was indeed a bit unstable. Luoxia is indeed not a strong team, but they unconsciously underestimated them when they attacked. If the offense was not very delicate, they would naturally make a big mistake. The strength of a team is not only based on performance, but also on psychology. Zheng Qi said lightly. This point should be paid attention to. The players of Overlord nodded unconsciously. They knew this truth. Last year, they tried their best in every game. Although there was a luck factor in the draw to get into the quarterfinals, playing the game so seriously was the key to their good results. What about now? They put themselves in the position of a strong team, and unconsciously looked down on weak teams. This mentality is indeed wrong. I know, thank you for your reminder. Overlord said to Zheng Qi solemnly. Zheng Qi did not play well in this game, but they knew that this was to let them show their level. And this reminder is priceless. Our schedule is basically one strong in 1 week. In this case, if we don't adjust our emotions well and play seriously against any team, we won't be able to show our best side when facing strong teams. We must remember this in the future. Overlord said to everyone. Others nodded. The draw in the first half reminded them that no game can be won easily. Every attack needs to be done to the best in order to increase the probability of scoring. Otherwise, even if they completely suppress their opponents, they are too likely to gain the upper hand without scoring. They remembered some games they'd seen 100 years ago, in which the top clubs were stubbornly resisted by low-level clubs and had no means of scoring. Instead, they were counter-attacked by the opponent to score. Strong clubs were slaughtered by weak clubs because of their poor performance. Although there are not many such examples, there are definitely many. Even in more ancient games, there have been examples of top league champions being defeated by amateur teams. The ball is round, and if you are not careful, any team may lose. They have always understood this truth, but it is still difficult to understand it without experiencing it personally. Now they understand a little, which makes them start to attack with a more stable mentality in the second half of the game. Every attack is extremely serious, striving for perfection in any detail. Of course, there is no absolutely perfect attack, but it is possible to add some better things in the details to make the attack more outstanding, which is absolutely possible. The defense of the Luoxia team is still tenacious, but in front of the more patient attacking Overlord team, their defense line also began to inevitably show flaws. Nearly 20 minutes after the second half, the Overlord team finally scored a goal through continuous attacks. This was 3 consecutive shots, and finally relied on Ingu's forward shot in the penalty area to break the opponent's goal. This goal made the Overlord team feel relieved, scoring first, then it would be easier to play. However, they quickly focused their attention. They couldn't relax at this time. What if the opponent counter-attacked? It must be said that they were very experienced. After losing the ball, the Fallen Clouds team immediately launched a counter-attack, and they didn't want to surrender. If the Overlord team hadn't raised their spirits, they might have been caught off guard. However, with preparation, they began to defend patiently and wear down the opponent's spirit. After all, the Fallen Clouds team was not very strong. After the counter-attack failed to create any opportunities, they immediately became a little frustrated. After the Overlord team stabilized their pace, they began to counter-attack. The threat they could create was much greater. Moreover, for the Fallen Clouds team, they were indeed not as stable and outstanding as before. No one could support it for so long, and they could support it until now, which was already something worthy of admiration. The Fallen Clouds team soon lost the second goal, and in the following game, the Overlord team never relaxed again, firmly controlled the situation on the field, and never gave the Fallen Clouds team any chance. In the end, the score of this game was 3-0. The Overlord team won a complete victory. Judging from the score, it seemed to be a complete victory. However, anyone who had watched the game knew that it was not easy for the Overlord team to win this game. It's so difficult to beat such a weak team, and you still want to be an obstacle for us. You were in the stand sneered and waved his arms. It's our turn to play next. Let Jin Feng the 11th U and Overlord see that we are the only team in this group that is qualified to challenge Carway. You were said to all the players of the Kinglon team. The players of the Kinglon team waved their fists and walked down the stands with confidence to prepare for the next game. Their trust in Oyuer can be described as superstitious. Oyuer is the creator and leader of this team. He is the soul of the team on the court. As long as they can unite around him, the players of the Kinglon team will not be afraid of any opponent. The Jin Feng the 11th U team must be strong. When walking up to the stands, many players of the Overlord team were muttering in their hearts. Although they believe in their own performance more, wouldn't it be a good thing if they could relax a little? Fortunately, they didn't know what Zheng Qi was thinking, otherwise he would be furious. Zheng Qi kept muttering in his heart. The Kinglon team needs to be more powerful, otherwise, tomorrow's game will not have much training effect. He hoped that the Kinglon team could perform better than the Zheng team, otherwise, he couldn't put more pressure on the Boan team tomorrow. If he didn't put more pressure on the Boan team, the progress of the Boan team's players might stop. Of course, this was something Zheng Qi couldn't control. The prayers of both sides were not revealed, but on the court, the Kinglon team had a considerable advantage. They kept suppressing the Zheng team's offensive through offensive. Oyuer performed exceptionally well on the court, and the opponent's 3 giants couldn't suppress his performance. The level of the other members of the Qinglong team was also very good, and they were able to unite well around Oyu. Under such circumstances, the Qinglong team easily took the advantage in the midfield and kept suppressing the Jinfeng team's offensive. When the focus of both sides is on the midfield, if one side has the advantage in the midfield, then it is almost a matter of course to gain an overall advantage. Oyu, this guy is so outstanding. The players of the Overlord team looked at the court in surprise, and couldn't help but look at Zheng Qi. With Oyu's performance, could Zheng Qi suppress him? Zheng Qi still smiled and looked at the court, without any emotion. Chapter 559. Small monsters like the Azure Dragon team. When the game was over, the Overlord team began to feel a lot of pressure. The final score of the match between the Blue Dragon team and the Golden Wind and Drizzle team was 5-2, and the Blue Dragon team won by a large margin. From the field of view, the midfield led by Oyu of the Blue Dragon team completely suppressed the midfield of the Golden Wind and Drizzle team, so that the frequency and number of attacks of the Blue Dragon team were far higher than that of the Golden Wind and Drizzle team. In this way, when both sides had similar ability to seize opportunities, the Blue Dragon team scored more than twice as many goals as the Golden Wind and Drizzle team. This is a victory of the kingly way. And such a victory is much more convincing than the game in which the Overlord team defeated the Golden Wind and Drizzle team. If there are fans who pay more attention to this group, they will most likely think that the Blue Dragon team is now the most qualified team in this group to challenge Kaoe, not the Overlord team. Although the Overlord and the Azure Dragon have both won 4 games in a row in this group, tied with the Kaoe team, and both defeated the Liufen team and the strong Jinfeng team, which performed relatively well last season, if we hadn't met the Dongguo team too early last season, we wouldn't have been eliminated in the top 32. Even so, we fought to the last minute. The Azure Dragon team is very strong now, and we must strive for victory against any opponent. I am very happy to be in the same group with the Kaoe team. Overlord team. A mere quarterfinal is not worth our serious preparation for so long. Up to now, the wonderful performance of this group has also attracted the attention of some media. Although not many fans pay attention to the news of classical football, that is only relative to the fan group of the football-era professional game. In fact, there are tens of millions of fans in the country who pay attention to the games of classical football, which is much more popular than any derivative products. Therefore, there are also many media that specialize in reporting classical football. At this stage of the group stage, there are also many key games. Under such circumstances, it is normal for the media to get involved. Wow, this February 2nd is very arrogant. Zheng Qi couldn't help shouting after seeing the report the next day. It's natural for him to be arrogant, after all, he is also very famous. B.A. Wang said. Many people think that if he joins a strong team, his performance may surpass those first-line famous players. Just brag, he doesn't have that ability. Zheng Qi said indifferently. We are going to play against them today. B.A. Wang looked at Zheng Qi and said. Yeah, I know, so this game depends on you. Do you have confidence? Zheng Qi shouted to all the players of B.A. Wang team. The players of B.A. Wang team collectively raised their arms and shouted. No, don't joke. Zheng Qi said unhappily. You were the first to joke. Long Qi muttered. Why am I joking? You were at quarterfinals. Even if I don't work hard on the court, can't I beat a mere top 32? Zheng Qi asked back. What you said makes sense, B.A. Wang said somewhat weakly. The players of the Overlord team also felt that they could not refute it. Although after watching the video of the game between the two sides last year, they knew in their hearts that if it were not for the schedule, the Blue Dragon team might even make it to the semi-finals before being eliminated by the Kaoe team. If the Overlord team had the same schedule as the Blue Dragon team, it would probably be a bit of a stretch to make it to the top 32. This is not that they're self-deprecating, but everyone can see their actual performance. The Blue Dragon team is not worse than them as a whole, and Oyu's level is better than each of them. There is nothing to be ashamed of. Being outstanding is being outstanding. And this year, the overall performance of the Blue Dragon team seems to be even better. Facing such a team, it is normal to feel unsure. It is precisely because they know the excellence of the other party that they feel unsure. This is much better than the self-confidence of not knowing the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. Don't worry, as long as you perform seriously, there is still a possibility of winning them. Zheng Qi comforted them. Are you still not going to give your all in this game? Long Qi asked. No need, my level is reserved for dealing with the Kaoe team. You can just play against a small role like the Blue Dragon team. Zheng Qi said. Really, really? Believe me, it's true. Zheng Qi waved his hand. Let's take a look at the match between Kaoe and Jin Fen the 11th U first. In this match, Kaoe should show some real level. The players of the Overlord team nodded one after another. In the first 4 matches of this group, Kaoe did not spend much effort in each game and won the game as if it was a piece of cake. This match against the Jin Fen the 11th U team should be a little more strenuous, otherwise, their strength is too much beyond. However, the Jin Fen the 11th U team had lost to the Overlord and the Azure Dragon before, and it is still unknown how much energy they have to deal with this game. Both the Overlord and the Azure Dragon are a little worried about this. However, it is obvious that as a strong team, the Jin Fen the 11th U team still maintains their dignity. Where is the dignity reflected? It is reflected in this game. They have no chance of qualifying. The consecutive losses to the Overlord and the Azure Dragon have made their morale decline to the extreme, but in this game, they still showed an extremely outstanding state. In the midfield, they kept fighting against Kaoe, actively running, fighting hard, and quickly counter-attacking. Although their performance was not enough for them to win the game, it made Kaoe team really serious. Kaoe team showed their true ability in this game. This is exactly what the Overlord team and the Azure Dragon team wanted to see. But when the game was over, both the Overlord team and the Azure Dragon team had ugly faces. 5-0, facing the Golden Wind and Rain team, which performed just as well. The result of Kaoe team's seriousness was to complete such a massacre. Meanwhile, when Yuan's forward line is getting sharper and sharper, Wayward Yuoji's Thongdae's midfield completely suppressed the Golden Wind and Rain team. Kaorin and Zhuang on both wings can play 2 roles, the defensor of Eliuka and Zunlingjin, and the gate guarded by Blind Xiao are watertight. Compared with last year, they are even better. Overlord muttered to himself. It's very strong, but we have to beat the Azure Dragon team first. Zheng Qi said calmly. The expressions of the Kinglon team were also very ugly. The Kaoe team did show their true strength, but in this way, they created huge pressure on them. Before facing such pressure, they still need to fight each other to the death. This situation makes people feel very helpless, but it is something that must be done. Only after defeating each other can they really be qualified to stand in front of the Kaoe team. Take a break at noon, and in the afternoon, it will be our turn to face the Kinglon team. The Overlord did not say any more nonsense, but said to all the players. After the game has been played to this point, is there any way out? It is nothing more than fighting with the Kinglon team, and then fighting with the Kaoe team. If you don't fight them, you will be beaten. Are you really not going to spend more energy in this game? After the lunch break, when the Overlord team gathered together again, the Overlord couldn't help asking Zheng Qi. Isn't it that I spend more energy on the court? I can't let 10 of you fight against 11 of the other side. Zheng Qi laughed. I mean, you perform better, said the Overlord. Don't you really want this training opportunity? Zheng Qi asked. Yes, I do. Isn't this because you were afraid of losing? Ba Wang said. What's the point of being afraid of losing? Go fight them. I'm on the court anyway. You guys can do whatever you want. Zheng Qi chuckled. Brother, stop messing around. Ba Wang wanted to kneel down to Zheng Qi. I'm not kidding. When I'm on the court, you won't be able to focus on the game. The threat he poses will also be reduced. If you can't handle the offensive and defensive of the other players on the Kinglon team, don't even think about dealing with the Kaoe team. Zheng Qi suddenly became serious. Ba Wang was stunned. The other players were also stunned. Yuan's Thong is right. Although he has been very silent in the past few games, no other team will underestimate him. Even on February 2, most of the attention will be focused on him. Fan Xing said in a deep voice. Under such circumstances, the help he can give to the team is actually very limited. We have to deal with a relatively incomplete Kinglon team. This is indeed an excellent training opportunity for us. How much pressure we can bear, we can help Yuan's Thong share more, and when we face the Kaoe team, our winning rate can be improved. Wan Shu also waved his fist and said. That's right. If we don't have the confidence to defeat the Kinglon team under such circumstances, then what are we talking about challenging the Kaoe team? It's right for Yuan's Thong to retain his strength in the game. Long Qi also nodded. Ha 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 ha, yes, we can just deal with the small monsters like the Kinglon team. When we deal with the big boss of the Kaoe team, we can rely on Yuan's Thong to help. Yingbu laughed. Oh, you guys have become so heroic. The Overlord screamed. Of course, we're the Overlord team, how can we not be domineering? Jibu said with a smile. You were talking back at me, do you really think I was scared just now? I just want to inspire your fighting spirit. Overlord said seriously. Others booed. Anyway, in the next game, everyone should play well, beat the Kinglon team, and then we will go to deal with the Callaway team. Our goal this year is to win the qualifiers and impact the World Cup. Overlord waved his fist, regained his usual heroic look, and said loudly, "You're right, this is how our captain should be." The other players of the Overlord team started to make a noise. "Why do I feel like you're roasting me on the fire?" Overlord muttered. "How could that be? This game requires us to work together." Chapter 560. This is a question. The Overlord team has been reserving its strength, but this performance is absolutely stupid. The performance of their new core Thong against the West Ham team has been enough to arouse our vigilance. This game will be a battle between me and him. I will suppress Thong's performance, so as to gain an advantage in the midfield and form more attacks. How to seize the opportunity depends on you, understand? Before the game started, Oyuwa said to his players in the locker room, and the players of the Kinglon team nodded repeatedly. They were all selected by Oyuwa himself. Surrounded by Oyuwa, they can have extremely outstanding performance, and their personal level is definitely not bad. Even if Oyuwa does not instigate too much, they also have an excellent defensive level. Now Oyuwa said that he wants to fight more against the opponent's Thong, so they have to bear more responsibilities. For this, the players of the Kinglon team are not afraid, but feel excited. As an outstanding player, Oyuwa certainly knows that relying on one person's strength is not enough. The overall performance is better than that of an individual. He can lead the whole team, but he cannot let the whole team rely on him. No matter how confident Oyuwa is, he would not think that he can win the final victory in the Chinese qualifiers with so many strong teams by himself. He selected a group of excellent teammates for himself, and there are strong teammates in various positions. It is precisely because of his great confidence in himself and his confidence in these teammates that Oyuwa has enough confidence to challenge the Chinese champion. As for the Overlord team, it is just an insignificant stone on his way to attack. Of course, at this time, this stone is in his way and he must cross it. He is very clear about the strength of the Overlord team. Last year, the Overlord team made it to the quarterfinals, which was a lot of luck. At the time, he did not think much of the Overlord team. However, this year, after the Overlord team defeated the West Ham team, it attracted Oyuwa's attention, especially after being in the same group with the Overlord team. The video of the game between the Overlord team and the West Ham team is not too difficult to find. After watching that game, Oyuwa immediately realized that in this group, in addition to the Callaway team being the biggest opponent, the Overlord team may also hinder them. The other players of the Overlord team were not bad, but Oyuwa was not worried. It was Thong who made him feel very uneasy. Although Thong's performance was not very good at the beginning of this group match, he was sure that it was just the opponent hiding his strength. He would do the same if he changed his position. After all, there was a behemoth like Callaway in this group. Do you think such a trip can deceive me? Oyuwa sneered in his heart. He seemed very arrogant when he was interviewed, but he never underestimated Thong in his heart. Thong wanted to confuse him, and he also wanted to confuse Thong. As for who would be more effective, it depends on the next game. Oyuwa suddenly felt very excited. Before challenging the genius Gyojia, Huge, and Gyukuzao Lang, it would be a very pleasant thing to use this Thong to sharpen the knife. The players from both sides entered the field. When shaking hands, Oyuwa stopped in front of Zheng Qi. He was tall, a head taller than Zheng Qi, looking down at Zheng Qi with a proud expression on his face. Zheng Qi did not react. Oyuwa walked away somewhat disappointed. He was going to say something to provoke the other party, but now it seems that any words are useless. He also guessed about Thong's background and thought that Thong was very likely a great god in the professional league. Such a person would not be moved by words, so he kept silent and used his attitude to provoke the other party, which seemed to be more effective. Want to play that pig and eat the tiger? No one is a fool. Oyuwa thought to himself. When the whistle sounded to start the game, Oyuwa immediately started running. The Overlord team took the lead in attacking. Oyuwa had no one else in his eyes, only Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi did get the ball quickly, and Oyuwa also rushed to him quickly. Let's compete. Oyuwa thought to himself. In his opinion, even if Thong had saved his strength before, he couldn't save it in this game. In the game against the Golden Wind and Rain team, Oyuwa had already shown an extremely good state. The level shown by the Kinglon team as a whole was much better than that shown by the Overlord team before. If Thong still wanted to save his strength, then the Overlord team would be easily beaten by the Kinglon team. In this case, would Yuan's thumb still dare to save his strength? Yuan didn't believe it. So he immediately rushed up to compete with Zheng Qi in the midfield. Yuan rushed over with great momentum. Whether it was the fans of the Kingdom team or the fans of the Overlord team in the stands, they all held their breath, waiting for the head-on collision between the two midfield cores. Although classical football pays more attention to the overall situation, the confrontation between two strong players still makes people feel extremely excited. Zheng Qi took the ball calmly, then raised his foot and passed the ball. A low sigh sounded in the stands, and everyone felt very disappointed. Yuan was stunned, but he didn't get discouraged. Instead, he continued to run up and followed Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi is the core midfielder of the Overlord team. It is impossible for him not to participate in the attack. If they keep a close eye on him, the Overlord team's attack will not be as good as it was in the game against the West Ham team. Yuan firmly believes this. Soon, Zheng Qi started running, and Yuan followed him closely. He could tell that Zheng Qi's running in this game was much more active than in the previous games. Do you know that this game is unusual? I will keep a close eye on you. You can't help your teammates too much and often, sir. Yuan sneered in his heart. When Yingbu passed the ball to Long Qie, and Long Qie got the ball on the wing, Zheng Qi suddenly stopped then moved 2 steps horizontally quickly, and dodged a gap to receive the ball. Long Qie immediately passed the ball over. Zheng Qi got the ball, and Yuan immediately pressed forward. He knew that Zheng Qi could pass the ball in the first time, but now he had blocked all the passing routes on this side. What should Zheng Qi do? Facts have proved that he couldn't block Zheng Qi's passing route. Zheng Qi did not catch the ball, but turned and passed the ball at the same time. The ball drew an arc along the ground, just passed by Yuan, and flew to Yingbu, who rushed to the side to meet it. The pass was excellent. Yuan couldn't help but say, "It's okay, it's a routine operation." Zheng Qi replied, "At this distance, you have space. After entering the 30-meter area, your space will not be so large." Yuan sneered. "Oh, really?" Zheng Qi replied, then turned and ran away. Yuan followed closely. The pass just now has proved Zheng Qi's level. Such a short pass on the ground can be luxuriously passed with an arc ball. Zheng Qi's footwork is indeed extraordinary. But even if it is extraordinary, can it play a greater role under my defencer? Yuan thought confidently that he is an all-around midfielder, which is literally all around. Whether it is offensive or defencer, he is very good, and technically, impeccable. When he focused on defending an opponent, the pressure he showed was enough to exceed any full-time defensive player. Zheng Qi kept running, and Yuan followed him closely, increasing his defencer, making it more difficult for Zheng Qi to receive the ball. "Why are you defending me like this?" Zheng Qi seemed to be a little helpless with his defencer, and said helplessly, "No need to talk nonsense, I won't let you have the opportunity to help your teammates attack." Yuan said coldly, "Do you think I will relax my defense if you run to the back? But I really don't need to help my teammates attack." Zheng Qi stopped and laughed. Yuan was stunned and turned his head subconsciously. Then he found that when he followed Zheng Qi to the midfield, the other players of the Overlord team had already launched a fierce attack on the defencer of the Kingdom team. In the absence of Zheng Qi, they still launched an attack. Zheng Qi is still a very important link in their offensive, but even if Zheng Qi does not participate, they can launch an excellent attack. They are a whole, trusting each other, but never relying on each other. While Yuan was following Zheng Qi, the other players of the Kingdom team still hit some discomfort. Although they were mentally prepared, in fact, they rarely completed offensive and defensive without Yuan's participation. Yuan was an all-around player who could be almost omnipresent on both offensive and defensive, but now, he was gone. The fierce attack of the Overlord team made the Kingdom team's defense line unable to withstand it. How is this possible? Yuan was a little shocked. This was something he had not expected. With the level of the Overlord team, even if he was not there, the Kingdom team's defense line would not have problems so quickly. But whether he believed it or not, the Kingdom team's defense line was indeed a little overwhelmed. After a series of passes, the Overlord, who was pulled out of the penalty area, sent a beautiful diagonal pass. Under the involvement of Long Qi, Yingbu, who was advancing, received the straight pass from the Overlord. He quickly dribbled the ball into the penalty area and resolutely kicked the ball before the opponent's defender had time to come to fill the position. The goalkeeper of the Kingdom team failed to save the ball from a close-range volley, and the ball quickly flew into the corner of the goal. The Overlord team scored the first goal. "How about it, will you continue to mark me next?" Zheng Qi smiled. Yuan bit his lip. This is a question. If he continues to mark Zheng Qi, will the Overlord team's attack continue to have such an effect? Suddenly, Oyuer's carefully prepared countermeasures seemed to become ineffective from the beginning. Chapter 561 Cutting off. Whether to continue to defend Zheng Qi, Oyuer may have to think about this question for a long time. However, he does not need to think about this question for the time being, because it is the turn of the Qinglong team to attack next, and it is Zheng Qi who should defend him. Oyuer, who was full of anger, began to prepare for the attack. He might be passive in defensa, but he was still confident in offensa. In a one-on-one attack and defensa, it is normal for the defending side to suffer. After all, the offensa has the initiative and can have various methods, while the defensa can only respond to the moves. He was not passive in defensa before. At least he did prevent Zheng Qi from participating in the attack of the Overlord team, but the level of the Overlord team's offensa was better than he thought, which led to the loss of the ball. Now, it's different. After a slight rest, the Qinglong team launched an attack. Their offensa surrounded Oyuer, and they were invincible. But this time, they encountered some minor troubles. Oyuer had just crossed the center circle when Zheng Qi came up. With the ball under his feet, Oyuer had various ways to attack, but now he wanted to see how good Zheng Qi's defensa was. He knew that with Zheng Qi's technical level, his defensa must be good. He was an excellent attacker, so he would have a good idea of his offensive methods, knowing which offensa was better and what blind spots the offensive players could exploit. Everything was the same. When the two were about to get close, Oyuer quickly stepped on two bicycles, then moved the ball to the right, luring Zheng Qi to react, and then quickly pulled the ball back, and then broke through to the left. This was a very simple fake move of pretending to break through from one side and then change direction. However, on the football field, as long as it works, even the simplest fake moves can play an extremely important role. When Oyuer breaks through like this, he often succeeds every time. With his reaction and ball control skills plus the speed of getting rid of him, there are indeed not many players who can keep up with his rhythm. Not many, but there are. When he changed direction, Zheng Qi almost took a big step back diagonally at the same time, then stepped across and continued to block Oyuer. Oyuer was about to hit Zheng Qi with the ball, but he stopped abruptly. He was rushing forward, but suddenly stopped, then quickly retreated with the ball, raised his foot and passed the ball diagonally. When passing the ball, Oyuer was very happy. Do you think I will be like those fools and rely on personal skills to break through you? Just when Oyuer was thinking this, Zheng Qi took another step across, then stretched his legs in the air, and raised his foot to stop the ball midway. How is it possible? Oyuer was shocked. Although his pass was slightly closer to Zheng Qi just now, he also added an arc and bypassed Zheng Qi's control range. At the same time, Zheng Qi had just moved sideways and landed. How could he have the spare energy to jump so quickly? Fortunately, Zheng Qi was at his limit this time. Although he stretched his foot to stop the ball midway, he was unable to stop the ball, but bounced back directly. Oyuer unloaded the ball, and then found that Zheng Qi, who had landed, had adjusted his center of gravity and stopped him again. Although he was somewhat unwilling, Oyuer could only pass the ball. His breakthrough and pass were intercepted by Zheng Qi just now. If he forced a breakthrough now, the rhythm and space would be wrong. It would be better to wait for the next opportunity. If you have the ability, you can make me not get the ball once. Oyuer thought fiercely in his heart. However, Zheng Qi did not seem to be very serious about guarding him. After running back and forth twice, Oyuer easily received the pass from his teammate, and the area where he got the ball now was close to the 30-meter offensive area. This saying in classical football has also been passed down, but now the players have more ways to threaten the goal at a distance of 30 meters. Come up if you have the ability. Oyuer thought to himself, and then began to prepare to dribble forward, but found that Zheng Qi was blocking him less than 2 meters away from him, and behind him, Yingbu and Jibu, the two defensive midfielders of the Overlord team, stood in position and were staring at him. It is easy to be surrounded if I break through, so I'd better pass the ball. Oyuer thought to himself. Of course, he was very clear about the distance his teammates were running. However, when he saw the first route where he could pass the ball, he was shocked to find that Zheng Qi was also looking at that route, and Thong Imir, who was closest to that route, tensed his body, as if ready to rush out and steal the ball at any time. Command in the team channel? Oyuer thought with some surprise. Zheng Qi was so familiar with the Qinglong team's offensive route, which surprised him quite a bit. But even so, he couldn't not attack, Oyuer thought to himself. He began to look for other offensive routes. He was quite familiar with his teammates. He knew which teammate would run to which position in such a situation, and then what kind of attack they could launch. The real core of the organization was not just to find an opening to pass the ball safely, but also to consider the next 2 or even 3 steps. How teammates could attack more threateningly. For this point, Ouyuan naturally had no problem at all. In the current situation, he had at least 3 passing routes to choose from. However, before he could observe, Zheng Qi had already glanced in 3 directions. Ouyuan froze immediately. Zheng Qi was looking at the 3 routes he was going to pass the ball. On those 3 passing routes, the players of the Overlord team had already started running, ready to steal the ball or intercept the opponent's attack at any time. Ouyuan was in great confusion. All the passing routes that could create threats were seen through by the opponent. He could only choose to pass back, then run again and catch the ball again. This was not a very difficult thing, because Zheng Qi did not closely guard him. After passing the ball, he could quickly receive the pass from his teammates. But after receiving it, he could not launch an attack because all his threatening passing routes were seen through by Zheng Qi. Maybe Zheng Qi did not see through it, maybe the Overlord team's running was just a bluff, but Ouyuan did not dare to pass the ball. Once the ball was intercepted, the opponent's 3 forwards did not return to defend and could launch a counter-attack at any time. The other players of the Qinglan team would not have too many problems in terms of overall level and performance, but if there was a one-on-one defenser, or even a small-scale defensive confrontation such as 2-on-2 or 3-on-3, the weakness of the Qinglan team's individual ability that was slightly inferior to the opponent would be completely exposed. So he could only choose the safer way to pass back. What's wrong with Ouyuan? Why is he hesitant in attacking? Zheng Yuan in the stands couldn't help asking. He was a forward and had no idea why Ouyuan felt like his condition had suddenly dropped. The passing route was blocked. Ouyuan hesitated for a rare moment. After all, he was not on the court and could not perceive Ouyuan's psychological process. He could only make a more reliable inference. Why was it blocked? Zheng Da was also a little confused. Ouyuan shook his head. Let's observe it again. After the ball turned around, it returned to Ouyuan's feet again. A group of people from the Callaway team began to observe the movements of both sides carefully, and then soon, Ouyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, on Ouyuan's passing route, there were players from the Overlord team running on each route, blocking any threatening passing route he took forward. This was not observed by the players themselves. There must have been someone in the team channel directing it. I don't know if it was Yuanzong or their goalkeeper Fanzing. Ouyuan said. Yuanzong, Fanzing should not have this ability. Ouyuan said. He actually has such an excellent observation ability. It seems that we have to be more careful in our next attack. Zheng said in surprise. No, we are different from the Qinglan team. Ouyuan shook his head slightly. Ouyuan is the only core of the Qinglan team, so his ball route is the most critical. Paying attention to him can reduce the Qinglan team's great offensive threat. What about us? We have many offensive focuses. It is impossible to rely on such observation to block our attack. The players of the Callaway team nodded one after another. The Callaway team certainly has a midfield core, but in their team, almost everyone can leave the offensive. It is almost impossible to cut off someone's defense to create opportunities. But such observation is not ineffective. At least we know that Yuanzong has not only the abilities he has shown, but also many other abilities. Ouyuan added. Don't underestimate the other members of the Overlord team. They are now improving rapidly, and they can also conduct good offensive and defensive without Yuanzong. The Qinglan team may find it difficult to pass them. Ouyuan frowned and said. Not necessarily, Captain. The level of the Qinglan team is not bad. Even if the Overlord team has some advantages now, the Qinglan team is not without the ability to fight back. It depends on how they adjust themselves. Ouyuan shook his head and looked at the court. After all, Ouyuan has a huge impact on this team. If his performance is affected, the performance of the entire Qinglan team will be in trouble. Although it is said that it depends on the self-adjustment of the whole team, in fact, it depends on what effect Ouyuan's personal adjustment can have. Ouyuan was indeed in a dilemma at this moment. If he passed the ball, the passing routes that could create threats were all disturbed, and there was no point in passing the other routes. If he forced a breakthrough, Zheng Qi would not only block him in front, but he would also be immediately surrounded by the opponent. The efficiency of such an attack was too low. This was something that Ouyuan had never thought of before. The opponent cut off all the offensive methods of the team without seeming to put in too much effort. This Yuanzong was able to improve the defense of the Overlord team to this extent. Chapter 562. As long as there is attack, there is hope. Many people on the Callaway team were surprised that Oyo was helpless in attacking. After all, even if the passing route was constantly cut off, they could still attack in other ways. However, what they didn't understand was that when they were used to relying on Oyo to launch attacks or even finish the game, whether it was Oyo alone or other players on the Kinglon team, when Oyo didn't know how to attack, they would also be confused. Although they were mentally prepared to launch offensive and defensive when Oyo left the team, such discomfort could not be eliminated in a short time. After all, they had always lacked such experience. Even Oyo, who had been prepared for this, lacked such experience, especially when they found that the difficulty of the game was much greater than they had imagined. Want a long shot? This thought flashed through Oyo's mind. In this position, Zheng Qi did not force him too closely, leaving himself some space. If he could shoot a spinning ball, Oyo was quite confident about the spinning ball in the midfield. Although the hit rate could not be said to be very high, it could still bring a huge threat. However, the hit rate of such a shot was indeed not high. If the offensive was pinned on long shots, it would have a huge impact on the offensive of the entire team. Just as he was about to shoot, he suddenly realized that there was a passing route, and there were no players from the Overlord team nearby to interfere. He had been unable to pass the ball, and now he finally saw a route that could pass a threatening ball. For Oyo, it was undoubtedly a very happy thing. So Oyo almost passed the ball without thinking. The football flew to the Kinglon team attacker on the right, and he successfully received the ball, but when he received the ball, Oyo's face changed. Indeed, no one could threaten the route of his pass, but the player holding the ball was immediately besieged by the Overlord team players when he received the ball. Seeing that they surrounded 3 people almost in an instant, Oyo knew without thinking that it must have been premeditated. This passing gap was a trap set by the opponent to trick him. However, even if he knew it at this time, it was too late. The level of the players of the Kinglon team was not bad, but in terms of personal ability, they were still a little worse than the Overlord team players. He was double-teamed by 3 Overlord team players when he got the ball in a hurry. He didn't even have a chance to pass the ball, and Yingbu intercepted the ball. After stealing the ball, Yingbu raised his foot and passed the ball to Zheng Qi, who was responding in front. Zheng Qi received the ball and turned around. Oyo pressed forward at the first time, and at the same time shouted return to defensa. The players of the Kinglon team began to choose to return to defensa one after another, and Oyo pressed forward. Zheng Qi's offensive threat was still something he could not ignore. Before he pressed forward, Zheng Qi turned around, then suddenly kicked and made a long pass. This was an extremely sharp long pass. The football did not draw an arc in the air and then fall, but flew almost straight to the left front of Zheng Qi, and flew directly to the left side of the Kinglon team's half. Before he passed the ball, Zheng Qi had already started. This is very important. Quick counterattacks, especially quick counterattacks after stealing the ball, have always been the most important offensive means in classical football games. Of course, everyone's speed is the same, so what matters is the timing of starting, as well as the accuracy and speed of the pass. Since the speed is the same, starting first will of course have an advantage over starting later, and after taking the lead, it will be difficult for the opponent to catch up, unless a foul is committed from behind, but such a serious foul will basically result in a penalty. In the game of classical football, being sent off is really an extremely severe punishment. Zheng Qi is now starting early, and when he passed the last person on the opponent's back line, Zheng Qi also sent such a wonderful long pass. The football flew in the air at a high speed, and it flew in front of Zheng Qi in almost an instant. Zheng Qi pushed the ball forward and started running. The players of the Kinglon team had quickly returned to defensa, but they still lost the first opportunity. When Zheng Qi received the ball, the central overlord and Yuji at the back point also started to sprint and run at the same speed. They were not afraid of being offside. In short, their position was a little further back than Zheng Qi, so how could they be offside? Zheng Qi rushed to a place parallel to the penalty area with the ball, and then raised his foot and passed the ball to the other side of the penalty area. Yuji, who was running forward, grabbed the first landing point, raised her left foot while running, and then knocked the ball directly into the middle of the penalty area. The forward overlord relied on his own strength to stop the Kinglon team defenders behind him, and faced the rolling ball and shot hard. Faced with such a close-range burst, the goalkeeper of the Kinglon team could only subconsciously make a save, and then froze there ridiculously, 2-0. With a wonderful counter-attack, the Overlord team expanded their lead to 2 goals. The fans of the Kinglon team in the stands looked at the court in great surprise. Less than 20 minutes after the start of the game, their team fell behind by 2 goals. This was something they had never thought of before. In the previous games, the Kingdom team performed better than the Overlord team. What happened? On the court, the Overlord hugged his teammates and asked Zheng Qi with a smile, "Aren't you not going to shoot? Don't make a fuss, it's just a long pass. Don't you want to take this opportunity? Besides, this kind of long pass is originally one of the means of attack." Zheng Qi smiled. "Anyway, we are leading by 2 goals now, so do a good job at defense next time." The Overlord waved his fist and said confidently. The good effect of the defense just now made him full of confidence. Moreover, although Zheng Qi did not participate in the offensive and defense, he was very good at restraining Oyuer. Without Oyuer, can the Kingdom team still be called the Kingdom team? The Overlord team crushed the opponent's 2 goals. Doesn't it explain the problem? The Overlord team was full of confidence, and the Kingdom team was in a dilemma. Although the 2-goal deficit was not a particularly difficult gap to make up in the current game, it was very hurtful that they could not open up the situation on both offensive and defensive. Especially in the offensive, their absolute core Oyuer actually had no good ideas, which was rarely seen in previous games. Continue to attack. Oyuer gritted his teeth and said in the team channel. He really couldn't think of any offensive methods, but he knew one thing. If he couldn't think of it, then he would try it in the offensive. Without practice, there would be no true knowledge. Run, intercept, and listen to my command. Zheng Qi said in the team channel. Judging the opponent's passing route is also a good test for Zheng Qi's predictive ability, and Oyuer's level is quite outstanding. He has many unrestrained ideas in offensive. He can judge the opponent's passing route in advance, which is also of great help to Zheng Qi's offensive ability. So Zheng Qi is looking forward to the next attack of the Kingdom team. The Kingdom team really launched an attack. As before, they kept sending the ball to Oyuer's feet. Oyuer did not hesitate as before, but kept launching attacks through his own passes and forward insertions. If you don't try anything, you won't know whether it will succeed or fail. If you have to be absolutely sure before doing it, then you'll never wait for the absolute certainty to come, because there is no absolutely certain thing in this world. This is even more true on the football field. Afraid of losing the ball, so don't attack. Just get it back after losing the ball. Oyuer deeply reviewed his previous gaffe. If he hadn't hesitated at the time, he wouldn't have jumped into the empty pit easily. Fortunately, there was still time in that game. After receiving the ball, Oyuer immediately sent a transfer ball. After receiving the ball, his teammates on the wing began to force a breakthrough. After 2 passes, he sent the ball into the penalty area, and Marshu was the first to clear it. The ball was intercepted by the players of the Kingdom team again, and then passed to Oyuer, who was waiting. Oyuer turned around and passed the ball back, then rushed to the penalty area of the Overlord team. His teammate made a long pass into the penalty area. Oyuer jumped up and headed the ball while running. Zheng Qi, who was following him, intercepted the ball. The Kingdom player who followed up shot the ball. Fan Zheng barely saved it, then he jumped up and pressed the ball under him. Return to defensive. Oyuer waved his arms, yelled, and then ran back first. Oyuer's self-adjustment ability is very strong. Yuojia in the stands exclaimed. But even so, their situation is not too good. The Overlord team did a good job in defense. Yuan's Thong effectively contained Oyuer's attack. The attacks of others were not strong enough to impact the Overlord's defense line. Zhong Da couldn't help but say. That's right, but the most important thing is that they can start their attack now. Are these 2 attacks really not that threatening? Wei shook his head. You know, as long as there is an attack, there will be opportunities. There is no absolute opportunity for attack. There will be no opportunity without an attack. The difference between the 2 is very big. Yes, Oyuer may have been a little obsessed with the fight with Yuan's Thong before, but he quickly adjusted himself and knew that letting the whole team play more smoothly is the key to the team's attack. He can lead the Kingdom team to keep moving forward, and his level is still very good. Yuojia smiled. Yes, but his style can't lead a top-level team. Zhongde flagged to the captain. Only our captain has this ability to make our team stronger and stronger. After hearing this, Wei smiled slightly and didn't answer anything, but it was obvious that he still agreed with this. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en sinisfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontras la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Tesperama's Paris emerged on Un Mundo de Novelas Incredibles. Chapter 563 Target. After the Overlord team gained a 2-goal advantage, the following game did not fall into dullness, but played more openly. This is undoubtedly a good thing for the audience. Oyuwa began to launch continuous attacks, and in defense, he no longer paid attention to Zheng Qi, but devoted all his efforts to helping his teammates defend. This approach allowed the Qinglong team to restore its past characteristics, and both offensive and defensive began to become tough. Zheng Qi seemed a little quieter. When defending, he would defend Oyuwa closely, interfering with the effect of Oyuwa's offense. When attacking, he rarely went forward, but constantly took the ball in his own half to organize the offense and create opportunities for his teammates. Under his distribution and organization, the Overlord team's offense was also very smooth, but in the stubborn resistance of the Qinglong team, they also found it difficult to find decisive opportunities, just as their defense also made it difficult for the Qinglong team to find decisive opportunities. Time passed by minute. During the rest of the first half, the two sides kept attacking and defending back and forth, trying various offensive methods. With the development of classical football, there are actually many offensive and defensive methods. Now the physical fitness of the players can make them perform all kinds of incredible offensive methods, which can bring great pleasure to the audience in the stands. When Oyuwa used a juggling action to volley outside the penalty area, but Zheng Qi flew in the air to intercept the ball, thunderous applause rang out in the stands. The attack was wonderful and the defense was beautiful. These two teams are really good. If we want to beat them, I'm afraid we will have to spend some effort. Zheng Yuan in the stands couldn't help but say, "Isn't this good? It's just the best warm-up for us. When we reach the knockout stage, our old opponents will not let us have it so easy." The tall Tiger Kai said with a smile. "This year we are stronger than last year. We are pursuing the World Cup Championship. The domestic qualifiers are also a good opportunity to train the team." Weiwa nodded. At this time, the whistle for the end of the first half sounded, and the Overlord team maintained a 2-goal lead, which made them feel extremely happy when they left the court. The players of the Qinglong team were under great pressure. After all, they were now 2 goals behind. Although they had started to attack, they did not create any good opportunities. What should they do in the second half to turn the situation around? This is a question we have to be careful in the second half. After returning to the locker room, Zheng Qi said to all the players of the Overlord team. This made them all stunned. "We had a big advantage in the first half. Oyuwa has returned to normal, but under your defense, he didn't really play a big role. In this way, the Qinglong team should have no chance." The Overlord thought for a while and said. He was very confident about this. He was actually very familiar with the Qinglong team, especially their captain Oyuwa, who had always been very arrogant and domineering. He also observed the strength he showed very clearly, so he could see in the first half of the game that this was already Oyuwa's best level. Since even at his best, he couldn't put any real pressure on the Overlord team's goal, what else is the problem? Now Overlord is still leading by 2 goals. In the second half of the game, can't they maintain such a big advantage? Oyuwa is indeed at his best, but in fact, he has been observing our defensor, especially my defensor method. Defensor is always passive. When he is fully familiar with my defensor method, our defensor will be under great pressure. Zheng Qi said. Then should we strengthen our defensor? Wang Shu asked. It's useless. The first half of the game was enough for him to get familiar with me. Defensor is always passive. It's difficult for me to continue to block their offenser. Even if we strengthen the defensor, how much can we strengthen it? So we can only strengthen the offenser. At this point, Zheng Qi patted Overlord on the shoulder. Whether we can win in the second half depends on your attackers. Ah? Overlord was stunned. What? If you can't defend, you must attack better. You scored 2 goals in the first half. You can score 2 more in the second half. That's fine, right? Zheng Qi said. Ba Wang wanted to say that there was a problem. In the first half, you distracted Oyuwa's attention, and the other was a quick counter-attack. When Oyuwa participated in the defensa, the Ba Wang team's defensa was still very good, but it still couldn't create any opportunities. There was no problem in the first half. Anyway, both sides used their offensive means, but they didn't have much effect. The Ba Wang team was still leading anyway, so it was beneficial to drag the game to the end. And now, Zheng Qi said that the Qinglong team's defensa would definitely be better in the second half, and the pressure on the Ba Wang team's offensive players seemed very great. We don't have a better way. Ba Wang said to Zheng Qi with a wry smile. If there is no better way, don't attack. Why are you so useless? Zheng Qi accused. Ba Wang felt like vomiting blood. What does this have to do with being successful or not? You can't force yourself to attack. If you don't attack, how do you know if you can score? Be more careful and accurate when attacking. Yue's defensor is very good after he returns to defensor, but can't you bypass them when you attack? Also, look at how Yue broke through my defensor in the second half. This guy is indeed a player with outstanding personal talent, Zheng Qi said. Hearing Zheng Qi praising Yue's performance, Ba Wang felt a little uncomfortable. Okay, let's take a good look in the second half and let them know how powerful our offensive is. Ba Wang waved his fist. Yes, we can't let them think that we can only score goals when we counter-attack and without Yue. Zheng Qi smiled. This made Ba Wang a little excited. I scored more goals than Yue last year. I have scored today, but he hasn't scored yet. Let's see in the second half whether he has excellent defensive ability or I have excellent defensive ability. I really can't help much in defensa, but I am a top striker in offensa. What a courage! Zheng Qi applauded. Ba Wang was happy. The others were speechless when they saw this scene. It felt like a kindergarten auntie coaxing a child with a lollipop. However, in the second half of the game, they really needed to strengthen their offensa. If they couldn't score against the defensor of the Kinglon team, then the situation they faced when facing other strong teams next time would be even more severe. Although their psychological preparation before the game was to break through the defensor of the Kinglon team without Yue, now they had to break through the defensor of the Kinglon team including Yue, and the difficulty suddenly increased to a higher level, but they didn't feel anything strange. Because this is what should be done. They are now better and more mature than before, and they should hold themselves to a higher standard. Instead of being satisfied with just entering the top 32. They made it to the quarterfinals last year, so this year's goal should be higher, right? Although they also know that last year's entry into the quarterfinals was largely due to luck, this year there is a midfield core like Zheng Qi who can improve the team as a whole a lot. Coupled with their own efforts and progress, of course they need to have a higher goal. The Chinese qualifying champion and the qualification for the World Cup, these two goals are actually the same goal. After entering the World Cup, with the strength of the Chinese team, it will at least start in the quarterfinals. From the quarterfinals of the Chinese qualifiers to the quarterfinals of the World Cup, this is so high. Such a high goal, of course, makes the players of the Overlord team more motivated. This is not Zheng Qi's request, but their own goals and needs. At this moment, in the locker room of the Kinglon team, the atmosphere seems to be more solemn. However, there is a light and color of hope in the eyes of each player of the Kinglon team. Because their captain Yue, after entering the locker room, has completely restored his usual confidence. In the first half, our offensive had no effect, but it was not completely useless. I have already figured out the defensive ability of the opponent's Yuan's Thong. In the second half, our offensive will definitely play a better role. And the Overlord team's offensive will not have any good effect in our defensa. We can easily make up for the difference of 2 goals. Yue waved his fist and said, his words were very confident, and such confidence was extremely good to encourage his teammates. The players of the Kinglon team looked at each other and saw great hope in each other's eyes. If that's the case, then there is definitely hope in the second half. With the current pace of the game, 2 goals is not a gap that is too difficult to cross. It's just that the defensive ability shown by the opponent in the first half made it difficult for the Kinglon team to score. The gap between the 2 goals seems so huge. And now, since Yue has confidence in the attack in the second half, there is definitely a chance in this game. Don't give up until the last moment. Everyone knows this truth. Yuan's Thong's defensor is indeed excellent, but he can only focus on me alone, and at the same time, he can't completely prevent me from helping you attack. When we attack, as long as we play faster and more seriously, we can get more opportunities. All we have to do is seize those opportunities. Yue continued. He didn't say there was any way to definitely score a goal, but such words sounded more reliable. Football games are like this, creating opportunities and then seizing opportunities. This is the most critical thing. For that Kinglon team, they kept creating opportunities in the first half, and next, they have to seize opportunities. Having confirmed this, they had the right goal in the second half of the game. Chapter 564. Core. The impact on the Kinglon team is not big. The second half is still worth watching. But Yuan's Thong's performance still hasn't improved much. His long shot was wonderful, and his defense against Yue was also very good, but these things have been shown in his previous games. Does he have anything else? Maybe not. A midfielder can do a lot of things, but he can't get rid of the offenser and defenser. He has never scored a goal in the game so far. He can't be hiding his super scoring ability. Is it possible? It doesn't seem like it. Even if he has excellent scoring ability, judging from the range of his activities, he is not the kind of midfielder with strong scoring ability. Well, he is a little further back, but do you think it is possible for such an outstanding player not to score? It is also possible that he has been holding back his ultimate move, but since he is a new member of the Overlord team, if he doesn't show his scoring ability in the game, how can his teammates cooperate with him? What we need to focus on is his organization and passing, especially the long pass ability he showed in this game. Such an excellent long pass combined with the starting and receiving ability of their three forwards is also an extremely huge threat. I simulated it. If we encounter a similar long pass counter-attack, if his pass is still so accurate, when we attack, we only have a 30% chance of successfully defending. So we need to strengthen our offensive and use offensive to solve them. The discussion of the Callaway team players in the stands stopped after the players of both teams came on the field. They wanted to see how the Kinglon team would solve the offensive problems in the second half. After all, from the first half, the Kinglon team had no chance at all. Their focus was only on Zheng Qi and the Overlord team before, but for the cautious Callaway team, no matter which opponent it was, they needed to pay close attention. And Oyuer's level was indeed very good. Although they always felt that Oyuer had many flaws and could not become a truly top player, this was due to the difference in his mentality and pursuit, and had nothing to do with his strength. In terms of personal strength alone, there was no obvious difference between Oyuer and the top players in the Chinese region, and it could even be said that they were on the same level. Such an opponent, of course, also needed to be observed carefully. The players of the Overlord team were scattered on the court. Of course, they believed what Zheng Qi said during the halftime break. However, whether the opponent's attack could have such a good effect or not, they would probably know by looking at this attack. At the beginning of the second half, it was the Kinglon team that kicked off. After passing the ball, Oyuer started to run. It was not difficult for him to catch the ball. Zheng Qi never pressed him closely, but adopted a defensive method of striking back. This was a very confident and courageous defensive method. Striking back, it sounds very awesome, but what about it in reality? In the game, seizing the initiative is the most important thing. Striking first is the most normal situation. Striking back requires exceeding the opponent's reaction and judgment ability to do it. This is why the players of the Callaway team were very surprised by Zheng Qi's defensive ability. Oyuer is already at the level of the top players. Although he is not an outstanding player among the top players, how outstanding is Zheng Qi's level to be able to use a defensive method of striking back against him? This was something that Oyuer could not imagine before. He spent the entire first half to confirm this matter, and now he has to believe it. Since we can't fight head-on, we'll just go around and fight. Oyuer made this decision. After receiving the pass from his teammate, he immediately passed the ball out, then quickly made a forward run, received the return pass from his teammate, and then immediately made a long pass to the right. This long pass was also quite accurate. The Kinglon team players started in front of Thongli Mei, and quickly went down the bottom after receiving the ball, passing the ball into the penalty area. The Kinglon team's centre forward headed the ball under the interference of Wanshu, and the ball was slightly higher than the crossbar. That's it seems that there is no change. The defenders of the Overlord team thought to themselves, "Just play like this, keep going." Oyuer shouted loudly. The Overlord team launched a counter-attack. The Kinglon team launched an interception from the midfield. With Oyuer as the core, they were still able to constantly interfere with the Overlord team's attack by running. The Overlord team attacked through half the field under Zheng Qi's pass, and then began to be closely defended by the opponent. Yingbu, as well as Thongli Mei and Yuziki on the two wings, began to move forward continuously and formed cooperation with their teammates in the front court. Their offensive was not so fancy, and there were not many back and forth changes and interspersed runs. It was relatively easy to defend. However, their players had distinct personal characteristics and were very threatening. However, Oyuer, who was returning to defenser, was always able to appear in the most critical place in time. Although he could not predict the opponent's attack route in advance like Zheng Qi, he could judge the position that was most likely to form the final shot every time the opponent attacked. With his interference, even if the shot was successful, it would be difficult to pose a huge threat to the opponent's goalkeeper. This attack was no exception. Overlord had almost seen the next moment of the goal, but at the moment he turned his head to attack the goal, Oyuwa came up and the forces of both sides collided at that moment. The power of Overlord's header weakened, and the goalkeeper of the Kingdom team quickly saved the ball. After landing, Overlord looked at Oyuwa with hatred, turned around and ran back. I must be more careful in the next attack, Overlord thought to himself. The addition of Oyuwa did make the Kingdom team's defense more confident, but no matter how good Oyuwa is, he can't be everywhere. His biggest interference to the defender is the last shot. If you can pay attention and avoid it, there is a wall in front of you and you can't get through it. What should you do? Stupidly bumping into it, that's something you need to fight for when there is no other way. The best way is to get around him. Of course, this requires the players of the Overlord team to better observe the situation around them when attacking. The Overlord team failed in this attack, and the Kingdom team immediately launched a counter-attack. Oyuwa, who had just completed the defense in front of his own goal, appeared in the Overlord team's half a minute later, and then received a pass from his teammates. After receiving the ball, Oyuwa began to dribble forward, and Zheng Qi was still badly stuck in his passing route, so he chose to dribble and break through. Although he was not sure of breaking through Zheng Qi's defender, he had to try it, not to mention that this approach could also break the opponent's defensive rhythm. Football games are originally eclectic, and any method may play a huge role. Seeing Oyuwa dribbling forward, Zheng Qi came up to him. Oyuwa shook twice in a row, then chose one side and broke through forcefully. If there is no chance, breaking through forcefully may create opportunities. Zheng Qi stuck to Oyuwa tightly. The two had physical contact more than once or twice, and it was almost a tie. Oyuwa's attribute point should not be bad, at least in terms of confrontation and other attributes. He is not inferior to Zheng Qi at all. Yuan Thong's attribute point should be more than 800 points. His attribute points in strength, burst, endurance, physique and balance are about 120 points. Even if he only keeps the normal 10 points of speed, the other attributes are all at a level of more than 100 points. Without the advantage of 800 points of attributes, he can't do this. Yuojia said in the stance. Well, with such outstanding attribute points, I don't know which professional player he is. Weiwa nodded. But 800 attribute points is not particularly remarkable. At least 3 people in our team have more than 800 points. As for the others, they will not suffer any loss in attribute points. The players of Kalaway team nodded one after another. Although Yuojia and Thong Da are the only 3 people in Kali team with more than 800 attribute points, the attribute points of others are quite high in the areas where they need to be strengthened the most. For example, Rukai Li's strength, bounce and endurance, and Miaokai's Wen Yuan's flexible burst balance are not inferior to any top players. At least on the court, they can't have any flaws because of the loss of attributes. On the court, although they were unable to forcefully break through Zheng Qi's defender, Oyuwa still found a good opportunity in the breakthrough, raised his foot and passed the ball. The teammate who followed up got the ball at the front of the penalty area and was about to shoot before Yingdu came to press. Xiang Zhuan came to fill in the position and blocked him, but the opponent did not shoot, but raised his foot and turned to pass the ball back. Oyuwa, who followed up in the middle, still rushed to the ball under Zheng Qi's pressure. Zheng Qi kept interfering with him. Even if he could shoot, it would not be a big threat under Zheng Qi's interference. However, Oyuwa did not shoot. After taking control of the ball under his feet, Oyuwa did not stop the ball, but poked the ball with his toes while running, and stuck the ball diagonally to the other side of the penalty area. It must be said that his previous forward insertion attracted almost all the attention of the Overlord team's defense line, and this diagonal pass was extremely penetrating. When he passed the ball, a Kingdom team player was inserting diagonally. After he passed the ball, the Kingdom team's forward received the pass behind the Overlord team's defense line. The next moment, the Kingdom team's forward received the ball and turned around, then cleverly pushed it into the far corner. The ball drew a beautiful arc in the air, flew past the hastily jumped Fan Xingji's hand, and then went diagonally into the blind corner of the goal. The stands immediately erupted with crazy shouts and cheers from the Kingdom fans. They were celebrating this hard-earned goal, even though this goal only allowed them to make up 1 point and they were still 1 goal behind. But as long as there is a goal, there is hope. For them, hope is the most important and most concerned thing in this game. Now, they finally see hope, and there is no doubt that this is something worth celebrating. Chapter 565. Shocking long shot. They got back 1 point. It wasn't a good chance, but they still scored. Do you know why? When the players of the Kingdom team began to celebrate wildly, Zheng Qi asked in the team channel. Because of luck, Ba Wang muttered. Maybe it's luck, but any defensive countermeasures we made were avoided by them at the last moment. This is something we should learn. They have already scored a goal. Next, it depends on you. Zheng Qi laughed. Ba Wang nodded. I have noticed it. The next attack depends on us. Zheng Qi, Yuji and others also nodded repeatedly. The opponent's goal inspired their fighting spirit. In the first half, the difficulties faced by the scorers of both sides were the same. Now that the opponent has scored, they certainly can't fall behind. This is a competitive mentality. In such a situation, the players will always be more motivated. The Ba Wang team, with a strong fighting spirit, quickly completed an attack. When Ba Wang took the ball with his back to the goal outside the penalty area, he noticed that Zheng Qi had already inserted diagonally, and the opponent's defender started a step slower, which was a good opportunity. Just as he was about to pass the ball, he saw that Yuo was already moving in that direction. In a flash, he immediately changed his mind. He raised his foot and pretended to pass the ball, then suddenly dunked the ball back and turned around with the ball. As a powerful centre forward, this is a very effective offensive method. Although the defender who kept interfering behind him reacted, he was still a step slower and was blocked by him. After turning around, the Overlord did not waste any time and kicked the ball at the front of the penalty area. The suddenness, speed and power of the shot after turning around were all guaranteed. The ball flew to the far corner of the goal. The goalkeeper of the Qinglong team made a timely judgment, almost fell to the ground and stretched out his hand, lifting the ball out of the bottom line, a corner kick. The Overlord jumped in regret, but joy emerged in his heart. This attack completed the shot. Although there was no goal, there was no interference from Yuo and other players of the Qinglong team. If they continue like this, they will score sooner or later. Even if the opponent's goalkeeper succeeds in saving the ball this time, what about the next time? You should know that in a relatively close-range shot, the player's shooting power and speed are enough to exceed the goalkeeper's judgment limit. Judgment always has a limit, and this is no exception for any goalkeeper. Keep attacking. Overlord waved his fist and shouted. This time the corner kick was not sent directly to the penalty area, but a tactical corner kick was passed, and Overlord launched another attack. After continuous passing, Overlord team completed another shot. After Overlord received the ball in the middle, he passed the ball to the side. Yuji pretended to pass the ball to the penalty area, but passed the ball directly to the front of the penalty area. Yingbu followed up and shot a long shot from the ground without stopping the ball, and the ball slightly missed the far post. Although these two attacks did not score, Overlord team had more confidence. Yuo's defender was indeed a great help to Qinglong team, but this kind of help was not unavoidable. No matter how good he was only one person and could not completely block all the shots, while the defense of other Qinglong team defenders was easier to deal with. As long as they continued to play like this, it would not be too difficult to score. Although the Qinglong team has recovered 1 point, the offensive efficiency of the Overlord team has increased. The Overlord team still has an advantage in this game. Well, Overlord and others are getting better and better in SYNOPSIS. Although they were not bad last year, they actually didn't encounter particularly strong teams along the way, and their strength has not been fully exerted. This time is different. They can always encounter strong enemies. Under the pressure of such strong enemies, they are likely to fully exert their talents. Yes, if our Callaway team hadn't been fighting against those guys all the time, we wouldn't have improved so fast. That's true. On the court, Yuo's expression became more solemn again. The several attacks of the Overlord team just now proved that the Overlord team had also redeveloped a way of attacking. This was the offensive method they developed under their own defensive pressure. Then let's compete with them to see who scores more goals. Yuo said this lightly in the team channel, which rekindled the fighting spirit of the Qinglong team's players. Yes, now that both sides have similar offensive means and both have opportunities, it is nothing more than a competition of who can score more goals. Although we are behind by 1 goal, such a goal difference is nothing in the second half of the game. Thinking of this, the Qinglong players immediately showed a stronger fighting spirit. They began to continue to surround Yuo and launch an attack. They have always done this, and they've always won in this way since participating in the qualifiers this year. Although the Overlord team is different from the opponents they met before, they have also won against strong teams. This has accumulated enough confidence for them and their trust in Yuo. Such trust is enough for any team to show an extremely outstanding state. On offense, the captain will check. On defense, the captain will help. As long as he is there, the entire Qinglong team will not panic, but will have more confidence. The players of the Qinglong team undoubtedly have such confidence in Ouyue, and such confidence can also bring them enough huge help. The Qinglong team began to counter-attack. Ouyue received the ball at the back and then dribbled forward. Although he still had Zheng Qi and two defensive midfielders from the Overlord team in front of him, he would not be afraid. Because he had never thought of tearing open the opponent's defender through his breakthrough. Breakthrough is just a means, not the only goal. Through breakthrough, disrupting the opponent's defender, or making the opponent's defender no longer so well prepared, this is the role that breakthrough can play. After all, it is extremely difficult to break through the defense of 3 or 4 opponents in one breath and then score a goal. No one has the confidence to always score directly through breakthroughs. Ouyue broke through, and Zheng Qi came up. The two sides began to entangle in the midfield. Seeing that they could not break through Zheng Qi's defender well, Ouyue retreated and dodged the distance between him and Zheng Qi, and then raised his foot to pass the ball horizontally. After receiving the ball, his teammates launched an attack from the wing. Ouyue began to move forward from the middle to create opportunities. Zheng Qi did not focus all his attention on him. In addition to marking Ouyue, Zheng Qi also constantly directed his teammates to defend and intercept in the team channel. Under the intensive defense of the Overlord team players, the Blue Dragon team's defense passed the ball around the periphery but could not find a good opportunity. In desperation, they could only pass the ball back to Ouyue's feet. In fact, the individual abilities of the players of the Qinglong team are not bad, but compared with the Overlord team, they lack some characteristics. Ouyue can do everything, and his teammates are also of this type. But in fact, they can do everything, but at the critical moment, they lack the means to break the situation. However, their overall performance is still very good. Of course, this is also a choice. Ouyue needs a group of teammates who can help him well. If he succeeds, he must also bear the embarrassing situation of no one helping him at the critical moment. Speaking of this, I have to praise our captain again. Zhongde, watch the game carefully. Yes. The ball returned to Ouyue's feet again. Ouyue seemed to want to continue to break through it. The ball, his current position is close to the 30-meter area. Even if he fails to break through here, as long as he does not lose the ball, it will not be like the previous breakthrough in the midfield, which is just scratching the surface and cannot affect the overall defensive ability of the Overlord team. Breaking through at close range is different. Seeing that Ouyue is ready to break through, Zheng Qi retreated a little to leave space for a better judgment of Ouyue. However, the next moment, Ouyue swung his right foot and shot. His shooting action was not very fast, but after swinging his foot, he immediately raised his foot and shot the ball out. The action was so smooth that Zheng Qi did not have time to react in time. The ball whizzed into the sky and passed by Zheng Qi's eyes. As soon as he saw the arc of the ball's flight, Zheng Qi's face changed. He turned back suddenly and stared at the ball flying in the air. Zheng Qi did not remind Fan Zheng to be careful of this long shot. After all, if it was really a spinning ball, with the arc of the ball's flight and the speed of falling, even if he reminded him, Fan Zheng would not be able to react so quickly. At this time, all you can do is look at the goalkeeper's performance and play. Unfortunately, Fan Zheng's previous sight was blocked by the defenders of the Overlord team. When he saw the football flying in the air, the football had already flown into the penalty area and began to fall rapidly. The most troublesome thing about the spinning ball for the goalkeeper is the angle of its final flight, which is extremely difficult to judge. It may fly in any direction. If the goalkeeper stands in a forward position, no matter how high he jumps, he cannot touch the ball. Only by standing on the goal line and reacting in time can he save the ball. However, in order to block a larger angle, no goalkeeper will stand on the goal line, which means that only the shot of the spinning ball can be prevented, and other attacks cannot be responded to in time. This is what Fan Zheng is like now. He can only move sideways one step, determine the landing point of the flying ball, and jump high, trying to stop the ball in the air. However, he still missed a little bit, and the ball flew past his fingertips. The next moment, the rapidly falling ball quickly flew into the goal of the Overlord team. Through a stunning spinning ball long shot, the Qinglong team successfully tied the score after falling behind by 2 goals. Chapter 566. Meaningful goal. This long shot is really beautiful. Ouyue in the stands couldn't help but sigh. It's very exciting. The previous receiving and running successfully confused Thong. Of course, at such a close distance and such a small space, he was able to complete the shot of the spinning ball in the first time. Ouyue's level is better than we thought before. Ouyue nodded. This ball may have a lucky component, but he has mastered a lot of spinning balls, otherwise he wouldn't be able to shoot such a long shot. It's a pity. If he was in the Overlord team, then we in the Overlord team would probably have a headache. Zheng Qi said in amazement. You can't say that, every player has the space he needs. He may not have such space in the Overlord team. Unless he can give up his dream of being a core player and help Yuan's Thong, he can play the role of 1+1 greater than 2. Otherwise, the two of them will definitely fight in the end when they compete for the boss. Wei said after thinking for a while. Why did Yuan help Yuan's Thong? So far, Yuan has performed much better than Yuan's Thong. Zheng Yuan asked with some doubt. I can't explain it either, but in my heart, I always feel that Yuan's Thong's threat to us is greater. Wei shook his head and said. The captain and I have the same idea. Yuo said. But now the score on the field is 2-2, and it is still unknown who will win. Zheng Lingjun smiled. Yuo's goal will undoubtedly bring a different feeling to everyone. From 0-2 behind, Yuo helped the Qinglong team to equalize the score through an assist and a goal. This is undoubtedly an extremely outstanding performance. In the past games, such a performance is enough to deserve the forwards turn the tide. Moreover, when falling behind by 2 goals, equalizing the score will have a positive impact on the whole team and create pressure on the opponent. This is everyone's opinion. However, there is one person who is not affected at all. Get ready to attack, everyone. When Zheng Qi's voice sounded in the team channel, the players of the Overlord team woke up. The situation of the game has not changed. The key to victory or defeat is still in our hands. How about it, are you confident? Zheng Qi continued. Overlord nodded vigorously. No problem. Zheng Qi's words just reminded them, and the fact that the offenser could continuously form shots before has given them more confidence. Zheng Qi's words were right. The entire situation of the game has not changed. It's just that the score is tied. What Overlord team has to do now is to attack continuously, and use offenser to tear open the opponent's defenser. This is the only way to win. The situation of the game changes rapidly. No matter how good the psychological quality of the players is, they will continue to be affected. At this time, if someone can remind them and let them continue to move forward on the right path, then they will not take regret, and their performance on the court will not be affected too much. This is the Overlord team now. After the game resumed, they immediately launched a fierce attack. Although Zheng Qi did not participate in the offensive much, it did not mean that he would not play a role in the offensive. On the court, he kept instigating in the back, so that the Overlord team's offenser could smoothly advance to the front court. This approach made the Qinglong team always face the frontal attack of the Overlord team. After Yuan retreated, although the defense line of the Overlord team was much more stable, he still couldn't focus all his attention on the frontal defenser. He was always wary of Zheng Qi. If he paid too much attention to the attack of the Overlord team, what if Zheng Qi suddenly moved forward? Zheng Qi was not without such a record. In recent games, he did play further and further back, but it did not mean that he did not have the ability to move forward. For a thoughtful player like Yuan, he would not ignore this. So when Zheng Qi started to move forward, Yuan's attention was involuntarily attracted. Zheng Qi entered the 30-meter area. Although there was no ball at his feet, Yuan still focused on him. Such a dangerous guy must be observed carefully. However, after Zheng Qi entered the 30-meter area, he ran 2 steps and retreated. This guy must be out of his mind. Yuan thought to himself. However, the Overlord team took this opportunity to launch an attack. Zheng Qi and Overlord exchanged positions. In the penalty area, he received a pass from Zheng Qi, and then quickly kicked the ball into the far corner. The goalkeeper of the Qinglong team barely pushed the ball out, and the defender who returned to defend immediately kicked it away. The ball was grabbed by Zhang at the first landing point. When he received the ball, Zheng Qi had already run back, and then received a pass from Zhang, and then he dribbled forward alone. Yuan couldn't catch up yet, and he got the ball easily. The striker of the Qinglong team began to press Zheng Qi, but was easily dribbled past by Zheng Qi. With his skills and breakthrough ability, it was really difficult for him to defend him if he was not a full-time defensive player or an all-around player like Yuan. For this, Yuan was also helpless. If he blocked him from the beginning, without his participation, the Qinglong team would suffer a lot in defensa. If he didn't go up, Zheng Qi could get the ball and get rid of it in the backcourt without scruples and then start to organize, which also made the Overlord team's attack more frequent. However, there is nothing perfect on the field of play. It is said that the lesser of 2 evils should be chosen. Instead of being attracted by Zheng Qi and unable to help defend, it is better to retreat and block the opponent's threatening shots as much as possible. However, Zheng Qi's advance distracted him before, and he began to feel that he was in a dilemma again. The unused weapons are the most worrying weapons. This Yuan's Thong can even see through the player's psychology so well. It would be a miracle if he is not a professional player in the league. Only those guys would figure out the player's psychology on the field. The players of the Callaway team in the stands murmured in their hearts. However, they had been mentally prepared for this before, and now they are just more certain. After Zheng Qi dribbled the ball through the midfield, he passed the ball, and he did not retreat, but kept running around the periphery, ready to respond at any time, or to intercept on the spot. The Overlord team still managed to score a goal this time. After the Overlord broke through, he attracted Yua's attention and passed the ball. Long Qia followed up and shot the ball into the far corner, but the opponent's goalkeeper saved it. Counter-attack. Yua shouted, but Zheng Qi immediately targeted him. The Blue Dragon team could only choose to launch a long pass to launch a counter-attack, but Shu intercepted it midway. The Overlord team's attack came back. The Overlord team's offensive is now very layered. The Kinglun team wants to attack but can't. If Yuan's Thong doesn't participate in the offensive, it will also have a huge impact on both offensive and defensive. Yua still can't completely relax his attention on Yuan's Thong. In this way, even if Yuan's Thong doesn't directly participate in the offensive, he can continue to create pressure. Yua is in trouble now. But the Overlord team is still facing the same situation. In this case, how they score a goal is the most critical. Now they don't have many decisive opportunities. Whether they can score a goal depends on luck. After listening to Yu's analysis, the players of the Callaway team nodded one after another. The current situation is indeed very clear. The players on the field may still not understand it, but they, the bystanders, can already see it clearly. The Overlord retreated again to get the ball. As the number one striker of the Overlord team, he felt that he should stand up now. Although he had already scored a goal in this game, he needed to score more goals now. But Yua always got stuck in the most critical position. He couldn't block all the shots now, but he focused most on Ba Wang. After all, Ba Wang was the arrowhead and the one who was easiest to score. The threat of other people's forward insertion was not as direct as Ba Wang. I don't believe that I can't score under your defenser. Ba Wang thought to himself, and quickly dunked the ball with his feet, and then turned around forcibly. The defender defending him behind him was blocked by him, but Yua had already blocked his shooting route. Although he could choose to pass the ball in this situation, the other players of Kinglun team were also on guard against this. Ba Wang swung his right foot, but did not shoot, but chose to continue to force a breakthrough. This was beyond Yua's expectations. In the previous defensa, Yua was broken through by Zheng Qi, and other players of Ba Wang team could only bypass his defensa by passing the ball. If they wanted to break through, they would be broken and bleeding in front of him. And this time, Ba Wang was so bold. However, the situation this time was different from before. Yua only blocked Ba Wang's shooting route, and part of his attention was on Zheng Qi. At the same time, Yua didn't think Ba Wang dared to choose to break through, so he was not prepared for Ba Wang's breakthrough. Such a gap is enough to form different consequences. Ba Wang successfully rushed past Yua, and before Yua turned around to defend, he had already completed the shot. This was a burst shot in the penalty area. Originally, after he broke through by force, he had already entered the penalty area. In addition, after this breakthrough shortened the distance to the goal, the location of Ba Wang's shot was less than 10 meters away from the goal. For such a close-range shot, as long as the angle is tricky enough, the goalkeeper will not be able to react at all. When the ball whizzed into the net, the goalkeeper of the Kinglun team turned around and stared blankly at the ball bouncing in the goal. Ba Wang pushed Yua, who was entangled with him, away with all his strength, and then rushed out, cheering. This goal was a very timely and very important goal. Overlord broke through Yua's defense and scored a goal that put Overlord team ahead again. The significance of this goal is more than just a goal. Chapter 567, the last one. The passivity of defensor is fully demonstrated in this goal. Yua should have enough psychological advantage when facing Ba Wang. Ba Wang's previous shots were destroyed by him at the last moment, but this time, Ba Wang successfully completed the breakthrough and scored. Do you know why? When the players of Ba Wang team began to celebrate wildly, Wei raised a question. Yua has too many things to consider, and Ba Wang unexpectedly chose the most unlikely offensive method. It is normal for Yua to suffer a loss. Malkai answered. Yes, Ba Wang can pass the ball to his teammates to complete the shot, pass the ball back to reorganize the attack, shoot on the spot, and break through. Any possibility can create a threat. Ouyue is just one person after all. After considering so many situations, how can he show a good state again? Zhuang also nodded in agreement. This is the advantage of offensive and the passivity of defensive. Defensive needs to consider more factors. Once distracted, it is easy to be broken through. The Qinglong team is in trouble now, and it will start to be a bit big. Yuojia nodded. In fact, it is true. The goal scored by Overlord brought more fighting spirit and courage to the entire Overlord team. The morale of the Qinglong team was somewhat lower. Although they were only one goal behind and there was still half an hour before the end of the game, the disadvantage of one goal was nothing. However, their spiritual leader and core player on the field, Ouyue, was defeated by Overlord's frontal breakthrough, which still dealt a huge blow to them. Ouyue himself was not affected very much, but his teammates were inevitably hit. Then the Qinglong team's attack began to be stubbornly resisted by the Overlord team. In fact, the defensive pressure of the Overlord team did not really change compared to before. However, for that Qinglong team, their offensive strength at this moment was a little worse than before. Ouyue's performance did not decline, but he could not complete all the attacks by himself. The morale of his teammates was greatly affected, which also affected his performance to a certain extent. This kind of thing is complementary. The flying dragon is in the sky, but it also needs clouds to accompany it. Clouds follow that dragon, and wind follows the tiger. These winds and clouds are the momentum of the dragon and the tiger. Without the dragon and the tiger, the wind and clouds cannot gather, but without the wind and clouds, the power of the dragon and the tiger cannot be fully reflected. The same is true on the football field. Ouyue is the captain and absolute core of the Qinglong team. He can help his teammates perform better, and his teammates can also make his performance on the field better. However, when the performance of his teammates is collectively affected, his performance is also uncontrollably affected. As for the current status of Ouyue and Zheng Qi on the field, Zheng Qi's influence on the Overlord team is definitely not as great as Ouyue's influence on the Qinglong team. However, under such circumstances, the mutual interference between Zheng Qi and other players of the Overlord team seems very small. This point is also very important. After the two sides have been entangled to this point, the Overlord team players have performed better on the field. Ouyue passed the ball to the wing under Zheng Qi's interference. After receiving the ball, his teammate on the wing passed it to the middle, but Wanxia went around to defend and headed the ball out. Jibu got the ball before Ouyue, then raised his foot and passed it to the wing. Counterattack. Overlord waved his arms and shouted in the front court. The players of the Qinglong team immediately began to return to defensa. However, Zheng, who had the ball, did not pass it directly, but passed it horizontally to Zheng Qi, who was waiting. Looking at Zheng Qi, who had the ball in his own half, Ouyue gritted his teeth, turned around and ran back. Zheng Qi smiled and did not use a long pass to launch an attack. The players of the Qinglong team returned to defensa quickly, and it was impossible for a long pass to have any good effect at this time. After continuous passing, the Overlord team pushed the attack to the front court. They were now very relaxed. The front court interspersed running seemed more frequent than before. Their passing level was not particularly outstanding, but under Zheng Qi's threading and passing, they did not make any mistakes in passing. Instead, they were able to often make some wonderful passes. Although these passes did not form a truly threatening shot, they were highly ornamental, making the Overlord fans in the stands constantly cheer. The fans of the Qinglong team sneered, "We often play this kind of attack, and you look so ignorant." However, now that the score is behind and the situation is not good, they are not in the mood to laugh at the Overlord fans. But compared with the disdain of the Qinglong fans, the players of the Kaowei team in the stands have serious expressions. If I remember correctly, the Overlord team's passing has never been so smooth before. Their position changes have always been relatively rigid. When attacking, each team has their own duties. Although the level is excellent, there are rules to be found. Now, Yuojia didn't finish his words, but everyone else understood what he meant. Being able to do this can only prove one thing, that is, the Overlord team has made a lot of progress during this period of time. They have even integrated the offensive methods that they were completely unaccustomed to before into their own offensive system. This is not an easy thing. The Overlord team's offensive itself is very distinctive, and now it has added more distinctive offensive methods. If their offensive had only 2 possibilities before, now it is increased to 3 or even 4. The more offensive methods there are, the more difficult it is to defend. Ouyue felt this more directly. His level is naturally excellent. It is precisely because of his excellence that he was the first to notice that the pressure brought by the Overlord team's offensive immediately increased a lot for him. If he could judge at least 80% of the Overlord team's offensive methods before, then now, he can accurately judge no more than 50%. As a result, the defense of the Qinglong team began to have more pressure. Not only did they pass the ball back and forth in cross positions, the Overlord team also made individual breakthroughs from time to time. Their players' individual breakthrough ability was not bad to begin with. Sometimes passing the ball and occasionally making a breakthrough could easily achieve good results. I don't know if they attacked like this on impulse. If they could play more flexibly, then our defense would be a bit dangerous. Zheng Qi frowned and said, "We're very good at positioning and frontal confrontation, but this kind of side attack is very difficult for us to deal with. This is a problem." Wei nodded. As one of the top teams, the defense of the Kalaway team is also quite good. Although they are better at attacking, now even Zheng Qi, the pillar of their defense line, thinks that the Overlord team's attack is very threatening now, and it will be even more difficult for the Qinglong team to deal with it. After a series of passes and cooperation, the Overlord team scored another goal. After the Overlord pulled to the side, he forced his way down the field and sent a curved pass. This pass went directly around Oyuo in the middle and landed at the feet of Yuzuki, who was making a run forward. Yuzuki dribbled the ball straight into the penalty area of the Qinglong team. When the opponent's defender came up to intercept, he passed the ball back to the front of the penalty area. Yinbu, who was making a run forward, pretended to shoot from a distance, attracting Oyuo's attention, but cleverly stuffed the ball into the penalty area. Yuji, who had gotten rid of her opponent by running, appeared in front of the ball. Before Oyuo could make up his position, he pushed the ball and the ball flew accurately into the dead corner of the goal. 4-2, the Overlord team once again expanded their lead to 2 goals. There's nothing to watch in this game, the Qinglong team is finished. Wei shook his head and sighed. It seems that our biggest opponent is the Overlord team. Not only the Yuan's Thong, but now the overall offensive of the Overlord team is already very good. We need to be careful. Yuo nodded. The Kalaway team has been alert to the performance of the Overlord team, and what makes them feel uneasy is that Zheng Qi has not really played his superior role so far, although Zheng Qi's role in the current offensive and defensive system of the Overlord team is very important. In fact, the abilities he has shown are in transmission and organization, and even in defense, and the forward attacking ability, which is very important for an attacking midfielder, has not been shown at all. Even so, Zheng Qi has shown a top level, which has created enough pressure for the Kalaway team. Now the one who is under greater pressure is Oyuo. He is a player with a strong temperament. In this case, he has no frustration or giving up, but continues to attack, hoping to find that possibility of victory. Under his leadership, the players of the Qinglong team have also recovered some of their status, and they began to cooperate with Oyuo to continuously launch attacks. This is certainly a respectable practice. Even if the situation is not good on the court, they will not lose their fighting spirit. Unfortunately, the result of the game is not determined by human will. To win, hard work and struggle are not enough, because for football players, hard work and struggle are the most basic qualities. Without such qualities, they cannot stand on such a field. Oyuo relied on a goal in the penalty area to recover a point for the Qinglong team, but before that, Ba Wang had also expanded the lead to 3 goals in the penalty area. Oyuo's goal was just to save some face for the Qinglong team. The offensive efficiency of both sides was not very high. The advantage of 2 goals was enough for the Ba Wang team to win this crucial game. When the whistle sounded at the end of the game, the Ba Wang team won the game with a score of 5-3. Now they only have one target and opponent left in the group. Chapter 568. I'm convinced after 5 rounds of group matches, the Overlord team won 5 out of 5. There were 8 teams in the group, so the Overlord team hit 7 opponents. Now that they only had one opponent left, it seemed a bit disrespectful to Hengyong, the opponent in the 6th round, but everyone knew that the Overlord team only had one opponent left, and that was Kalaway. After 5 rounds, Hengyong lost 3 games, won 1 game, and tied 1 game. Such a result really couldn't put any pressure on the Overlord team. Relatively speaking, before the Kalaway team faced the Overlord team, they still had to defeat the Qinglong team in the 6th round. The Overlord team had already defeated the Liufan team, the Jinfengxiu team, and the Qinglong team, while the Kalaway team only won the Liufan team and the Jinfengxiu team. If they could not show a good enough level against the Qinglong team, then they would not have much confidence against the Overlord team. This group has attracted a lot of media attention so far. The Callaway team's reputation in classical football games is unquestionable. Zheng Qi didn't know it before because he didn't pay much attention to these classical football games. In the past period of time, he played ordinary amateur games. If there was a wild team, he would sneak in to play a game. Playing with unfamiliar teammates and unfamiliar opponents, it tested his judgment and observation ability. The Callaway team's reputation in classical football is actually equivalent to Zheng Qi in the league. They are very popular and their level is also extremely good. Their games themselves are very interesting, not to mention that they are divided into such a group that looks very difficult at first glance. With the strength of the Callaway team, everyone takes it for granted that they will qualify from the group. In the past 2 seasons, the Callaway team often qualified 1 or 2 rounds in advance. The other opponents in the group killed themselves before the final battle with the Callaway team, and there was no suspense at all. And this year, under such circumstances, there is still a team that can stand in front of the Callaway team in the last round, which is enough to make people interested. Although it has only been 5 rounds, anyone who has paid attention to this group knows that it should be impossible for the Callaway team to maintain the record of qualifying from the group in advance for 3 consecutive years. Although this is a meaningless record, it is a topic that Callaway fans have always talked about. 2 years ago, the Callaway team calmly won 5 consecutive games in a group that was turned upside down. The other teams fought each other, allowing Callaway to surprisingly qualify 2 rounds in advance. It was a big news at the time and became a totem in the hearts of Callaway fans. They thought this record could be maintained for a long time, but now they found that it would stop without warning this year. Unconsciously, they began to feel unhappy with the Overlord team. Of course, the Overlord team and their fans really didn't care about this. The game has reached this point, and everyone is looking forward to the moment when they enter the knockout stage. If they can eliminate the Callaway team, then the Overlord team will also be qualified to compete for the championship, right? This is the expectation of the fans of the Overlord team. In fact, the Overlord team did not accumulate many old fans last season. After all, they killed their way here, and luck played a big role. Fans who like to watch classical football games are basically good at vision, at least at the level of senior fans. The Overlord team's quarterfinals results are not very valuable in their eyes, and the loss to the West Ham team was too tragic, so the fans did not give them a high evaluation of the quarterfinals. If the evaluation is not high, naturally there will not be many fans. This year, although the Overlord team has not been able to confirm the group stage, their performance has been praised by countless people. In the first round of the qualifiers, they defeated last year's runner-up, the West Ham team. After making it all the way to the group stage, they defeated 2 teams from the top 32 last year and stood in front of the Callaway team with a perfect record. Even if they can't appear in the next group, this performance is much better than last year. In classical football matches that are not very commercialized, such performance is more important than specific results. For a while, the popularity of the Overlord team skyrocketed, and the players of the Overlord team also gained great vanity. Although the surge in popularity cannot bring economic benefits, for the Overlord team players, they usually pay attention to the comments of classical football fans in the media and forums. As contestants, in order to satisfy their vanity, they have a best way to search for their own or the team's name to see if there are many comments, and whether the comments are good or bad. In the past, when the Overlord team players searched, they generally saw comments such as "rational discussion is the most unworthy" at the top 8 last year the Overlord team. In such posts, the majority of people agree with the original poster. This year, the situation has begun to reverse. In many forums, the media and fans have given high praise to the performance of the Overlord team this year. When they defeated the West Ham team, many people thought that they continued the good luck of last year, but now, no one will comment on them like this. This is a kind of recognition, which is gained by conquering the fans who originally thought they were not very good through their personal performance. This sense of recognition is also what countless participants in classical football hope to obtain. The players of the Overlord team finally got it. At the same time, in the game against the Kingdom team, they gained more than just such recognition. Although the game has passed for a day, the players of the Overlord team are still constantly recalling the scene in the second half of the game. They used smooth attacks and running to constantly deal with the opponent's defense line, constantly involving the opponent's players to run around. Under such involvement, they can see more opportunities. Almost everyone in the front court has the opportunity to complete the shot, making it more difficult for the opponent to defend. This kind of offensive ability is something they didn't have before. The players of the Overlord team are very distinctive. With a good foundation, they all have their own characteristics, and they are lucky to meet each other, which makes them very good at attacking on the field, but they just do their own job. In this case, the Overlord team's offensive is very distinctive, but many times, it seems relatively rigid. The offensive is done by each person, step by step. The Overlord is grabbing points in the middle, the two wingers are constantly advancing and assisting, and the two midfielders are also taking turns to press on to assist. Of course, such an offensive cannot be said to be without threats, but it seems very rigid and easy to resolve. This is clear to everyone. It's not that they don't want to play more flexibly, but their own characteristics are too distinct, which leads to their current style of play being less effective when they play flexibly. Such changes will lead to a decline in their strength. This makes people feel very powerless. In this game, they naturally played that kind of extremely smooth position change offensive, and achieved better results than the previous offensive. This discovery really made them feel a little ecstatic. This means that their offensive will be more outstanding and more difficult to defend in the next game. Although both offensive and defense are important in the game, in the current classical football game, it is actually difficult to keep moving forward by relying on defense alone. After all, offensive is the only way to win more games. The current trend in world football is to keep attacking rather than defending. This is the same all over the world. Defensive may give you an advantage sometimes, but in the final analysis, you need good offensive to keep winning. Because there is no league in classical football now, the annual World Cup qualifiers and World Cup finals are the most grand events, and these two games are cup competitions. It is impossible to get results by getting 1 point at a time. Apart from these two games, other games are basically friendly matches. If you get a draw, it is meaningless. Now the Overlord team has a new offensive method, and it has been proven to be effective. This is very powerful. After all, one more offensive method means that the team has one more offensive option, and the opponent's defender is more pressured. This was proven in the second half of the game against the Kinglon team. The Overlord team's flexible and changeable offensive made the Kinglon team's defender exhausted. Even if Oyuwa participated in the defensive, he could not stop the Overlord team's offensive. This is a real improvement. Facing a team like the Callaway team, any improvement is very important, not to mention such a huge improvement in offensive, which makes them feel more happy. In the next game, we will adapt to the new tactics and wait for the last round of the final to let the Callaway team know how powerful we are. The Overlord said, waving his fist. His roar was recognized by all the players of the Overlord team. They even told Zheng Qi that in this game, just pass the ball in the back court, give them more space, and let them try out the new offensive tactics. That won't work. How can I adapt to your new tactics if I don't participate? Do you really think I didn't do anything in the first few games? Zheng Qi said, shaking his head. The players of Overlord team looked at each other, and then found that what Zheng Qi said really made sense. In the first few games, he just didn't perform so actively on the court, but on both offensive and defensive, he still put in his own efforts, but he was more low-key, making people feel that he was really working but not putting in any effort. But did he really not put in any effort? I'm afraid that even the dumbest players of Overlord team would not agree with this question. I'm convinced. Next time we play against Callaway, I'm looking forward to seeing your performance. Overlord patted Zheng Qi on the shoulder and said, let's win against Hengyong first. Zheng Qi chuckled. Chapter 569. He is more like a captain. After the first 6 rounds of the 18 groups were over, everyone's attention was focused on the game in the last round. In the 6th round, the Overlord team defeated Hengyong without much trouble. In another game, the Kinglon team was not affected by the loss to the Overlord team and performed equally well, but after 90 minutes, they still lost with a score of 1-4. The Overlord team won 6 games in a row, and the Callaway team won 6 games in a row. However, compared with the Overlord team, which seemed to be stumbling all the way, the Callaway team's performance was much better. In the first 5 rounds, they scored an average of 4 goals per game and did not lose a single goal. This was because they retained their strength to a certain extent. Against teams such as Luoxiakiasi Hengyong, they also won 3 or 4 goals, and against the Golden Wind and Drizzle team, they scored 5 goals in one go. With the strength of the Golden Wind and Drizzle team, they were unable to break through their goal in the game, which shows the outstanding strength of the Callaway team. In the 6th round against the Kinglon team, the Callaway team lost the ball for the first time, and that was because Oyuwa scored a goal with a spinning ball again in the game. With strong offensive and excellent defensive, this is the Callaway team, one of the best teams in the Chinese qualifiers. Compared with them, the Overlord team has stumbled along the way, and even the Liufen team has caused them some trouble. Although the performance of the Overlord team has been improved compared with last year, the public opinion still believes that the Colorway team is much better than them. In the last round of the game, other games have been ignored, but the match between the Overlord team and the Colorway team has received the most attention. Because in other teams, strong teams such as Dongguan, Shunan, Ming, Song, Tang, and Qin have already qualified from the group in advance, and only this group has more suspense. Suspenseful football games attract the most attention. This was the case more than 100 years ago, and it is still the case now. When this game was about to start, the stands of the stadium where this game was held were densely packed with fans. Millions of fans were waiting for the game to start in the stands. If it were in reality, there would be no stadium that could accommodate so many fans. In the classical football game, the football field can be expanded according to the number of people. In any game, you will not see large areas of blank space in the stands. If no one is watching the game, there will be many virtual fans filling the stands until the maximum capacity of the stadium is reached. Of course, if the number of people watching the game exceeds the capacity of the stadium, enough seats will be automatically extended to accommodate the fans in the stands, so that the two sides playing on the field will not feel that they are playing tastelessly. The lack of commercialization does not mean that the participants of classical football have no entertainment spirit. In a corner of the stands, there is a group of special fans. Today, the training at the Fifth Club ended 2 hours earlier, just to watch Zheng Qi's game. Although Zheng Qi did not reveal what he had been doing during this period, he still lived in the club and met his teammates many times a day. In this case, how could there be any secrets? Su Jing is of course very reliable and good at keeping secrets, but Zheng Qi is not so reliable. I don't know how I let it slip, and then my teammates checked and realized that today's game seemed very important, so they collectively petitioned Zhu Shan to watch the game. Zhu Shan knew that the players had been training very hard during this period, and he was also a little curious about the game that Zheng Qi was going to participate in, so he let it go, and the group prepared to go to watch Zheng Qi's game. Classical football, it sounds very outdated. Li Rui said in the stands. You don't understand this, isn't it old-fashioned? Classical football is really good to say, but there are not as many playing styles as the games we participate in. Wang Yuanfen said. I also dreamed of becoming a top player in classical football back then. Then why did you become a professional player? Li Rui asked. Because in terms of attention, there are more professional games in the football era. Wang Yuanfen said. I'm a very vain person. I can see it. Li Rui nodded. I heard that in the past, men and women were separated in classical football games, which is too unfeminist. Niaohua looked at the problem from another angle. That's because women are at a disadvantage in physical confrontation. At the time, sports competitions were divided into men and women. But now, there is no such distinction. In the game, women are not at a disadvantage in terms of physical aspects. Su Jing explained with a smile. Most people in the Fifth Club have no idea about classical football. After all, classical football is indeed a niche sport in the face of professional competitions in the football era. They are just curious about Zheng Qi's performance in the game. What is the captain's name? Zheng Qi asked. It's Yuan Thong. Zhuya replied. Wow, are all the players in the competition using the names of historical celebrities? Zheng Qi asked with great interest. Well, it seems that some good names have to be snatched up, and they can't be kept if they are not capable enough. So when you see a player using the idea of a historical celebrity, that person must be awesome. Fu Lei replied with a smile. This is a good approach. It would be great if we could do this in professional competitions, Zheng Qi said with longing. If you can do this, you can also snatch Lu Xiaoshen's ID. Fu Lei smiled. If I could, I really want to grab it, but unfortunately I can't, and the league won't give me such an opportunity. Zheng Qi sighed to the sky. In another corner, Lu Xiaoshen sneezed. It's not easy to have some time to relax during the intermission. Don't catch a cold. Wen Xiang said to Lu Xiaoshen. It's okay. I guess someone is talking about me, besides, it's very easy to pass the East Asian Cup. I can beat those guys from Japan and South Korea even if I'm sick. Lu Xiaoshen replied. So you still distracted yourself to watch Zheng Qi's game? Wen Xiang laughed. I just want to see how much Zheng Qi has improved. To be honest, the Overlord team is not very strong. Although they were the top 8 last year, in the Chinese competition, their strength may not even be ranked in the top 80, while the colorweight team is definitely in the top 5. How Zheng Qi can perform is the key to the performance of the Overlord team. After watching this game, we will roughly know whether Zheng Qi and his team can impact our results this season. Lu Xiaoshan said. Did you specifically let Zheng Qi join the Overlord team? Wen Xiang asked curiously. I guess so, but this is also a good opportunity for him to improve. Facing those powerful opponents in an unfamiliar environment can best train his ability to adapt to changing situations. Lu Xiaoshan replied. Do you think the Overlord team has a chance in today's game? Wen Xiang asked. Maybe not. I haven't watched their recent games, but I know their strength. Even if Zheng Qi is outstanding, it will be difficult for the Overlord team to qualify to compete with the colorweight team. It's a pity. If they were a little luckier in the group and were assigned to a weaker group, the possibility of entering the knockout stage would be greater. Lu Xiaoshan shook his head. But this is also a good training opportunity for Zheng Qi. Lu Xiaoshan really didn't pay attention to the Overlord team's games during this period. He is now preparing for the East Asian Cup. Now it has entered the knockout stage. The game is in full swing. Although Zheng Qi is excellent and has rich experience in the East Asian Cup, he can't take it lightly when facing the champions of various countries. Under such circumstances, Lu Xiaoshan certainly didn't have time to pay attention to the Overlord team's games. He only made judgments based on his understanding of the Overlord team. Such a judgment will be biased now, and Lu Xiaoshan doesn't know it at the moment. In the locker room of the Overlord team. This may be the most important game of our season. As the captain, Overlord was mobilizing, but he was interrupted by Zheng Qi just after he finished speaking. In fact, this is not necessarily the most important game. Zheng Qi said. Why? Overlord was stunned. Because if we win, there will be many more important games. This is just your game we must win. Zheng Qi shrugged his shoulders. Of course, if we draw, we will be eliminated because of the disadvantage of goal difference. This is a big disadvantageous to us compared to other knockout games, but as long as we win, isn't it enough? You make so much sense, but how to win? Long Qi smiled bigly. As long as we win, that's enough. This is of course very correct, but very correct words are often nonsense. According to my inference, we are very likely to win this game. Zheng Qi said with a smile. Why? The players of the Overlord team asked collectively. Because you have improved. Zheng Qi said as a matter of course. There is still a gap between us and the colorweight team, but such a gap is no longer overwhelming. As long as we play better and have better luck, then the chances of winning the game will not be small. In short, concentrate on attacking and defending, and play to your best. That's enough, do you understand? I don't understand. The players of the Overlord team nodded honestly. They are indeed quite honest, but if they were not so honest, they would not have always believed in Zheng Qi. If they were players with more complex thinking, they would probably have doubts about Zheng Qi. Once they had doubts, it would be a joke to want to play to their best. Do you remember the feeling of interspersed run often, sir? Zheng Qi continued to ask. The players of the Overlord team nodded one after another. They did remember it. After playing such a wonderful offensive against the Qinglong team in the second half, they played equally well again in the 6th round, which made them remember the feeling of the game firmly enough. That's it, concentrate on defense, sir. Let's win the colorweight team. Zheng Qi waved his arms. I think he is more like a captain than me now. Overlord said to Yuji in private chat. That's not a bad thing. Yuji laughed. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto al mundo fanfic novelas, significa lo descarga and y subir en esfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 570. The captain comes to guard. When the players from both teams came out, warm applause broke out in the stands. Leader Rui turned his head in surprise and saw that millions of people cheered together. The momentum was warm enough. Although it was extremely common for millions of people to be in the stands at the same time in professional matches in the football era, it could even be said to be a small scene. It was common for tens of millions of spectators to be in the stands of the football era. However, the situation was different. The stands in the football era were separate boxes, and their shouts could hardly form a torrent, because even if they did, it would be useless. The competition venue was closed, and no matter how many people shouted, the players could not hear them. They could only know how many people supported themselves and how many supported their opponents based on the numbers in the competition venue. The competition field of classical football was different. The layers of stands were densely packed with people, and each spectator was surrounded by the same spectators. When they cheered, they could infect each other. When an area was full of supporters of a certain side, their collective cheers could be combined into a well-deserved torrent. Such a torrent can be felt by the players on the field, can stimulate their emotions, and make them more outstanding in the game. The players of the Overlord team and the Carloway team began to shake hands on the field. Goalkeeper Blind Xiao, defenders Zheng Qi, Eli, Ugai, two wings Carlo Reen Wang, midfielders Wei Yuo Jias Thongde, forwards Malcolm Zheng Yuan. This is a 352 formation that is rarely seen nowadays. However, in today's classical football games, the formation no longer needs to be too rigid. The forward retreats to the penalty area to defend, and the defender rushes to the opponent's penalty area to grab a goal. This is something that can often be encountered in classical football 100 years ago. The formation is just an appearance. What everyone should do on the field is the real key. The players of the Carloway team are not all-round players, but they have a large number of players covering a large area on the field. The three midfielders are their most core players. From the perspective of their status and role on the field, they are somewhat similar to the three giants of the Golden Wind and Drizzle team. However, in terms of level and strength, they are much better than the three of the Golden Wind and Drizzle team. Wei is the captain of Carloway, and also their core and soul. He runs actively and covers a wide area. Yuo has similar characteristics to him. However, compared with Yuo, Wei has more experience and is more outstanding. Yuo Jia is the core of the organization. In addition to being able to pass the ball from behind and make the final pass, he can also make his own contributions on both offensive and defensive. Zheng Qi is a newcomer who joined the Carloway team this year, replacing Yu Jin, the defensive midfielder last year. His previous performance was not impressive, but he was able to replace Yu Jin, the steady veteran last year. This newcomer must have his own strengths. The other two keys covering the entire court are the two wings of the Carloway team. Carloway is good at defense, Zhuang is good at attacking. The two wings of the Carloway team have completely different technical characteristics. Although they can rush from their own penalty area to the opponent's penalty area and cover a wing, Carloway is better at defense and Zhuang is better at attacking. Their two central defenders, Eli and Ugai, are both excellent defenders in frontal confrontation and also have strong ability to grab points. When they get set pieces, they can often rush forward to score. Zheng Qi is the organizer on the back line, who can dispatch the defensor of the whole team and give timely instructions. With these three people and the responsive Blind Xiao, the Carloway team has only lost one goal so far, which is enough to prove their defensive ability. As for the front court, it goes without saying that Malcolm Zheng Yuan's striker partnership is not comparable to them in the entire Chinese region. They are all very comprehensive strikers with excellent scoring ability and can make passes. Whether running in the penalty area, pulling out of the penalty area or even pulling to the side, they can have excellent results. Such a team is perfect. In comparison, the players of the Overlord team are much worse. Their level is indeed good, and they are also among the best among all the players in the Chinese region. However, relatively speaking, their personal abilities may not be inferior, but this comprehensiveness and the ability to run freely on the field without affecting the overall performance are too far away. Of course, judging by the level of attacking performance of the Overlord team in their first two games, the Overlord team now has some capital and confidence to fight against the Carloway team. This is not an easy thing. However, the players of the Carloway team still only focus on Zheng Qi. Because in the entire Overlord team, the only person they can't see through is Zheng Qi. When the players of both sides shook hands, leader Rui in the stands yawned. Is this game the last game of the group stage? Whoever wins will advance? He asked. Yes, whoever wins will advance. It's very dangerous. If it's a tie, the other team will advance. Wang Yuanfen said. It doesn't matter for the group stage, our boss will definitely win. Leader Rui said. Stop it, the Carloway team is the defending champion last year. Wang Yuanfen said. Really? So powerful? Leader Rui was stunned. And they are a traditional strong team in that classical football game. There are only 4 or 5 teams at the same level as them. Wang Yuanfen thought for a while. They have won 2 championships in the past 5 years. They are the most stable strong team. I didn't expect you to be so familiar with classical football. Leader Rui said to Wang Yuanfen with some admiration. Wang Yuanfen smiled proudly. He just secretly checked the information in his personal channel. Would he tell others about it? However, the players of the Overlord team were not resentful of the fact that the players of the Callaway team focused their attention on Zheng Qi. They could get to this point, not all thanks to Zheng Qi, but at least most of it was due to Zheng Qi. It was normal for the other side to focus on Zheng Qi. It was just that they secretly made up their minds and their hearts. In this game, they also wanted to let the other side see how powerful they were. They were not dragging their feet besides Zheng Qi, but teammates who could really help Zheng Qi. After the game starts, I will deal with Yuan Thong first. After the players of both sides shook hands and returned to their own half, Wei said in the team channel, "Captain, you are so selfish. You actually snatched such a good thing for yourself." Thongday fiercely objected. "I think it's enough for me to deal with Yuan Thong. I'm already thirsty." "Don't make a fuss, you want to keep the secret weapon to deal with others, keep holding it in," Yuo said in the team channel. "I'm so young, what if I have problems with it?" Thongday said. "Don't worry, it's only a few days, how can it cause problems? Anyway, we can deal with opponents that we can deal with, just keep holding it in, even until the World Cup, you're our secret weapon." Yuo comforted Thongday, and then said to Wei, "Captain, you are the captain, don't take action, I will deal with Yuan Thong." The others booed collectively. "You're responsible for organization. We have to deal with more than just Yuan Thong. The other members of the Overlord team have also made great progress. If we think that dealing with Yuan Thong is enough, we will suffer a lot." Wei was very moved and rejected him. Seeing that the captain had made the decision, the players of the Callaway team could only obey helplessly. It was easy to talk a little bit at ordinary times, but on the court, the overall tactics arranged by Wei would definitely be implemented. It was obvious that although the Callaway team paid attention to Zheng Qi, they did not relax their attention on the other members of the Overlord team. From a certain perspective, the Overlord team's attempt to take advantage of this would not work. The players of both sides scattered on the court, ready to start the game. For this game, both sides actually did not have enough time to prepare. In a competition like the Chinese qualifiers with millions of teams, you simply cannot start preparing for a certain game early. Even if you start preparing from the first game of the group stage, it will only take a few days. For the Overlord team, the Callaway team was not their opponent before, because the Overlord team was not qualified to be the opponent of the Callaway team. Although the Overlord team has stood in front of the Callaway team, their familiarity with the Callaway team is still not particularly outstanding. Similarly, the Callaway team is not particularly familiar with the Overlord team. They are most familiar with the teams of the same level as them, such as Shuhan, Dongwu, Song Dynasty, Tang Dynasty, Ming Dynasty, and Qin Dynasty. They have indeed been observing the games of the Overlords, but observing from the sidelines is different from playing on the field. At the current level of classical football games, sometimes a little difference can cause huge mistakes. When the whistle of the game sounded, both sides immediately threw themselves into the game. When Zheng Qi got the ball in the back, the two strikers of the Callaway team immediately pressed forward. On the left is Zheng Yuan, and on the right is Mao Kai. These two forwards have been one of the strongest strikers in the past 5 years. They are tall, agile, and have excellent levels. They have extremely excellent levels in both confrontation and scoring. Although Zheng Yuan is used to playing on the left and Mao Kai is used to playing on the right, there is no violation when they switch positions. Just like their offensive players, they are pressing forward at this moment, but they are imposing and blocking accurately, and they do not give Zheng Qi any routes for frontal breakthroughs and passing. Zheng Qi did not confront them head-on, but turned around and passed the ball back, then he moved forward and passed between the two opponents. Mao Kai and Zheng Yuan did not continue to press Zheng Qi, but began to press forward the player of the Overlord team who had the ball. The one who faced Zheng Qi head-on was the captain of the Callaway team, Wei. "Oh, the captain is here to mark me, should I be flattered?" Zheng Qi said as he ran. "Trash talk is useless to me, don't bother. Although I don't know who you are in the professional league, professionalism is not lacking in classical football." Wei replied calmly. Zheng Qi raised his eyebrows, glanced at Wei, and really began to become quiet. Chapter 571 Surprise. The Overlord team started passing the ball in the backcourt. They noticed Wei's defensor against Zheng Qi, which was a kind of defensor that followed closely and did not give Zheng Qi a chance to get the ball. This kind of defensor had been done before, but it was easily broken by Zheng Qi. What about this time? This time seemed a little different. Zheng Qi's running did not change much, but he was still constantly marked by the opponent, and he didn't even have a chance to get the ball. Fortunately, the Overlord team was mentally prepared for this situation. The opponent was the Callaway team, so it was normal for something to go wrong. So they began to organize their own offensive. Constantly passing the ball forward, no matter how tight the opponent's defense was, there would always be a chance. What they didn't even notice was that they had adapted to the opponent's pressure. Although it was a big difficult, the Overlord team still passed the ball to the front court, and when the ball was in the front court, Zheng Qi's running suddenly started to improve to a higher level. This surprised Wei. It is actually very difficult to completely block a person's route to get the ball. Wei did a good job in this regard before, but it took him all his strength to do it. At this moment, Zheng Qi increased his running speed and rhythm without difficulty. In this way, Wei couldn't keep up. He was an excellent player, but no matter how excellent he was, there was a limit after all. Zheng Qi got the ball in the front. Although Wei couldn't control him from getting the ball, he was mentally prepared for such a result and immediately pressed forward diagonally. As long as Zheng Qi controlled the ball, he would be entangled by him. However, Zheng Qi didn't control the ball. At the moment of receiving the ball, he completed the pass. The ball flew out close to the ground, flew between Wei and Yuojia, and accurately landed at the feet of Yingbu, who was advancing. Yingbu quickly passed the ball to the side, and Zheng Qi also ran over. Zheng Qi, who received the ball on the side, quickly passed the ball back to Zheng Qi's feet. Zheng Qi received the ball and turned around, raising his foot to pass the ball to the other side. On the other side, Zheng Qi was the one who was supposed to be on the wing, but he ran to the middle and started to force a breakthrough after receiving the ball. Rukai immediately came forward. There were only 2 people on the wing of the Callaway team. However, whether it was the midfielder or the central defender, they were very good at filling in the position horizontally. When someone on the opponent's wing got the ball, someone would immediately go up to fill in the position. Facing Rukai, who had strong frontal defensive ability, Zheng Qi was not afraid at all and forced a breakthrough. His speed and reaction was very fast. Although the opponent's speed and reaction were not inferior to his, the attacker could also play an excellent effect after taking the lead. What's more, Rukai was quite big. When a big player has a larger defensive area, he will inevitably be a little slower in turning around. Although such a gap is difficult to reflect, it can be well reflected in a head-on confrontation. Zheng Qi has enough experience in the game, so he naturally knows how to use this. Rukai's reaction was indeed a step slow. When he turned around, Zheng Qi was about to rush past him. However, as the main central defender of the Callaway team, Rukai would not have become the main force of the Callaway team if he could be thrown away by the opponent's acceleration. Rukai fell to the ground quickly, and his huge body fell down with such momentum. At the same time, he stretched out his legs and swept his legs in the opposite direction, trying to stop Zheng Qi's breakthrough from the front. As long as he swept the ball first, even if he swept Zheng Qi to the ground next, it would not be a foul. Although he would not be injured if he fell like this, the pain in his body would not disappear. As the main central defenders of the Callaway team, Rukai and Eli were both known for their ferocity. Seeing that Rukai was about to sweep the football and then sweep himself, Zheng Qi jumped up at the critical moment. He hooked the ball before jumping, and then kicked the ball out in the air. This was a forward pass, and the ball flew directly to the front of the penalty area, and the Overlord took the ball. Behind him, Eli had already pressed forward aggressively. As soon as the 2 of them touched, they immediately knew that the opponent's strength was not inferior to their own. An important means of attack for the Overlord is to turn around by force, rely on strength to suppress the opponent and then shoot at the first time. However, now, the opponent's strength is not inferior to his, which is obviously not applicable. Moreover, even if he succeeds in turning around by force, there is a top sweep Zheng behind Eli. Even if he completes the shot, it will most likely be blocked. So the Overlord did not turn around stupidly, but after turning halfway by force, he raised his foot and passed the ball horizontally, and then turned and sprinted into the penalty area. During this process, Zheng Qi has been running. After he ran to the front of the penalty area, he ran 2 steps horizontally, and then quickly inserted into the penalty area diagonally. Wei did not relax his defense against him, but when he saw Zheng Qi rushing into the penalty area, he was stunned for a moment. Zheng Qi almost never entered the penalty area before. How come today? Is this his hidden means? Although he was stunned, Wei did not stop moving forward at all, and he continued to follow Zheng Qi closely. Is it useful to rush into the penalty area now? With the attack just now, the penalty area of the Callaway team is crowded. The 3 defenders of the Callaway team, Ba Wang and Long Zhu, rushed into the penalty area, and now with Zheng Qi and Wei, There are 7 people in the penalty area. The more people in the penalty area, the more difficult it is to grab points. Although it is a bit troublesome to judge the landing point in time, it is quite troublesome for anyone who grabs the first landing point to make the next move. Ba Wang's cross pass fell at Yuji's feet. Yuji raised her foot to prepare to cross the ball. Zhuang had already rushed over diagonally and blocked the route of Yuji's pass. Although Zhuang is better at attacking, he has never had any problems in defense on this side. Yuji stopped the cross, then dunked the ball back, and then quickly split the side. The one who inserted from the side was Zheng Qi. He ran 2 steps towards the ball, but did not stop the ball. Instead, he swung his left foot while running and raised his foot to pass the ball directly into the penalty area. Although he is better at cutting inside after receiving the ball, his cross is also good. The ball drew a beautiful arc in the air and flew directly into the penalty area of the Callaway team. Although this cross has a strong arc, it is extremely fast and flies straight to the middle of the penalty area. When both the attacker and the defender have strong judgment, reaction and jumping ability, if the cross is not fast, then the attacker basically cannot grab the point. Only with a fast speed can the defender be unable to react in time and can only run with the opponent's players. Judging the landing point is important, but it is also important to mark the opponent's attacker. Overlord jumped up in the middle, Zheng Qi rushed towards the middle from the back point, and Zheng Qi rushed towards the middle from the back. The 3 attackers of the Overlord team started to attack the middle at the same time, and the players of the Callaway team could only move in that direction. In fact, even if both sides add up to 7 people, it is impossible to fill the restricted area completely. But now, both sides are moving in the same direction, and that landing point seems so crowded, it must be said that their judgment is very accurate, because Zheng Qi's cross is heading for that position. Tyrannosaurus Rex and others jumped up one after another and collided with the opponent Vakili. Both sides were unstable. After all, it is normal to have an unstable center of gravity in such a confrontation. Wei and Zheng did not jump up. Wei's attention was on Zheng Qi, while Zheng paid more attention to other places. The ball hit the top of Tyrannosaurus heavily on the head. The next moment, where the ball will fall will test the judgment ability of both sides even more. Zheng Qi rushed to the right. His movements were faster than everyone else, which surprised Wei again. The opponent's ability to judge the landing point was so much better than his. However, the defending side is advantageous in such a situation. They only need to keep up with their target, so Wei immediately rushed over with Zheng Qi, and Zheng also focused on Zheng Qi. But the next moment, the ball fell diagonally near the penalty spot, just in the opposite direction of Zheng Qi's running position. Yingbu, who was advancing, received the ball at that position. He just instinctively advanced, but this time the sky appeared in front of him. Yingbu's instinct made him make the most correct reaction at that moment. This is an extremely lucky thing, because it is not easy for such a pie in the sky to fall into his mouth, and it is also a thing that is unlikely to appear again. If he loses this opportunity because of being stunned and unbelievable, he may blame himself for the rest of his life. Yingbu didn't think about it. He was completely dominated by his instinct at that moment. When the ball appeared in front of him, he swung his right foot while running, and then shot the ball out with force. The shot near the penalty spot, the ball drew a straight line close to the ground and flew straight to the lower right corner of the goal. Blind Xiao made a save, but a powerful shot from such a distance, once the angle and power are not a problem, it is very difficult for even the best goalkeeper to react, unless he is standing right on the path of the shot. However, no goalkeeper would stand in the corner of the goal in such a situation. Only by standing in front of the goal can the angle be blocked better. Blind Xiao is certainly one of the top goalkeepers, but in such a situation, all he can do is to do his best and accept his fate. When Blind Xiao's hand was still some distance away from the ball had already flown into the dead corner of the goal. A huge cheer suddenly broke out in the stands. The fans of the Callaway team were stunned, while the shouts of the fans of the Overlord team were full of infinite surprise. This was indeed a surprise. Chapter 572. No sign of weakness. Less than a minute into the game, the players of the Callaway team didn't even touch the ball, and the Overlord team took the lead in scoring. This was something that no one had expected before the game started. Not only did the players and fans of the Callaway team not expect it, but the players and fans of the Overlord team also didn't expect it. After scoring the goal, Yingbu was also stunned. He stared blankly at the ball bouncing in the net. The thoughts that had just been driven out by instinct surged back like a tide. If I had just thought about it, if I had just hesitated, then there would be no goal, and there would be no such good start. The more Yingbu thought about it, the more scared he became. He actually broke out in a sweat. At this time, the others reacted. The Overlord rushed over and hugged him with a roar. The others also rushed over. Amid the cheers, Yingba waved away the haze in his heart and laughed heartily. They are now leading, which is enough to make them laugh happily. The expressions of the Callaway team players at this moment are very exciting. There were 3 against 4 in the penalty area, but they missed the first point. When Yingbu made a run forward, no one was there to mark him. In this way, the 3 players on the back line and the 3 players in the midfield were all responsible. Wei's expression was a little ugly. Zheng Qi's show of power was a little too much. What upset him the most was that when Zheng Qi rushed out for the first time, he was shocked that the opponent's ability to judge the point of attack was so much better than his own. He didn't expect that. He just wanted to attract his attention away. I should know how someone can be so much better than me in judging the point of attack. It's just a little trick. Wei thought to himself, and then said in the team channel, "It's okay, we will launch a counter-attack. We didn't think about shutting them out from the beginning, did we?" After saying this, the players of the Callaway team, who noticed that the game was a little different from usual, fell silent collectively. Yes, after all, the opponent's level was not bad, and the kind of smooth passing and changing positions could not be completely blocked by the best defender. Although it was a big surprise that the opponent scored a goal in the first attack, it was not enough to make them feel special. Offensive is the key to this game. It doesn't matter if someone scores a goal, as long as you can score a goal, that's a good thing. Thinking of this, the players of the Callaway team stabilized their emotions and prepared for the next game. They are also excellent in offensive, and they are very confident about this. Okay, the real test is coming. The offensive of the Callaway team is one of the best in the country. There are almost no ones who are better than them. At most, they are at the same level as them. If we can better fight their offensive, then our chances in this game will be greater. Zheng Qi said in the team channel. The players of the Overlord team nodded repeatedly. The previous attack gave them enough confidence. Although Zheng Qi's forward insertion did not really participate in the offensive once, his forward insertion was a key factor in the goal just now. This approach of not touching the ball and being able to achieve a huge effect in the offensive made the players of the Overlord team simply amazing. Zheng Qi did not insert forward in the previous game, but now he has such an effect when he inserts forward. Can the game still be played like this? Of course, they also know that Callaway's offensive is better than defensive. Being able to break through Callaway's gate only means that they have the ability to break through the opponent's gate. What effect the defensive will have next is still unknown. The defensive of the Overlord team was not particularly outstanding. Although they have many good defenders, they are better at offensive. However, Zheng Qi's contribution to the defensive has also been verified. Under such circumstances, their confidence also appear to be more sufficient. The Overlord team began to be on guard against Callaway's offensive. In fact, their formation is shrinking, which is also very suitable for defensive. The 2 midfielders can have enough protection for the front of the penalty area. In addition, after Zheng Qi retreats, they can continue to fill in the 2 wings, so that the defensive of the 2 wings will not have defects. In this way, their 3 attackers can stay in the front court and achieve good enough results in the counter-attack. They have always done this in the previous games, and it has played an excellent effect. However, Zheng Qi said before that everyone should participate in defensive, even if it affects the effect of the counter-attack. What he said made sense. With the defensive ability of the Callaway team, they are not afraid of counter-attacks. Their players are very good in both overall and individual defensive. At least it is not something we can accomplish by relying on 1 or 2 people's counter-attacks. Although I can send out beautiful long passes, B.A. Wang, do you have the confidence to get rid of Zheng Lingjin's replacement after receiving the ball? Faced with this question, B.A. Wang and others thought about it carefully, and then shook their heads. That's the reason, so instead of putting too many people in the front court, it is better to retreat and strengthen the defensive. Zheng Qi said. As for counter-attacks, Captain, you're enough in the front court alone. I believe you can create opportunities under the defensive of Liu Kai and the replacement of Zheng Lingjin. The players of the B.A. Wang team all agreed with what Zheng Qi said, except B.A. Wang who rolled his eyes. So when the Callaway team launched the attack, 9 players of the Overlord team retreated. Except for the Overlord who was at the front to interfere, all the others returned to their own half to prepare for defensive. They retreated so quickly, cowards. The players of the Callaway team cursed in their hearts, but they didn't feel surprised. They encountered too many opponents who defended as soon as they came up, but defending was useless for the Callaway team's offensive. This time would be no exception. The players of the Callaway team were very confident about this. They hit strong forwards, good players who advanced on the wing, and the top core of the central organization. They had no shortage of any means of attack. In this regard, their confidence did not come out of thin air, but was established by so many games and victories. Guo Jie quickly got the ball in the middle. As the core of the Kalaway team's organization, getting the ball was his top priority. However, Guo Jie was thinking about Zheng Qi's series of actions at this moment. In the attack just now, Zheng Qi had a big change from before. The main thing was that he was particularly active in the forward insertion, but he did not touch the ball in the forward insertion, which also played a great role. Such a change made Guo Jie involuntarily alert. Such vigilance distracted Guo Jie when he organized the attack, especially when Zheng Qi pressed forward. Seeing Zheng Qi pressing forward, Guo Jie immediately passed the ball to Wei who was inserting forward. Guo Jie was the core of the Kalaway team, but it did not mean that all the attacks were organized by him. When he did not show up, it was natural for Wei to take over the offensive leadership. After receiving the ball, Wei dribbled past Zheng Qi, and Yinbu and Jibu came up at the same time. The center of the Overlord team had enough defensive strength. Wei quickly passed the ball to the side. After Zhuan received the ball, he walked towards the middle and suppressed Jibu, who wanted to go to the side to respond, in the middle. Zhongde switched to the right where Zhuan was originally. Zhuan turned around and passed the ball to Zhongde. Zhongde raised his foot and passed the ball to Zhuan Yuan who was pulled out of the penalty area. Zhuan Yuan received the ball and forced a breakthrough towards the bottom line. After dodging a gap, he passed the ball to the middle of the penalty area. Wei, who inserted from the back row, pressed Wan Shu who jumped up and headed the ball first. The ball went slightly out of the bottom line. The sighs of the Kalaway fans rang out in the stands, and then there was thunderous applause. Although there was no goal, this was the offensive style of the Kalaway team. They had an organizational core, but they played not slowly at all in the offense. After a quick pass, they shot quickly, and used a fast-paced offense to constantly attack the opponent's defense line, destroying the opponent in spirit and state. It was quite violent and quite exciting. Counter-attack, beat them back. Zheng Qi shouted in the team channel. The keynote to this game is attack. If the opponent didn't score, then we've made a profit from this defense. Of course, we have to launch an attack quickly and try to score another goal. This is Zheng Qi's idea. The Overlord team quickly launched a counter-attack. They didn't send the ball directly to the front court. Instead, goalkeeper Fan Xing passed the ball to Yuzuki on the wing. Yuzuki passed it to Yinbu in the middle, and Yinbu passed it to Zheng Qi who was running. They started passing it back and forth again. Facing Wei's pressing, Zheng Qi passed the ball out at the first time, and Jibu, who received the ball, passed it to the side again. Now they are already used to passing it with one foot. In order to play smoothly and not be interrupted in the attack of passing with one foot, in addition to the passing awareness, the running and receiving of other people are also very important. This is not a big problem for the current Overlord team. After all, in the previous few games, Zheng Qi subtly made their running positions more and more outstanding. The timely passing in the back and forth interspersed may still be a little insufficient, but as long as Zheng Qi responds in time, it is not difficult to make the attack more continuous. This approach made Wei feel uncomfortable. He still followed Zheng Qi closely, but such defenses seemed meaningless. Only then did he understand Wei's feelings before. Doing something that was strenuous but seemed to be useless was indeed easy to make people feel frustrated. However, Wei was indeed different from Wei. Not only was his character more resolute, but also because his teammates were better. He was confident that even if he wasted on Zheng Qi, it would definitely not be a waste. Other teammates would not have any problems defending without him. This was enough confidence in himself and his teammates. However, the Overlord team still succeeded in this attack. After continuous passing, Long Qi and Overlord made a cross run, received the ball in the middle, and then distributed it to the wing. Yuji kicked and passed the ball, and Overlord at the back point overpowered Eli and headed for the goal, but was blocked by Zun Lingjun who filled in with his body. Although this attack did not score a goal, it still made the Overlord fans in the stand cheer. Facing the pressure created by the Kalaway team, the Overlord team did not show weakness. Chapter 573. All-inclusive. This attack did not result in a goal, but the Overlord team's attack did not stop. After being blocked by Zun Lingjun's header, Long Qi immediately pressed forward. Although he was unable to grab the first landing point, at least he made a guy, who had the ball, dare not take the ball in the penalty area at will, but kicked the ball out at the first time. Although the possibility of being intercepted by the opponent in the penalty area is not great, what if it happens? For a big defender like Zheng Qi, it is more important than anything else to be able to clear the ball cleanly in the penalty area. The ball cleared by Zheng Qi was taken by Zhuang near the center circle. He immediately passed the ball to the front court. Zheng Qi moved sideways and took the ball, then made a large transfer in the process of turning around and distributed the ball to the left again. Zheng Li headed the ball to Zheng Qi, who passed the ball directly sideways without stopping the ball. Zheng Qi, who followed up in the middle, received the ball at the front of the penalty area and shot directly without stopping the ball. Although only a spinning ball can cause a huge threat at such a distance, it is still possible to score a goal if the opponent's goalkeeper's vision is blocked by a direct shot. As long as there is a chance, keep attacking. The ball whizzed towards the penalty area, but halfway through, Zheng Qi rushed over from the side and blocked the ball with his body. The Carloway fans in the stands breathed a sigh of relief. Just now in the attack, the Overlord team actually suppressed the Carloway team, which surprised them. But now think about it, it was nothing more than a threatening shot. Didn't we block the next two shots? After Zheng Qi controlled the ball, he immediately passed it to Wei, and Zheng Qi turned around to defend Wei. The other Overlord players rushed back like a tide. Facing Zheng Qi's pressing, Wei did not force the ball, but raised his foot to pass the ball. Seeing that he couldn't press so many people in the opponent's midfield alone, Zheng Qi curled his lips and ran back. Wei was very calm. In a corner of the stands, a young man with a calm expression and a very generous look muttered to himself. The handsome young man next to him laughed. It's normal. Wei is not an ordinary person. He won't have psychological fluctuations because of a little setback. Otherwise, how could he lead the team to achieve such good results? That's Zheng Qi, did you see anything? The generous young man changed the subject. He is very patient. He is so young, but he has always maintained his strength on the court, but the interception just now can be regarded as showing his brilliance. If we meet Carloway, we should pay attention to this Zheng Qi. The handsome young man replied. Really? It seems that Carloway is getting stronger and stronger. How come the young rising star was snatched away by Carloway? The generous young man sighed. Captain, we are not bad either. Don't forget our little Colin. The handsome young man laughed. Our Shuhan team is also very strong this year. Of course, the more outstanding young people, the better, but with new people, it is inevitable to get rid of old people, and I can't bear it. The generous young man, the captain of the Shuhan team, Zhli, sighed and said. Zhu Chuo smiled slightly. He certainly knew how weak he, as the captain, was to recruit talented players. On the field, the Carloway team passed the midfield steadily. Of course, they immediately faced the Overlord team, which was defended by all players. They don't want to keep the advantage of one goal until the end of the game, do they? Many fans of the Carloway team in the stands had such thoughts. Of course, more people were disdainful, want to suffocate our Carloway team with a score of 1-0. You are really overthinking. Their confidence in the Carloway team was certainly not for nothing. The Carloway team's defense was relatively stable, but their real strength was in offense. The Overlord team was not the kind of weird team that had no loopholes in defense. In fact, such a weird team would not go far in the qualifying match. Their confidence in the Carloway team was indeed well-founded. Guojia got the ball in the middle, and Zheng Qi did not press him. His attention was on Wei. After all, Zheng Qi was just opposite Wei, not Guojia. Of course, the Overlord team would not leave such a dangerous person alone. Although Guojia was in a somewhat backward position, Long Qi still ran over to interfere with Guojia's possession of the ball. Facing Long Qi's pressing, Guojia controlled the ball with ease, dodging Long Qi's pressing while observing the loopholes in the Overlord team's defense line, but soon, he found that it was not easy to find loopholes in the Overlord team's defense line in a stationary state. So he chose to pass the ball, and the ball flew directly to the feet of Zhuang on the right. Zhuang started to cut inside with the ball, while forwards Wen Yuan began to pull aside. This is a tactic commonly used by the Carloway team. The players on the field constantly changed positions to interrupt the opponent's defensive rhythm. The Overlord team did not follow the opponent's chaos, but stood in their own defensive position. There may be many problems with regional defense, but it is very effective in not revealing flaws. Zhuang, who was approaching the middle with the ball, was soon pressed by Zhu. He did not force a breakthrough, but turned around and passed the ball to Wen Yuan, who was pulling to the side. Zheng Qi wanted to go around and steal the ball, but Wen Yuan got the ball first and passed it back. Wei received the ball and saw Zheng Qi pressing towards him, so he raised his foot and passed the ball back to Guojia's feet again. It's not messy. Zheng thought to himself. After the series of passes just now, the defense of the Overlord team still had no problems, which was quite impressive. After all, the overall defense was not problematic during the run, which was enough to prove that the Overlord team also had its own set of defense. While thinking this, Zheng's feet were not messy at all. He quickly passed the ball to the other side and handed it to Kaorin on this side. Kaorin's contribution in defense was greater, but he was not incapable of attacking. After receiving the ball, he began to attack along the side, and other players of the Kaorin team in the middle also began to follow up and run, ready to respond. Their running brought great pressure to the defense of the Overlord team. Yuzuki caught up with Kaorin, but could not interfere with his progress. Kaorin's physical fitness was quite good. After protecting the ball, he moved forward steadily, waiting for the opportunity to pass the ball. "Keep an eye on the penalty area," Fan Zheng commanded loudly. The two forwards of the Kaorin team went to the penalty area to prepare for the goal. This approach was very traditional, but it seemed a bit unusual for the Kaorin team. They were famous for their position-changing offensive and never stuck to the formation. There must be a conspiracy. Almost all the players of the Overlord team thought so. However, the Kaorin team seemed to have no conspiracy. After Kaorin broke through to the edge of the penalty area, he chose to pass the ball back. Zheng followed up and received the ball, then passed the ball to the middle. Wei received the ball and passed it again. Zheng immediately lifted the ball into the penalty area. Zheng Yuan rushed to Xiang Zhuang and headed for the goal. Fan Zheng saved the ball and Banshu immediately kicked it away. The ball flew to the front court and was first headed down by Eli. After receiving the ball, Zheng Qi dribbled forward and saw Yuji coming up to block it. Then he passed the ball to Zhuang. Zhuang passed the ball directly into the penalty area at a 45-degree angle. Malkai and Banshu jumped at the same time. Neither of them could grab the first landing point. Fan Zheng grabbed the ball. Prepared for a counter-attack. Zheng Qi shouted, and then prepared to retrieve to get the ball. However, when he retreated, Wei and Zheng pressed up at the same time, and the other Kaorin players did not retreat, but started pressing on the spot in the front court. Yuzuki did not dare to pass the ball to Zheng Qi. Under the pressure of Wei and Zheng, even Zheng Qi could not run out of the ball receiving route smoothly. However, under such circumstances, the Overlord team began to show their progress during this period. The Kaorin team's pressing was fierce, but the Overlord team still cautiously and carefully passed the ball to the front court. In the case that Zheng Qi did not participate in it, it was not easy to do this, and the Kaorin team's pressing intensity was also very strong. However, after entering the front court, the defensive intensity faced by the Overlord team was even greater. Zheng Qi was also rarely able to get the ball under the pressure of two opposing players. Although the Overlord team barely completed an attack, they were unable to successfully complete the shot. The Overlord's volley outside the penalty area was intercepted by Zheng Qi. The Kaorin team quickly launched a counter-attack. The ball was directly passed to Malkai. Banshu blocked the foul and blocked the opponent's counter-attack at the cost of a foul. "Return to defense," Fan Zheng shouted loudly. The series of confrontations just now made him feel a little bad. Although the Overlord team was still leading, and strictly speaking, the attacks of both sides were a little reluctant, this would be very beneficial to the Overlord team, which was leading in the score, but he still felt something was wrong. Before Zheng Qi joined, Fan Zheng was the on-field commander of the Overlord team. He had a good tactical vision. At this time, he also found something wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. The Kaorin team once again launched an attack step by step. After passing the ball back and forth, Zhuang received the ball on the wing, and then he began to break through the baseline. When he broke through the baseline, Zheng pressed forward cautiously. He couldn't focus on Zhuang, because he didn't know whether Zhuang was going to cross the ball from the bottom or break through and cut inside. He needed to consider any offensive method. One person came back to the penalty area. "We need to strengthen the defense in the penalty area. Jibu, you stay outside the penalty area. Be careful that they hit the ball to the front of the penalty area to launch an attack." Fan Zheng kept directing in the team channel. He noticed something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong, so he could only consider it more comprehensively. In short, if more people were added to fill in the penalty area and the front of the penalty area was kept focused, there wouldn't be too many problems. Even if Zhuang successfully broke through the wing and cut into the penalty area, Yingbo would be able to fill in the position in time when he retreated to the penalty area. Fan Zheng was still very satisfied with his tactical arrangements during this period. It is not an easy thing to be comprehensive, but he arranged everything. Zheng Qi outside the penalty area frowned. Chapter 574. A needle hidden in a cotton. Take everything into consideration. It sounds wonderful, but it is very difficult to take everything into consideration on the football field. To take everything into consideration often means that defenser is not perfect anywhere. When Zheng Qi thought of this, he wanted to remind him, but it was too late. Wei suddenly started to rush forward. Zheng Qi wanted to intercept him, but was blocked by Guojie intentionally or unintentionally. At the same time, Zhuang on the wing forced a gap and passed the ball into the penalty area. Zhuang Yuan and Mao Kuei in the penalty area jumped at the same time, attracting the attention of Ma Shu and Xiang Zhuang. Yingbu urgently judged the landing point of the ball, but Wei had already rushed in from the front. When Yingbu judged that Wei was rushing towards the landing point of the ball and started to jump to clear the siege, he was already one step late. Facing the fallen ball, Wei jumped high while running, then dived and headed for the goal. Yingbu, who jumped a step late, was pressed down by Wei. Although he kept interfering with Wei's movements, he could not make any changes to Wei's movements. The ball hit by Wei quickly changed direction and flew to the upper right corner of the goal. Fan Xing reacted immediately, but it was still out of reach. The ball quickly flew into the gate of the Overlord team. The stands burst into cheers from the Wei fans. 8 minutes after the opponent scored, the Wei team broke through the gate of the Overlord team in a tug-of-war and tied the score. The one who scored for them was their captain, the most reliable person, Wei. After scoring, Wei stood in place, raised his arms high, and accepted the cheers of the fans. At that moment, Wei was full of domineering spirit. Oh, this guy is still so heroic. Li in the stands couldn't help but sigh. Every captain has his own style. Huge Wu smiled beside him. Yes, I know this truth, but sometimes when I see this guy standing on the field in such a glorious manner, I can't help but feel a little jealous. Li replied. Amid the cheers of the Wei fans, Zheng Qi shook his head helplessly. The Overlord team made mistakes, but such mistakes can be forgiven and understood. Next, it depends on the offenser. However, the pressure created by the opponent Wei and Guojie marking him is really huge. If it is just one person, how can he get the ball? But with two people, his chances of getting the ball are really reduced to almost nothing. This situation has never been encountered in previous games. Wei and Guojie are both top players with excellent vision and judgment. The two of them work together to see through all his actions, which is really difficult to deal with. What should I do? Zheng Qi fell into confusion. But at least there is one advantage, that is, if the two midfield cores of the opponent come to deal with him, the offensive of other teammates will be easier. Maintain our usual offensive rhythm. If the two of them deal with me, you can attack by yourselves. If there is only one person, pay attention to my running position. Zheng Qi said in the team channel. The players of Overlord team nodded one after another. This was the fact. When the two important core players of the other midfield were paying attention to Zheng Qi, the pressure they received during the attack was also reduced a lot. After all, they were now used to launching attacks without Zheng Qi. Although Wei team was much better than the opponents they had encountered before, the pressure reduced by one less player was still very obvious. After the game resumed, Overlord team started to launch an attack. Zheng Qi simply did not retrieve to get the ball. Anyway, he was being stared at by the opponent, but he could run to open up the opponent's defenser. Wei team's running ability was indeed excellent, but they could run freely during the attack, but they could not run like this during the defenser. A group of people running after the ball in a mess was the most amateur approach. When defending, they concentrated their forces to deal with the opponent's key attacking position, while protecting other positions. This was the most brilliant approach. The mistake Overlord team made in defense before was that the defensive forces were used too evenly, resulting in no reinforcement of any part. Wei team will not make such a mistake, but their defensive position must also follow that basic rules. Wei and Guojie are very important links in the midfield defenser. Now they are concentrating on defending Zheng Qi. If they are in their own position in the middle, there will be no problem. However, Zheng Qi will not let them stay in their position comfortably, but increase their running. This is a problem that Zheng Qi posed to the two opponents. Do you want to stay in your defensive position, or continue to follow me? Staying in his defensive position, Zheng Qi has the opportunity and space to get the ball. Although his organization and distribution will have a slightly weaker impact on the wing, it will always help teammates attack better. If you continue to follow Zheng Qi, then the entire middle road will be almost empty. Faced with this problem raised by Zheng Qi, the Wei team did not hesitate at all. Wei and Guojie ran quickly and continued to follow Zheng Qi. Even if the defense in the middle seemed very weak, they did not hesitate. Focus on their midfield. Overlord shouted decisively. Now the opponent's midfield was the only one left, Zhongde. The overall defense had indeed been weakened a lot. Even if the opponent's two forwards retreated to help defend, their ability to fill in the midfield would be weakened a lot. This was good news for Overlord's defense. As he shouted, Zheng Qi moved to the left, involving Wei and Guojie. Zhong, who had received the ball on that side, immediately passed the ball to the middle. Yingbu, who was advancing, received the ball and began to advance boldly. With Jibu by his side, he was not worried about making any mistakes. Zhongde did not come forward, he was the last barrier in front of the defense line, and it was impossible to rush up. Kaorin moved over from the left to help Zhongde defend. Seeing him come in, Yingbu immediately passed the ball to Jibu. Jibu quickly split the sides and handed the ball to Yuzuki, who was advancing on the right. Yuzuki dribbled forward without hindrance. Qi, who had received the ball in front of him, began to move into the penalty area, suppressing the opponent's central defender in the penalty area and making him unable to move. Before Zhongde went to make up for the position, Yuzuki had already passed the ball into the penalty area. The cross was placed beautifully. The Overlord temporarily shook off the defense of Eli by running, and shot in the air before Zheng Qi made up for the position. Blind Xiao made a wonderful save. He blocked the ball with one hand. Zheng Qi immediately cleared the ball with a big foot. The ball flew to Zheng Qi's position. Zheng Qi made a sudden stop and ran, temporarily shaking off the defense of Guojie and Wei. He took the lead and headed the ball back. The ball flew to the middle again. Yingbu received the ball, and then passed it to the back of the opponent's defense line. After Yuji received the ball, she shot directly at a small angle. The ball almost rubbed the crossbar and flew out of the bottom line. Yuji shook her hand in regret, but the morale of the Overlord team was greatly boosted. If they continued to play like this, it would be a matter of time before they scored. Without the assistance of Wei and Guojie, the Overlord team's attack was completely effective. The two shots just now were a great threat to the opponent's goal. As long as they continue to play like this, are they still afraid of not being able to score? This is how the game is. We are not afraid of not having opportunities, but we are afraid that opportunities cannot create real threats. As long as we can create real threats, we will have a chance to score. The Kaowei team launched a counterattack. Their counterattack was very strong, but the Overlord team was no longer afraid of their attack. They began to run continuously in the back court. Wherever the opponent hit, they immediately established enough defensive advantages in that area. In the end, the Kaowei team's attack could only be completed through a long shot outside the penalty area, which was easily saved by Fan Xing. As the two sides continued to seesaw, the fans of the Kaowei team became a little anxious. Up to now, the Overlord team has occupied a certain advantage in the game. The score is a draw, but now looking at the threat of the attack, the Overlord team seems to be a little bigger. This makes them feel a little incredible. The level of the Kaowei team should be much better than that of the Overlord team. How come it seems that the two sides are completely at the same level, and even the Overlord team is better? In their worries, the Overlord team launched an attack again. Zheng Qi's running attracted the attention of Wei and Guojie as usual, which made the Overlord team's attack in the middle even more unscrupulous. The two key players of the opponent were unable to participate in the defense, so what were they afraid of? Something is wrong, their defense seems to be a little weak. Zheng Qi still had doubts in his heart. His doubts were soon verified. When the Overlord team got a chance to shoot at the front of the penalty area through a series of passes, Zhongde, who seemed to have been shaken off by Qi, suddenly appeared beside Qi. The timing of his lateral movement this time was quite clever. Just when Qi was about to shoot, this grasp of the timing of defense is a classic. After lightly stretching his foot and cutting off the ball under Qi's feet, Zhongde did not control the ball on the spot, but quickly kicked and made a long pass. Li and Wu in the stands were stunned at the same time. The ball drew a beautiful arc in the air and flew directly to the front court of the Kaowei team. When he made a long pass, the two forwards of the Kaowei team started at the same time. When the speed is similar, starting first is enough to establish an unbreakable advantage. Malcolm and Wen Yuan are like this now. They started first, leaving Banshu and Xiang Zhuan behind. Although the two of them also reacted quickly, they could only chase after the other two, hoping that the other party would make some mistakes. While running, Banshu and Xiang Zhuan were also observing the landing point of the ball. To their disappointment, the ball flying quickly in the air did not give them the opportunity to break off in the middle. Even if they jumped in advance, they could not touch the ball. This is also that case. When the ball began to fall, Zheng Yuan and Malkai had already rushed to the edge of the penalty area. Zheng Yuan, who was closer to the front, jumped high, headed the ball and threw it into the penalty area, and Malkai, who followed up, did not have any extra movements, and volleyed the ball in the air. Chapter 575 Worth it. Zhongde made a long pass from the back court. Zheng Yuan headed the ball. Malkai followed up with a burst of shot. Facing such a close-range shot, although Fan Xing made a save, it was useless. As soon as he jumped out, the ball had already turned into a white light and whizzed into the gate of the Overlord team. The Carloway fans in the stands suddenly burst into huge cheers. Sure enough, the previous passivity was just an illusion, and now it is the real level of Carloway. What does it matter if you play lively? Our counter-attack immediately reversed the situation of the entire game. They began to go crazy, constantly shouting the names of the Carloway players, and at the same time began to laugh at the Overlord team. A small team like you still wants to fight against us. You think too much, dear. Amid the crazy shouts of the Carloway fans, Li and Huo, who had just stood up unconsciously, had already sat back, but their faces were solemn at the moment, and they no longer had the ease just now. It's a close call. Fortunately I came to watch this game. Li muttered to himself. It was a close call. Fortunately, the Overlord team forced his trump card out. Huo muttered to himself. Then the two looked at each other. This Zhongde is actually an intercepting midfielder who can also send sharp long passes in time. Although such a player may not look impressive, he can also be the core. Li said. Not only that, but his core position does not conflict with the core positions of Wei Wengyuojie, a midfielder who can sit in the backcourt to intercept in time and counter-attack at the first time, an all-around midfielder who covers the entire field, a front midfielder who can organize and distribute the ball and send a fatal through pass. The midfield of the Carloway team is really perfect. Huo sighed. Fortunately, we are not bad, otherwise how can we play against them? Zhao Lai breathed a sigh of relief. And their strength has been exposed, but we really haven't been exposed. Huo smiled knowingly. They really have to thank the Overlord team. It is obvious that the Carloway team intends to keep Zhongde's true level as a secret weapon in the future, but they used it in the first half, because when the focus was placed on Zheng Qi, the offensive and defensive of other people could not suppress the Overlord team. In order not to waste too many opportunities on the Overlord team, Zhongde could only show his true level to win this game. They guessed correctly. After Wei Wengyuojie stared at Zheng Qi, the Overlord team created huge pressure on both offensive and defensive of the Carloway team. Although they were not too passive on the scene, if they continued to play like this, the outcome would really be out of their control. And the more they play, the more confident the Overlord team will be. Even if the Carloway team still has an advantage, it will be easy to capsize if they continue like this. Instead of continuing to tangle with the Overlord team, it is better to take them away with a burst of energy. This is the wisest choice. It is important to preserve strength, but when you encounter an excellent opponent, you need to use all your strength. In this regard, the Carloway team is still very decisive. It was under Wei's instructions that Zhongde began to show his level. After the score fell behind, the Overlord team was not affected too much, but launched another fierce attack after the restart. The Overlord team had long been mentally prepared for the lag in the game. Their chances of winning this game were not great. As long as they can continue to play, they will not be discouraged. Zheng Qi started to run more. Seeing that he started to run more actively, after exchanging a few words in the team channel, Wei Wengyuojie began to stare at him more closely. The previous game proved that after Zheng Qi was stared at by them, although the Overlord team's defense was not stagnant, it was also weakened a lot. With Zhongde sitting at the front of the penalty area, the Overlord team's defense was not enough to have a big impact on them. On the contrary, the defense against Zheng Qi must not be relaxed. When Wei Wengyuojie made the same judgment, the possibility of failure was very small. In many cases in the past, it has been proved that things determined by the two of them are often not wrong. So Wei Wengyuojie began to better defend Zheng Qi and resolutely prevented Zheng Qi from getting the ball. The attack of the Overlord team was enough for others to resist. The Overlord team launched a fierce attack. They began to run in and out, trying to avoid Zhongde's defense. Although Zhongde stood in the most critical position, after continuously launching breakthroughs from both wings, the Overlord team's defense can still play a great role. The Overlord team's progress in offense is indeed not bad. At least in the past, they did not have such a strong ability. Zhao lay in the stand side after watching the game for 5 minutes. Hu Chuo nodded in agreement. Although the Overlord team made it to the quarterfinals last year, in the eyes of the top players of these strong teams, the Overlord team's level was still a bit poor, especially in the match against the Western Han team. They lost the game almost without any resistance. The defense was not good, and the offense was extremely messy. Under the pressure of the Western Han team, they simply couldn't launch a good attack. In the end, they only lost 3 goals, which was also good luck, otherwise 5 or 6 goals might be possible. Although the Overlord team was in the quarterfinals last year, judging from their performance, they were already very lucky to be able to win to the top 32, let alone facing an opponent of the level of the Callaway team. In theory, they should have no ability to fight back against the Callaway team. And now, without Zheng Qi, their offense is still in good shape. Zheng Qi has brought them more than just improvement in performance. Of course, this has a lot to do with the fact that there are 2 core players of the Callaway team who are paying attention to Zheng Qi. After an offensive failure, the players of the Overlord team began to retreat like a tide to resist the attack of the Callaway team. In this way, attacking once and defending once, the Overlord team and the Callaway team fought in a proper manner. Although they were now 1 goal behind, looking at the situation on the field, they were not in a very dangerous situation. I don't know if the Callaway team intends to continue like this. They shouldn't be so stupid. Zhao Lai thought to himself. Since their strength has been exposed, they should burst out and kill the opponent directly, instead of delaying time. The Callaway team should understand this very well. In fact, it is also true. After withstanding the attack of the Overlord team again, the Callaway team's counterattack suddenly broke out. During the attack, Wei and Guojie certainly didn't have to mark Zheng Qi, but before they didn't show how outstanding their level was in the attack, but at this time, they broke out at the same time. This was obviously prepared in advance. Now there are less than 10 minutes left before the end of the first half of the game. If they score at this time, they will not give the Overlord team any chance to counterattack. Wei sprinted back and forth, Guojie dispatched in the middle, and Thongday swept and protected from behind. This is the true face of the Callaway team's midfield. Under their organization and dispatch, the offensive of the Callaway team began to become extremely smooth. The forwards pulled aside, the sidelines moved towards the middle, the defenders inserted forward. Their position-changing offensive that dominated the world began to show its true strength. You must know that such a position-changing offensive is not something that the Callaway team can play casually. There must be no problems with the mutual coordination and running. Otherwise, once the positions of the running positions overlap, there will be obvious weaknesses. At the same time, you must confuse the opponent while not letting yourself get confused. Otherwise, you will run lively while the opponent guards the most critical position, and you will get confused when passing the ball. Such an offensive can only be a joke. The tacit understanding and level of the Callaway team have basically reached the world's top level, so they can play such an offensive, but they can't always maintain such strength. Otherwise, the Callaway team would have swept the world long ago. Being able to maintain such pressure for a period of time is the best part of the Callaway team. Faced with such pressure, the Overlord team showed great tenacity. Although they had no experience in dealing with such an attack, under the opponent's suppression, they firmly defended the front and inside of the penalty area, so that the opponent's pass could only be continuously passed on the periphery, and could not find a good opportunity. However, such a defense can only be defended for a while, but not forever. In order to continuously deal with the opponent's key attacking position, the defending party must also constantly change their defensive position. There is no problem in maintaining such a position change for a while, but it is inevitable that problems will arise if you always have to constantly change positions back and forth. The players of the Overlord team supported it for a long time, but still revealed some flaws. Zhuang, who changed positions, received the ball at the front of the penalty area. Jibu, who was originally guarding there, was attracted to the wing by Zheng Yuan, who changed positions. At that moment, no one went up to defend him. Although Anshu immediately made up for it, Zhuan completed a beautiful breakthrough. Under the interference of Anshu, Zhuan dribbled into the penalty area and continued to move forward. The retreating Yinggu blocked Zhuan. Zhuan made an abrupt stop, turned around and passed the ball back to the front of the penalty area. Guojie followed up and took the ball. Before the retreating Jibu completed the defensa, he sent a beautiful lob pass. Kaorin, who changed positions at the back point and made a forward run, shook off all the defenders of the Overlord team. Their attention was attracted by Zheng Yuan's second time and even Wei and others who made a forward run. Kaorin was ignored by everyone. At this moment, when he appeared at the landing point of the ball, he was less than 3 meters away from the goal. Facing the fallen ball, Kyrene pushed the ball steadily with his foot arch. Before Fanzings rushed over, the ball had already flown into the goal of the Overlord team. 3-1. Before the end of the first half, the Callaway team expanded its lead and proved its strong strength. Amid the crazy cheers of the Callaway fans, the Overlord fans sighed in disappointment. Although they had not had much hope before, they still felt a little regretful when they saw that the team was 2 goals behind. However, they soon applauded. The Overlord team's performance was already excellent. They deserved their applause. Fin est captulo much as great as Pelaga hasta el final. No se olvidan like busgasms contenido exclusivo y exeo inmediato. Si escribita nuestro Patreon. Recuerda, cada like, si suscripción dona que nos anima a continuar. Gracias a todos nos vemos en el próximo video.